παρακολουθήσω από την πρώτη στιγμή που ιδρύθηκε ο σύνδεσμος μέχρι σήμερα. Το μόνο που έχω να πω είναι θερμά συγχαρητήρια και να είστε όλοι καλά, να συνεχίσετε αυτή την προσπάθεια η οποία σχετίζεται με ό,τι πιο δυναμικό στο χώρο της ψηφιακής πατρίδας έχει να δείξει. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when you succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Atcom. Change the future.
In an age of digital disruption, a business's performance is enabled by the technology that underpins it. But technology alone is never the answer. The truth is that finding the right digital and technological solutions for you needs to start with an understanding of your fundamental ambitions. So Deloitte guides you from strategy through to operations, covering a full breadth of functional and flexible digital solutions, and then works with you to bring those solutions to life and drive value. Whether it's finance, supply chain, or IT operations, let's capitalize on technology to drive your lasting performance.
The world is changing. Connectivity is expanding, and innovation is reshaping how we live and work. From the enterprise to the home, our digital demands are growing. The world is more connected, more digitized, and with that comes more risk. The networks that we depend upon are under constant attack, and traditional defenses just can't keep up. What's needed is security that anticipates tomorrow. Security that's AI-driven, integrated, and automated, leveraging the convergence of networking and security to reduce complexity and provide protection everywhere, anytime. Because the need to safeguard people, places, and data never stops. Who will lead the way to a secure and connected future? Fortinet. Today, Fortinet is at the forefront, delivering the most advanced and comprehensive cybersecurity platform, empowering innovation, growth, and resilience in a connected world. The convergence of networking and security isn't a future vision, it's here, now. Together, we can fortify your tomorrow.
Στην Idena Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας για τους συνεργάτες μας.
Γεννηθήκαμε μέσα στην επανάσταση της τεχνολογίας και 30 χρόνια τώρα μεγαλώνουμε με τη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και της ανθρώπινης ευφυΐας, ενώνοντας το παρόν με το μέλλον. 30 χρόνια θέτουμε τον πύχη υψηλότερα και κινούμαστε σταθερά, δυναμικά μπροστά. 30 χρόνια φέρνουμε την τεχνολογία του αύριο στο σήμερα. Γιατί για εμάς η τεχνολογία δεν είναι στόχος, αλλά ένα εργαλείο γεμάτο δυνατότητες που αλλάζουν τον κόσμο. Είναι το εργαλείο για να ενώνουμε ανθρώπους και επιχειρήσεις με το μέλλον. Είναι η δύναμη που δίνει όθηση στη φαντασία. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει με ταχύτητα, συνεχίζουμε να εξελισσόμαστε διαρκώς και να βλέπουμε μπροστά. Αναπτυσσόμαστε για να είμαστε δίπλα σε κάθε συνεργάτη, για να ορίζουμε το βήμα της αγοράς, με σταθερές και αξιόπιστες λύσεις και με τεχνολογίες εχμής που ξεχωρίζουν. Πίσω από κάθε καινοτομία, οι άνθρωποι μας. Άνθρωποι που σκέφτονται το αύριο και το δημιουργούν σήμερα. Μέσα σε ένα οικοσύστημα γνώσης, αξιοπιστίας και εξέλιξης. Αυτή είναι η Active. Από το 1995 μετατρέπουμε τις προκλήσεις σε ευκαιρίες. Μπαίνουμε στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης πιο έμπειροι, πιο όριμοι. Με την ίδια φλόγα για δημιουργία. Γιατί στην Active ζούμε το σήμερα με τη δύναμη του αύριο. We live in tomorrow.
The future with AI won't be a straight path. It will twist, it will turn, it will zig, then zag. The answer isn't to avoid going forward. It's knowing how to navigate your way with certainty and speed, even when the path is complex. Cisco is powering the AI era by empowering you to reimagine data centers and workplaces with unrivaled infrastructure, security, and resilience, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco, making AI work for you.
Στην Κοσμοτέ Telecom πιστεύουμε ότι η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Στους επιστήμονες, τους προγραμματιστές, αλλά και στις κουρασμένες μαμάδες.
Βρες μου έναν ανούρισμα.
Στους καλοφαγάδες.
Πρότεινέ μου 3 συνταγές με ό,τι έχει το ψυγείο.
Σε αυτούς που πρέπει να προλάβουν το πλοίο για Κυκλάδες.
Βρες το πιο κοντινό πάρκινγκ στο λιμάνι και δώσ' μου οδηγίες.
Ακόμα και σε αυτούς που θέλουν να ανοίξουν μαγαζί με λουκουμάδες.
Μπορείς να μου φτιάξεις ένα business plan?
Η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Γι' αυτό η Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει το Magenta AI. Ανακάλυψε τη δύναμη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης εύκολα και με ασφάλεια μέσα από το app της Κοσμοτέ Telecom, καθώς και στις νέες συσκευές T-Phone και T-Tablet. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε τον κόσμο σου.
Δύο ηγέτες, δύο πετυχημένες διαδρομές, ένα κοινό όραμα. Η Endersoft και η Softone. Endersoft One. Με βαθιά γνώση της αγοράς και καινοτόμες λύσεις, δίνουμε στις επιχειρήσεις την όθηση να κινούνται πιο γρήγορα, να λειτουργούν πιο έξυπνα και να αναπτύσσονται χωρίς όρια. Γιατί πίσω από τις επιχειρήσεις υπάρχουν άνθρωποι με ιδέες, φιλοδοξίες και όνειρα. Το μέλλον του business software είναι ήδη εδώ. Cloud, web και τεχνητή νοημοσύνη οδηγούν το δρόμο προς τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη κάθε επιχείρησης. Ενσωματώνουμε την τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος στις λύσεις μας, μεγιστοποιώντας τις δυνατότητες κάθε εργαζόμενου, κάθε επιχείρησης. Η αποστολή μας είναι να αφαιρούμε ό,τι καθυστερεί την πρόοδο, ώστε κάθε επιχείρηση να εστιάζει σε αυτό που έχει πραγματικά αξία, την ανάπτυξή της. Μαζί επαναπροσδιορίζουμε το μέλλον του business software. Endersoft One.
Is there really that sense that AI is not living up to its potential?
The real scale will be unlocked when we look at it holistically through a whole architecture which involves AI assistants, AI agents, a framework to hold it all together.
So going in and teaching this level of AI literacy is a core part of what we do.
And underneath it all, the data that is so key for any AI agent or enterprise.
What am I actually building? What am I actually buying? What are those features and functions? How do you interpret the results of an audit so you know what to do? Thinking through these kinds of things will help bring the level of success that clients are looking for.
Τα 30 χρόνια ΣΕΒΕ μας θυμίζουν πόσο χρόνο είμαστε και πόσα χρόνια προσπαθούμε μαζί για να πετύχουμε κάτι καλό για το χώρο της τεχνολογίας στη χώρα μας. Όπως τα επιτόκια μπορεί να είναι αρνητικά καμιά φορά, έτσι και η ενεργεία στη χώρα μας, στον τομέα της τεχνολογίας, της πληροφορικής και των τηλεπικοινωνιών είναι αρνητική. Αυτό το έχουμε πετύχει μαζί στην προσπάθεια η χώρα και ο ΣΕΠΕ, γι' αυτό λόγο αξίζουν πολλά συγχαρητήρια σε όσους έχουν μορφήσει εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια. Γι' αυτό και τα 30 χρόνια ΣΕΠΕ σημαίνει ότι πρέπει να αποδώσουμε τιμή σε όλους τους εργάτες των 37 ετών.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας, αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
Θόρυβος παντού. Σαν να μην χωράει άλλη σκέψη. Σταμάτα. Κλείσε τα μάτια. Άφησε τον κόσμο έξω. Μία στιγμή. Μόνο για σένα. Αυτή είναι η δική σου ήσυχη ώρα.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Με τη Nova κερδίζεις παντού. Απόλαυσε exclusive Nova Deals και αμέτρητες προσφορές σε top brands σε περισσότερα από 1000 σημεία. Μπες τώρα στο Παντού App, διάλεξε την προσφορά σου και απόλαυσέ την. Έχεις Nova. Έχεις περισσότερα.
Profile Software is a leading international financial software provider, empowering top-tier banking and investment management organizations with innovative, future-ready technology. With over 30 years of expertise, we operate in more than 50 countries, supporting over 300 clients. Our portfolio spans digital banking, core banking, treasury and risk management, advanced wealth, asset and fund management solutions, as well as large-scale solutions. Built on modern, cloud-native architecture with embedded AI and automation, our platforms enable seamless transformation and exceptional digital experiences. We continue to lead the way with agentic AI, offering greater intelligence, automation, and real-time decision support. Profile Software is consistently acknowledged for innovation, excellence, and reliability by clients and global industry analysts. Profile Software. Empowering digital transformation worldwide. Discover more at profilesw.com.
The line is so long.
Let's find something else. Gemini
Gemini, this article has too many options. What's a good local dessert when it's so hot?
Bingsu. It's a popular shaved ice dessert in Korea.
We're in the mood for something fruity?
Great. Mango bingsu is a favorite.
Nice. Please find us the nearest place.
Nearly half a century ago, Oracle transformed how the world managed data. More than a decade ago, we reimagined how business works in the cloud. And now, as AI reshapes how we operate, compete and innovate, Oracle is once again leading the way. That data, it's now your AI fuel. That cloud, it now trains and runs the world's most powerful AI models. And those models, they power the Gen AI built into your business processes and the AI agents that automate it all. Oracle brings AI to every corner of your business so you can imagine beyond the boundaries of what's possible. Whether it's leveraging AI to increase productivity, make decisions faster, and save money, using AI-powered forecasting to secure and maintain a power grid for millions of customers, training AI models to make the world's most powerful particle accelerator run faster and more efficiently, or harnessing AI vector search to tackle antibiotic resistance. We help you stay ahead because Oracle was built for the era of AI, so we can build the future of AI for you.
ιδιαίτερη χαρά παρακολουθούμε τις κινήσεις του ΣΕΠΕ και τους ευχόμαστε όχι 30 αλλά 130 χρόνια να προχωρούν έτσι με βήματα γοργά για να πάμε τη χώρα βήματα μπροστά.
existence. I would like to thank our sponsors, thanks to whom we have a very high quality conference. Dear colleagues, dear participants, there is no doubt that today, more than ever, we are active, live and operate in a world in transition. And Greece needs to experience this reality. We experience a lot of changes at various levels. In 2024, we talked about revision and reposition, but now we talk about transition which is accompanied by certainties, and at the same time technology is the main pillar of change and prosperity, the daily life of citizens, the operation of businesses, and the economic resilience of countries depend on the quality of digital infrastructure, adoption of technology, and maturity of technology. The changes in technology poses a lot of challenges, but opens the way for opportunities. In this environment of challenges and opportunities, we need to advance, be more efficient, effective, and create a framework that promotes development and growth and make sure that technology progress serves people and society. Only then digital growth gets value and the vision will become reality. There is no doubt that the position of Greece has improved. Our performance in digitization of public sector and coverage in 5G exceed the expectations. All these are enhanced by the active interest of domestic and international companies to invest in Greece for data centers and other hubs. At the same time, we have more challenges we have identified in SEPE. Lack of personnel, lack of basic digital competencies among the population, the difficulty of adoption new technologies by SMEs, the penetration of cloud and others, the low penetration of digital tools in companies. We're aware of the topics. We are faced by them as problems, but we need to solve them. If we don't have the participation of SMEs that represent 90% of European businesses and 94% of Greek businesses, and if we don't lift the impediments, the digital transition will be partial. And the support of the state through dialogue is quite important. With cooperation, plan, and faith to give solutions on basic pillars like incentives to invest in innovation, tax incentives to attract scientists from other countries, something that is already here, but we need to improve it. The abolition of technology fees that burden citizens and businesses, as well as the use of digital tools with the aid of European resources. We don't have the luxury to miss that chance. Our industry is quite creative. The branch of digital technology is the new creative Greece. We have a footprint in society and economy with more than 4,000 businesses and contribution to 8% of GDP. In all these past years, we participate in global technology awards. Greek companies have won 34 awards, were ahead than other countries that are supposed to be digitized. The Greek digital economy is the strategic advantage of Greece. It is the foundation for social development and prosperity. All these past 30 years of our presence, our responsibility and visions are based on this philosophy. We aim at offer the benefits that only digital technology can offer citizen state and businesses. And our commitment is such to continue cooperating with the state, convey international know-how to Greece from our participation in Digital Europe, which and contribute to the enhancement of economy via technology, support more openness, transparency, and innovation, because behind numbers, we need to have prosperous people and a society that moves ahead. And for one more reason, because Greece can become an international hub of technology, a country creating opportunity for all. Thank you very much for your presence and your belief in this vision of our conference begins, and we want to thank you all for being here. Mrs. Diamantopoulou, thank you very much for your presence here. That means that the opposition does believe in the possibilities of digital economy in Greece. So please come to the podium. Members, dear President, members of the BOD, thank you very much for this invitation, which I find extremely important. I would like to start by saying that we have seen during Trump's appointment in the first row to have all the big technology companies. It is a symbolism we need to keep in mind, because it shows something in this new era. There is a perception that technology, businesses, the economy of high-end technology can be ahead of politics. There is nothing more so dangerous if we give the decision-making to non-elected people. What we see as digital revolution is not a technological evolution. It is a change, a shift of power. Technological companies nowadays, and you know it well, don't produce simply products or services. They design infrastructure, set standards of operation, influence the social and production structure via pre-selection. The possibility to pre-select for us changes the data or the reality from consumption to communication. Digital policy is not a neutral policy. It is a political policy and demands constant cooperation in terms of politics, of all interested parties. In this framework, the role of SEPE is of paramount importance. It's not simply a social partner that makes suggestions or demands. SEPE that represents a sector with more than 100,000 employees, represents 95% of the turnover of the industry and contributes to 8% of GDP. But it's not just an industry. We talk about a strategic pillar of the economy with its cooperation and horizontal dimension of digital transformation will refer to all sectors of policies. The dialogue so is a requirement for shared planning and have results that leave a permanent footprint. Where Greece lies today, of course, there is progress, but we have structural gaps. Greece has taken steps forward all these past decades. Of course, we know well, not with the speed or depth we supposed to. The question today is if, with what we had have done with during COVID and with the RRF support, which had two main goals, climate change and digital transformation in all countries, given those that pushed changes because due to COVID, the institutional framework changed, etc., etc. Nonetheless, I would like to focus on some issues existing today. The first is that Greece in EU Innovation Scoreboard, we are 27th out of 27. So we didn't have investments necessary in digital transformation of businesses. This is a big problem and we need to reverse it because we know in Greece businesses are not the huge companies of the United States, but are SMEs. And this is an important issue with incentives, banking access, and we need to change the banking system. We are the country with only 4 banks and less competition. In other countries, we have financial organizations and banking systems that finances SMEs and digital transformation. The second important element is the internet. We have expensive and slow internet compared to other countries. Expensive is not alone bad, but in combination with the bad services, it's bad. And this is due to the way financing came from RRF. Here we have a lot of issues in projects that were planned, announced, and after 5 years, 1 year after the end of RRF, are revised. The project, for example, with data protection, digital transformation of social protection. These are not secondary issues. One of the issues in our country is who is entitled to benefits. If we cannot digitally make this matching with those that do declare, but those who have needs, the money will be wasted. Other countries have already done that, but we are still lagging behind. My remark on RRF is that we are not a country with our own resources, the ones we need, and European resources should be used widely and without accountability. What accountability means for me? Strategic planning and strategy doesn't mean to depict general directions, means quantification of goals and sectoral policy regarding digital transformation. Digital policy without specific quantitative goals is just a wish, and without goals there is no accountability. So you said back in 20 that you will do a couple of things. If we cannot measure them, how we can see their footprint? And I will share two examples with you. With the institute I preside, I cooperate with Kirst institution in Korea and Denmark. In 2018, Korea set the digital transformation goals for 2022. Now they have quantitative goals for 2030. One goal of theirs is that they should have by 2030 200,000 specialists on AI. So financing schools cooperation with countries abroad, focus on that. Denmark, the goal is 2030, 75% of businesses and public sector operate with AI and advanced data. Not pilot projects, but practically with goals so as to be assessed. The second part of digital planning is the strategic planning. That is what I said as a goal for technology AI. What kinds of goals does it include? We have Greece 2.0 for the agricultural sector. We have announced 23 projects, but only 12 are evolving. One of the goals was to modernize OPKP, which did not happen. So if we had all these tools of digital transformation tools used, we wouldn't have the OPKP scandal today. So the question is, do we set goals and quantitative ones? 23 projects in the agricultural sector to do what? To change the management of water, to sprinkle pesticides, to move forward with new cultivations. Why? We have sectoral policies, the same in education, civil protection, etc. So we identified here the main problem, and we believe and we are committed that digital strategy should have these characteristics. And now I come to what PASOK has done. We have presented a program with 9 sections on digital transformation, taken into consideration your proposals, and SEPE always submits substantiated proposals that can be used by various parties. That is why I said earlier that SEPE is a strategic partner. For a party that wants to be elected in power, a problem that needs to focus on is the question of inequalities, and that has to do with the access of all ages to technology. And another aspect is for one to be able to change. So we know that in the next 10 years, 22% of the professions won't exist. We need to prepare ourselves and need the rest of the jobs, the people of the rest of profession to have the ability faster to use the tools necessary to them. And let's talk about professions like lawyers. Could lawyers operate without AI? Of course they will be. Will we have surgeons without AI? No. Of course there will be surgeons that could not use it. So the problems that arise for all professions and ages is the most important question to be solved with lifelong learning. And I will tackle the need of digitization after simplification. And we know well that we have a digitization of bureaucracy that creates a lot of problem to all sectors. I'm an engineer, and we see that in our daily lives how different it is to have simplified procedure than digitizing a procedure. There is a political choice that the internet is a public good. It is like electricity or water, so the cost, competition, equal speeds is a responsibility of the public sector. That is why we believe that Pharos cannot be part of the super fund. And since Mr. Jensen will talk to us later about controlling procedures. So we need to start from scratch, from the beginning. For the AI factory, the public sector needs to be responsible for that. In this digital strategy, we have number one, made in Greece technology, export sector, how we have incentives for cooperations with businesses abroad, innovation, I tackled at the beginning, which means that we need to support SMEs. For those, we have specific incentives presented in our strategy as an opposition party. The strategy and the plan depend on the resources, and the resources this very moment available one are based on the public investment program that so these resources are not that important. So our goal should be at European level to be able to manage as much money as possible from the regional fund, and from the moment we have new resources to have a strategic planning with accountability. Our priority, number one priority, is education and training. Some years ago, as a minister of education, I communicated the new curricula. The curricula I presented back in 2013 have nothing to do with the needs today. So we need to change based on Aristotle and AI. We need to change the studies, the curriculum, creating an osmosis of humanitarian studies and AI. And I think that future generations, in order to prevail over engines, should promote the human characteristics we have. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk in a conference of businessmen, the need of cooperation and the main choices need to be done by the country, the internet incentives, export, equal access is a common goal. And in this common goal, we invite you to cooperate, work together for our country to stop being a pariah, but at the top of the EU member states. Thank you very much.
Είμαι πολύ χαρούμενος που βρίσκομαι σήμερα μαζί σας, που θα ξεκινήσουμε μαζί μια ημερίδα με πάρα πολλά κρίσιμα θέματα στην ατζέντα. Βρισκόμαστε σε μια κρίσιμη στιγμή για την ευρωπαϊκή ιστορία και το λέω αυτό εν πλήρη ταπεινότητα. Εδώ στην Ελλάδα η ευρωπαϊκή σύγχρονη ιστορία ξαναξεκινά όπως ξεκίνησε και στο παρελθόν. Δρούμε και αντιδρούμε μέσα σε πολύ δύσκολους καιρούς. Για το λόγο αυτό θα σας δώσω τη δική μου οπτική σαν επιχειρηματίας, την επιχειρηματική οπτική. Ευτυχώς δεν είμαι πολιτικός, οπότε δεν με νοιάζει αν θα ξαναεκλεγώ. Θα σας πω από την καρδιά μου αυτό το οποίο αισθάνομαι, αυτό που εννοώ και αυτό που πιστεύω ότι είναι σημαντικό. Αλλά επίσης ειλικρινά θα σας πω ότι τα πράγματα δεν είναι λαμπρά. Δεν είναι όλα θετικά, οι προοπτικές. Υπόσχομαι και κάτι ακόμα. Θα υπάρξει φως στο τέλος του τούνελ. Υπάρχει κάποια ελπίδα μπροστά μας, κάποια προοπτική. Το θέμα αυτού του συνεδρίου είναι από το όραμα στην υλοποίηση. Δεν θα μπορούσα να φανταστώ μια καλύτερη στιγμή και ένα καλύτερο θέμα αυτή ακριβώς τη μέρα, τη χρονική περίοδο. Υπάρχουν πολλά οράματα για την Ευρώπη. Υπάρχουν πολλές σκέψεις και πολλές συζητήσεις γίνονται για το τι πού μπορούμε να φτάσουμε ως Ήπειρος, τι μπορούμε να κατακτήσουμε. Αλλά δεν έχει φανεί ακόμα το αντίκτυπο και η δράση. Και αυτό είναι το σημαντικό. Ξεκινώντας να δούμε πού βρισκόμαστε, πού βρίσκεται η Ευρώπη σήμερα. Πριν περίπου 1,5 χρόνο, η Ευρώπη κλήθηκε να κάνει πολλά πράγματα και σας θυμίζω την έκθεση Draghi. Ήταν ένα κάλεσμα για να ξυπνήσει η Ευρώπη, για να δούμε την επιχειρηματική, ανταγωνιστική, τεχνολογική θέση, αλλά και την κατάσταση που αφορούσε την ασφάλεια μας. Ήταν ένα κάλεσμα για την Ευρώπη να δει τη θέση της μέσα στο παγκόσμιο εμπόριο, να δει πώς θα μπορούσε να είναι όπως παλιά, ηγέτιδα στο παγκόσμιο εμπόριο, στην τεχνολογία Και ο Ντράγκη το είπε, μόνο 4 από τις 50 τεράστιες τεχνολογικές εταιρείες είναι ευρωπαϊκές, σε μια Ευρώπη 27 χωρών. Αυτό είναι πολύ άσχημο για την Ευρώπη και αισθάνομαι πολύ αμήχανα εκ μέρους της Ευρώπης, για να πω την αλήθεια. Και αν σκεφτούμε το AI, τη σύγχρονη τεχνολογία, 75% όλων των μοντέλων AI έρχονται από τις ΗΠΑ. Στην Ευρώπη κουβεντιάζουμε πολύ για το πώς μπορούμε να τους φτάσουμε, αλλά αυτό το έχει ήδη κάνει η Κίνα. Αυτά δεν είναι ευχάριστα νέα για την Ευρώπη. Και πέραν αυτών, ακούμε για προκλήσεις της startups σε οικονομίες κλίμακας και στην αρχή ακούσαμε ότι 94% των εταιριών στην Ελλάδα είναι μικρομεσαίες. Οπότε εδώ έχουμε μία πρόκληση. Όταν θα επιταχύνουμε αυτό το startup, οι περισσότεροι θα μετακινηθούν και θα πάνε στις ΗΠΑ και στη Silicon Valley και το κάνουν αυτό, είτε γιατί εκεί υπάρχουν περισσότερες ευκαιρίες, βγάζουν περισσότερα λεφτά, ή απλά διότι συνειδητοποιούν ότι το πλαίσιο για να φτιάξεις μια εταιρεία και να την κάνεις να τρέξει είναι πολύ πιο κερδοφόρο στις ΗΠΑ. Αυτή είναι μια δομική, αν θέλετε, πρόκληση που θα πρέπει να την αντιμετωπίσουμε εδώ στην Ευρώπη και να το κουβεντιάσουμε. Πιστεύω λοιπόν ότι η έκθεση Draghi ήταν ένα κάλεσμα στην Ευρώπη να ξυπνήσει. Να αλλάξει το momentum στην πολιτική, στους επιχειρηματίες. Ακόμα αναφερόμαστε στην έκθεση. Σκεφτείτε πόσες από τις προηγούμενες εκθέσεις, είχαμε πολλές στην Ευρώπη, πόσες αναφέρονται ως σημείο αναφοράς κατ' επανάληψη. Και όμως πάντοτε μένουμε στα λόγια και δεν υπάρχει δράση. Και τώρα λοιπόν είναι η ώρα για μας να συνεχίσουμε, βεβαίως να κουβεντιάζουμε, αλλά να αναλάβουμε και δράση. Είναι η ώρα που θα πρέπει να κάνουμε κάτι ώστε η Ευρώπη να μην καταλήξει ένας απλός τουριστικός προορισμός για όλο τον κόσμο. Το να ενεργήσουμε σημαίνει ότι έχουμε σκεφτεί πριν τι θα κάνουμε, πώς θα το κάνουμε και γιατί χρειάζεται να το κάνουμε. Και για να υλοποιηθεί αυτό, ας πάμε λίγο πίσω στον χρόνο και να δούμε την ιστορία. Όχι διότι θεωρώ ότι μπορώ να σας εκπαιδεύσω σε θέματα ιστορικά, αλλά επειδή είναι σημαντικό να καταλάβουμε, πρέπει να ξέρουμε από πού ερχόμαστε και να το χρησιμοποιήσουμε αυτό για να ερμηνεύσουμε το παρόν. Γιατί η ιστορία μπορεί να μας πει πολλά για το παρόν, αλλά μπορεί να μας δείξει και πολλές διαφορές. Ας πάμε πίσω μερικές δεκαετίες λοιπόν. Μόνο λίγες δεκαετίες. Οι αλλαγές δεν είναι κάτι καινούριο για τον κόσμο και την Ευρώπη. Πάντοτε υπήρχαν αλλαγές που ερχόντουσαν σε κύματα και τις είδαμε συχνά να συμβαίνουν πάνω κάτω κάθε δεκαετία. Ας πάμε στην 70 με την ενεργειακή κρίση, την κρίση πετρελαίου, μετά την κρίση αγοράς-εργασίας, η οποία είχε το αντίθετο αποτέλεσμα από ό,τι βλέπουμε σήμερα. Ερχόντουσαν πολλοί ξένοι να δουλέψουν στην Ευρώπη, ένα πρόβλημα το οποίο λύθηκε. Το 90 είχαμε την τεχνολογία, το boom των dot-com εταιριών, το φόβο, μην το ξεχνάμε και αυτό, γύρω στο 2000 ότι θα πάυσει να υπάρχει ο κόσμος, και τη δεκαετία του 2000 είχαμε την κρίση της στέγασης και μια τεράστια οικονομική κρίση. Δεν χρειάζεται να τα αναφέρω αυτά, διότι ξέρω πάρα πολύ καλά πόσο πολύ χτύθηκε η Ελλάδα από την οικονομική κρίση στα τέλη της δεκαετίας του 2000. Και Η 2010, αυτή η δεκαετία, με τους αλγόριθμους, τα social media, την τεχνολογία, δραματικές αλλαγές στον τρόπο που σκεφτόμαστε, που προσαρμοζόμαστε και μάλιστα τον τρόπο που γίνονται monetize τα δικά μας προσωπικά δεδομένα, που μετατρέπονται σε χρήματα δηλαδή. Τι θέλω να σας πω με όλα αυτά? Δεν θέλω να σας εκπαιδεύσω σε όλες αυτές τις αλλαγές, αλλά θέλω να σας δείξω το μοντέλο. Μέχρι τα τέλη της δεκαετίας του 2010, οι αλλαγές γινόντουσαν περίπου άπαξε στη δεκαετία. Μας έδινε χρόνο να αντιδράσουμε, να προσαρμοστούμε και χρόνο να ξαναισορροπήσουμε και να επανέλθουμε στην κανονικότητα. Σαν Ήπειρος έχουμε συνηθίσει να διαχειριζόμαστε τέτοια πράγματα επί δεκαετίες. Σας προσκαλώ λοιπόν και σας καλώ να κοιτάξετε τι έχει συμβεί τα τελευταία 6 χρόνια. Το 19 χτυπηθήκαμε από την πανδημία του COVID με τεράστιο αντίκτυπο στο παγκόσμιο εμπόριο, στην εφοδιαστική αλυσίδα και έπρεπε να ξανασκεφτούμε τον τρόπο που λειτουργεί ο κόσμος. Και ας μην ξεχνάμε τον αντίκτυπο που είχε στο σύστημα υγείας, στις κοινωνίες μας, στους πληθυσμούς, στην ικανότητά μας να διαχειριζόμαστε τις επιχειρήσεις μας αλλά και τις χώρες μας. Τότε εγώ ζούσα στην Ισπανία και ξέρω προσωπικά πόσο δύσκολο ήταν και πόσο πολύ χτυπήθηκε η Ευρώπη. Τεράστιο αντίκτυπο. Όχι όμως μόνο COVID, μετά ήρθαν και το θέμα των χρηματαγορών, η ικανότητα προσαρμογής σε εφοδιαστικές αλυσίδες που συνέχιζαν να επηρεάζονται. Και αμέσως μετά έχουμε το 22 που ξεκινάει η εισβολή της Ρωσίας στην Ουκρανία, που αλλάζει την προοπτική μας σχετικά με την ειρήνη στο ευρωπαϊκό έδαφος και την αίσθηση ασφάλειας. Και αυτό βεβαίως έχει αντίκτυπο στις αγοράς αλλά και στο διατροφικό ζήτημα, διότι η Ουκρανία ήταν ο σιτοβολώνας της Ευρώπης και αυτό αλλάζει την ικανότητά μας να αποφασίζουμε την κινητικότητά μας τα πάντα. Και σαν να μην έφτανε αυτό, το 23 νέα συγκρούσεις και ρήξεις στη Μέση Ανατολή, πάλι με αντίκτυπο που κανείς δεν θα μπορούσε να το έχει φανταστεί. Φανταστείτε και τι έγινε στην Αυστραλία μόλις χθες. Στα τέλη του 23, αρχές 24, ξεκινάει το AI να μπαίνει δυναμικά. Δεν είναι κάτι καινούργιο, όλοι το γνωρίζετε, αλλά ξαφνικά έγινε κάτι στο οποίο ήμασταν συνεχώς όλοι εκτεθειμένοι, μιλάνε όλοι γι' αυτό, όλοι έχουν γνώμη, είμαστε εκτεθειμένοι με έναν τρόπο που ακόμα μπορούμε και να το χρησιμοποιήσουμε με το ανοιχτό AI, το ChatGPT. Το AI ξαφνικά έγινε κάτι που ο καθένας μπορούσε να έχει μία γνώμη και μία άποψη και να το χρησιμοποιεί. Και αυτό επιτάχυνε την Google, τη Microsoft και τα λοιπά, ώστε να κάνουν πολύ περισσότερα σε αυτό το πεδίο. Και σαν να μην έφταναν όλα αυτά, έχουμε έναν επιπλέον οικονομικό αντίκτυπο με τα επιτόκια, με τον πληθωρισμό, όλα όσα επηρεάζονται και επηρεάζουν όλους και τους leaders, τους πολιτικούς, τους επιχειρηματίες και τους πολίτες βέβαια σε σχέση με το καθημερινό κόστος ζωής. Και έχουμε και την κλιματική αλλαγή, μην το ξεχνάμε και αυτό. Δεν έχουμε προχωρήσει πολύ σε αυτό το πεδίο τα τελευταία χρόνια. Κάποιος θα έλεγε ότι μάλλον έχουμε προχωρήσει. Έχουμε κάνει βήματα προς τα πίσω. Οπότε, αν τα δούμε όλα αυτά και Αν προσθέσουμε και κάποια πολιτικά στοιχεία και κάποιες πολιτικές προκλήσεις, θα έχουμε όλο το πανόραμα. Οι δασμοί, η μάχη μεταξύ Δύσης Ανατολής, που επαναπροσδιορίζουν την πολιτική ασφάλειας, ένα νέο τρόπο του επιχειρήν και ένας εντελώς διαφορετικός τρόπος του σκέπτεστε. Οπότε, αν σκεφτούμε την προηγούμενη εικόνα της ιστορίας και τις αλλαγές που ερχόντουσαν κατά δεκαετίες, ανά δεκαετίες, και με ευκαιρίες να ξαναβρούμε την ισορροπία μας και να επανέλθουμε σε μια κανονικότητα. Τα τελευταία χρόνια σε σύγκριση με όλα αυτά είναι γεμάτα αλλαγές. Αυτή είναι η πραγματικότητα που ζούμε σήμερα. Αυτό εσείς σαν business leader, σαν πολιτικοί, σαν πολίτες απλοί θα πρέπει να δείτε, να καταλάβετε και να τοποθετηθείτε. Όλοι θα πρέπει να το κάνουμε. Όταν μιλάω με ομοτιμούς μου, οι περισσότεροι μου λένε ότι περιμένουν να περάσει η καταιγίδα. Περιμένουν να επιστρέψουν στην κανονικότητα. Λυπάμαι, αλλά εγώ δεν το πιστεύω ότι θα συμβεί αυτό. Εγώ πιστεύω ότι έχουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε μια νέα κανονικότητα. Μια κατάσταση η οποία έχει αλλάξει τον τρόπο που πρέπει να σκεφτόμαστε. Σαν πολίτες, σαν επιχειρηματίες, σαν leaders, σαν πολιτικοί. Η αλλαγή, το transformation θα είναι πλέον η κανονικότητα και θα υπάρχει συνέχεια. Δεν είναι καινούριο ότι η αλλαγή θα είναι κάτι σταθερά επαναλαμβανόμενο. Αυτό θα αλλάζει εμάς, τις κοινωνίες μας. Θα πρέπει να είμαστε γενναιόδοροι, πιο προσαρμοστικοί, έτοιμοι να αλλάξουμε γρηγορότερα από ποτέ στο παρελθόν. Με περιορισμένη λίγη πληροφορίες αναχείρας. Τα δεδομένα σε σχέση με τα οποία πρέπει να αποφασίσουμε είναι όλο και λιγότερα, διότι θα πρέπει να δράσουμε γρηγορότερα. Όταν εγώ λοιπόν σκέφτομαι σαν εκτελεστικός διευθυντής ή πριν από 5 χρόνια όταν πήρα την τελευταία μου δουλειά ως CEO, εκείνη η δουλειά τότε ήταν πολύ διαφορετική από αυτή που έχω σήμερα. Όχι μόνο οι executives περίμεναν να ηγηθούμε μιας εταιρείας, να ηγηθούμε μιας αλλαγής, να σχεδιάσουμε, να αντιδράσουμε. Τότε όμως σήμερα οι επιχειρήσεις χρειάζονται απόψεις για ζητήματα που αφορούν την κοινωνία, που δεν έχουν σχέση με το επιχειρήν, αλλά περισσότερο με την πολιτική, και θα πρέπει οι κινήσεις μας να προσαρμοστούν αναλόγως. Αυτό είναι το καινούριο δεδομένα, η νέα βάση από την οποία ξεκινάμε, με την οποία πρέπει να κατανοήσουμε και βάσει αυτής να προχωρήσουμε. Βάσει της δικής μου εμπειρίας λοιπόν, αν δω την κατάσταση, καταρχήν θα έλεγα μην περιμένετε να περάσει η καταιγίδα. Η καταιγίδα είναι η καινούργια κανονικότητα στην οποία θα πρέπει να αντιδράσουμε. Ο Τσόρτσιλ έλεγε μη χάνετε ποτέ μια καλή ευκαιρία. Ξέρετε γιατί? Όλα όσα σας είπα δεν είναι απλώς ευρωπαϊκά θέματα, ζητήματα. Δεν τα αντιμετωπίζει μόνο η Ευρώπη. Έχουμε μια μοναδική ευκαιρία να ενεργήσουμε, να πάρουμε αποφάσεις και να το κάνουμε τώρα. Γιατί οι περισσότεροι άνθρωποι, χώρες και επιχειρήσεις περιμένουν απλώς να περάσει η καταιγίδα. Πάντοτε λέω στις ομάδες μου να είναι έτοιμες και δυνατές. Έχουμε μεγάλη ισχύ στην Ευρώπη που μπορούμε να χρησιμοποιήσουμε. Μεγάλη δύναμη. Αλλά αν θέλουμε να κερδίσουμε, δεν θα πρέπει να φοβόμαστε να χάσουμε. Ξέρω ότι οι Έλληνες λατρεύουν το φούτμπολ. Πολύ σπάνια οι επιτιθέμενες ομάδες κερδίζουν. Αν θέλουμε λοιπόν να κάνουμε κάτι, θα πρέπει να βγούμε έτοιμοι για να κερδίσουμε αλλά και να χάσουμε. Και αυτό σημαίνει ότι παίρνουμε σκληρές, τολμηρές, δύσκολες αποφάσεις. Όταν το κάνουμε λοιπόν αυτό, θα αντιμηθούμε με τα ωφέλη και όλα όσα έπονται. Ένας τρόπος για να το κάνει αυτό ο επιχειρηματίας είναι να ενσωματώσει το ρυθμιστικό πλαίσιο, την έννοια της ευθύνης, να ενστερνιστεί συνεργασίες. Και το λέω αυτό γιατί χρειαζόμαστε τη ρύθμιση για να προστατεύσουμε τους πολίτες. Πρέπει να το κάνουμε υπεύθυνα και να το κάνουμε με έναν τρόπο που δεν μπλοκάρει την καινοτομία και την ευημερία των κοινωνιών μας. Επίσης, να προσθέσω, θα πρέπει να έχουμε πίστη στην παγκοσμιοποίηση, αν και θα πρέπει να παραδεχτώ ότι είναι πολύ δύσκολο πλέον στις μέρες μας να δούμε κάποιο μέλλον στην έννοια της παγκοσμιοποίησης. Εκεί που βρισκόμαστε πλέον σήμερα ως κόσμος, το οφείλουμε πραγματικά στην παγκοσμιοποίηση, στους ανθρώπους μας και σε αυτό το παγκόσμιο πεδίο του εμπορίου. Είναι σημαντικό όμως να δημιουργήσουμε με κάποιο τρόπο να λειτουργήσουμε εκεί που είμαστε καλύτεροι με έναν τρόπο αποτελεσματικό. Αυτό είναι σημαντικό και είναι θεμελιώδες για την επιτυχία μας. Για να επανέλθω λοιπόν εκεί από όπου ξεκίνησα, είναι μια ελπίδα για την Ευρώπη. Είναι κάτι, υπάρχει μέλλον για την Ευρώπη. Αν έχουμε σχέδιο λοιπόν, αν ενεργήσουμε και αν πάμε από το όραμα στην υλοποίηση, ναι, τότε υπάρχει. Αλλά θα πρέπει να παίξουμε με τα δυνατά μας σημεία, να βασιστούμε σε αυτά και να το κάνουμε τώρα. Και έχουμε πολύ δύναμη στην Ευρώπη. Ας σκεφτούμε τη ρομποτική, το φαρμακευτικό, ιατρικό τομέα, την αυτοκινητοβιομηχανία, το διαστημικό τομέα. Υπάρχουν πολλά ισχυρά δεδομένα εδώ. Και αν σκεφτούμε την Ελλάδα, η Ελλάδα όπως και η Δανία είναι, όπως και η Ελλάδα, είναι θαλασσινή χώρα και με μια οικονομία ψηφιακή που αυξάνει γρήγορα. Όταν ετοιμαζόμουν λοιπόν να έρθω στην Αθήνα, συνειδητοποίησα πόσο περήφανος ήμουνα για τα ψηφιακά επιτεύγματα των σκανδιναβικών χωρών και είδα ότι και η Ελλάδα τρέχει σημαντικά σε αυτό το πεδίο. Έχει μπει πολύ δυναμικά και ας μην ξεχνάμε ότι η Ευρώπη έχει αξίες, έχει σκοπούς και έχει ένα σύστημα που βασίζεται σε κανόνες. Έχουμε μια μακριά κληρονομιά. Πάνω σε αυτή θα χτίσουμε λοιπόν. Αλλά θα πρέπει να αλλάξουμε και κάποια πράγματα. Θα πρέπει να αντιδράσουμε και να πάμε πιο γρήγορα. Οποτεδήποτε συναντώ Ευρωπαίους πολιτικούς, ξέροντας ότι δεν χρειάζεται να ξαναεκλεγώ, τους λέω σταματήστε να ονειρεύεστε. Και να πιστεύετε ότι μπορούμε να αντιγράψουμε τον υπόλοιπο κόσμο. Ας σταματήσει αυτή η φαντασίωση να νομίσουμε ότι μπορούμε να γίνουμε ένας από τους καταπληκτικούς 7. Αν μιλάμε για εταιρείες 3 εκατομμυρίων. Αυτό δεν θα συμβεί βέβαια στην Ελλάδα και στη Δανία. Η Γερμανία και η Γαλλία έχουν τις βάσεις για να συμβεί κάτι τέτοιο. Μια εταιρεία που κάνει 1 τρισεκατομμύριο βεβαίως θα κάνει κάποιους ανθρώπους πολύ πλούσιους, θα δημιουργήσει πλούτο και πολλές θέσεις εργασίας σε μια χώρα. Εγώ τι υποστηρίζω? Αντί στην Ευρώπη να κάνουμε αυτό, μπορούμε να κάνουμε 100 μεγάλες εταιρείες που να είναι περίπου, που να διανέμουν τον πλούτο σε όλα τα μέλη της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Και ας το κάνουμε σε συνεργασία μεταξύ του ιδιωτικού και του δημόσιου τομέα. Με αυτές τις συνεργασίες ας το κάνουμε με έναν τρόπο που βασιζόμενοι στη δύναμή μας και ξέροντας τι κάνουμε καλύτερο, εκεί ακριβώς να χτίσουμε. Αυτό το οποίο έχουμε διαθέσιμο είναι καταπληκτικό στα δημοσία δεδομένα. Ας αφήσουμε τις εταιρείες να τα χρησιμοποιήσουν, να φτιάξουν μοντέλα AI με έναν υπεύθυνο τρόπο, προστατεύοντας τις κοινωνίες μας και τους πολίτες μας. Και ας χτίσουμε μία πραγματική εσωτερική αγορά. Υποτίθεται ότι έχουμε ελεύθερη μετακίνηση αγαθών, εμπορευμάτων ανθρώπων, αλλά εγώ σας λέω ότι ακόμα είναι πάρα πολύ σύνθετο να μετακινηθεί μια εταιρεία μέσα στην Ευρώπη. Δεν είναι τόσο εύκολο όσο νομίζετε. Και ας μην ξεχνάμε ότι ακόμα έχουμε σκοπούς μπροστά μας να εκπληρώσουμε. Και να χρησιμοποιήσω το παράδειγμα του GDPR, που είναι κάτι που όλοι αγαπάμε να μισούμε. Όταν το εξετάζω, βλέπω ότι πρόκειται για μία νομοθεσία η οποία δεν υλοποιείται καθόλου καλά. Είναι πολύ σύνθετη για τις εταιρείες να την καταλάβουν, να την εφαρμόσουν και μάλιστα αποτελεσματικά. Ξέρει κανένας όταν κάνει κλικ ναι σε μία ιστοσελίδα σε τι συνενεί? Αυτό είναι ένα τυπικό παράδειγμα του τι πρέπει να κάνουμε. Εγώ έμενα στις ΗΠΑ όταν εφαρμόστηκε το GDPR. Η δικιά μου εταιρεία μαζί με αμέσως ξαναπροσδιορίσε την προσέγγιση της στο GDPR, επειδή ήθελε να είναι προσαρμοσμένη και στα αμερικάνικα και στα ευρωπαϊκά δεδομένα. Δεν είχε την πολυτέλεια να έχει δύο διαφορετικά μοντέλα. Λοιπόν, θα πρέπει και για τις εταιρείες και για τους ανθρώπους τα πράγματα να είναι εύληπτα, εύκολα στην κατανόηση, στην υλοποίηση και στη χρήση. Ας δούμε λοιπόν μια άλλη προοπτική ανάπτυξης με διαφορετικές εταιρείες, διαφορετικές startup στο δικό μας τομέα αρμοδιότητας. Εγώ πιστεύω ότι υπάρχει λαμπρό μέλλον για την Ευρώπη, αλλά θα πρέπει να κινηθούμε από το όραμα στην υλοποίηση και πρέπει να το κάνουμε τώρα. Για την Ευρώπη το να ηγείται και να καινοτομεί σημαίνει για μας σαν executives, σαν πολιτικούς, σαν τεχνοκράτες, ότι πρώτα απ' όλα αποδεχόμαστε ότι υπάρχει μια νέα κανονικότητα, ότι ο ρόλος μας της κοινωνίας έχει αλλάξει και δεν θα ξαναγυρίσουμε ποτέ στα παλιά. Και θα πρέπει να αγκαλιάσουμε την γρήγορη αλλαγή, διότι ο βηματισμός με τον οποίο πάμε σήμερα δεν μας οδηγεί πουθενά. Και η ταχύτητα που βιώνουμε δεν πρόκειται να σταματήσει. Και, όπως είπα και πριν, να βασιστούμε στα ισχυρά μας σημεία, να πάρουμε τολμηρές, γενναίες αποφάσεις και με καλές συνεργασίες ΖΕΒΙΤ να προχωρήσουμε. Αν μπορούμε να διατηρήσουμε, να δημιουργήσουμε κάτι τέτοιο, τότε μπορούμε να γίνουμε μια από τις πιο ευημερούσες αγορές στον κόσμο. Αυτό όμως δεν μπορούμε να το κάνουμε αν υπάρχει υπερρύθμιση, υπερυλοποίηση, πολυσυνθετότητα, και δεν μπορούμε να το κάνουμε αν παίρνουμε πάντοτε μια αμυντική θέση. Το όραμα που έχουμε πρέπει να παράξει ένα μοντέλο, ένα αποτέλεσμα, και είναι η ώρα που πρέπει να το κάνουμε. Σε αυτό πρέπει να εστιάσουμε, ξέροντας τι πρέπει να κάνουμε, ξεκινώντας από κάπως μια σκοτεινή εικόνα, βλέποντας λίγο φως στο τέλος του τούνελ. Πιστεύω να σας έδωσα μία νότα αισιοδοξίας. Ευχαριστώ.
Dear guests, after that wonderful speech, I would like to welcome you. I'm Niki Papazoglou from Insider.gr, journalist. And after the cycle of the first speeches, we will proceed with the next session of the conference. The first session actually focuses on AI, this game changer, and how businesses use it. We will focus on the practices of Greek businesses, and we will have representatives from businesses who will talk to us about what they have done as businesses and how AI contributes to innovation and competition. But before that discussion, I would like to invite the Minister of Digital Governance on stage for his speech. Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad we are here again in this annual appointment of ICT companies. This appointment comes at a time when we have the fourth meeting in the Parliament for Pharos, and in the afternoon we will have a discussion on the budget, when we will give a review of what we have done. Where do we stand today, what we have ahead, and the big question after the RRF, what? We'll see everything together. We are at a phase that we have already collected 50% of RRF. That's good and bad at the same time. It's good because we are in the middle, and bad because in the next 6 months we need to receive the rest of the amount. So all companies of this industry should work hard, not only to deliver works, but compatible works to what RRF expects and society is looking forward. I was writing the budget speech last evening, so I started thinking of what we have done in health sector, the new e-health file, in which we added the possibility of AI agent. We ask the agent to bring the files to us. The AI agent gives us answers about our prescriptions, vaccines, etc. The new prescription system replaced the old one, which had gaps and problems regarding the controls. Then we have all these new protocols introduced. So all of you who work in these projects until June, we have a lot to do in justice. And especially those who come to invest in Greece are right that the big issue in our country is a word of justice. And we have taken steps forward in that. We have the new digital map. The changes are underway by the Ministry of Law. And now we will, by the end of the year, present all the files digitally, so all judges will be able to have all the data of a case digitally to allow them to have an overview of the cases they judge. And we started with cases that have to do with the cadastre and autonomy in Greece and in space. One of the things we are worried about are the farmers' blocks. Why did we get there? Because we didn't have the data. We didn't have the possibility to collect all investments, the cadastre, digital pictures, and we didn't have the will to do everything fast. And that is what we promised to our farmers. We need to wait for the payments this month, and from the next year we get in another area where we will be able to cross data digitally, allowing people who are entitled to benefits to get them on time, and of course prevent those that want to fool the state and their colleagues punished. So now we will have a digital organization of all the agricultural benefits for farmers. And of course, we will have some small satellite projects that will allow us to check on the borders, the water quality, etc. And another issue, I have the feeling that we run fast on the part of the state, but still there are a lot of things to be done. We have finished .gov, we have AI in the cadastre, and we have public servants trained on AI in the Ministry of Justice. We also introduced AI in the Parliament. We have the impression that it is very slow. It is the head of the Parliament that asked us to assist the the statistical data I saw in Eurostat, whereas in 2024 inclusion of AI in Greek businesses was 9.8% with average 13.9. In 2025, we dropped. If the statistic is right, we need to see something from scratch. It's not only the state that will go to businesses, but the businesses themselves should understand what they can do faster, better, and more efficiently with AI. Pharos is moving towards this direction. AI Factory is moving towards this direction. On Wednesday, we vote for a more flexible scheme. Why in the super fund? Because we want something more flexible. We don't want the involvement of state, which is quite slow in decision making. We want somebody as an agency that will be fast and will give resources to research centers at universities who will be there to check on their products, powers, and produce fast. We want to create value in Pharos. We want to use our super computers in Lavrion and of course the new plant in Kozani. And after the infrastructure, which is important, data is also important, open to all those who need them. And data that we will follow GDPR. I agree with Mr. Jansen, but we have actually misunderstood what GDPR is. Even the title of GDPR is quite eloquent, that allows free movement. So we need to explain to people in the public sector that there are terms and requirements. There are some procedures, but data should go out there, breathe, and give the opportunity to people to use them profitably. That is what we need to think for the future, and by 2026 summer, when we will have to deliver the projects of RRF, we need to have brought in our country the most out of this fund. And we have an SRF which is marginalized, because we wanted to run faster with RRF. There are hundreds of millions, though, in NSRF to run project. And then we have SAFE, which is in cyber security, has a lot to give. Space, communication, cyber security. So let's do our job properly. And I don't think that we will lose our businesses and infrastructure. To run all this, we need infrastructure. And I think we are lagging behind in that. The penetration of fiber optics is in Greece some years ago was quite low, but now we are running faster. 60% of households and businesses can now link to optic fibers. So we had these vouchers to alleviate difficulties. So Gigabit now has 400 applications and smart readiness with new application as a voucher moves forward. If we combine these with telecommunication and fixed wireless access, now we get over these problems, and SysEFX with its problems is now gaining pace. We connect the public sector So we are moving forward. I'm very glad that all of you are here. I want to wish you Merry Christmas, and we need you by our side to make haste. Thank you very much. And we would like to thank the Minister.
Μια πολύ ιδιαίτερη και τιμητική βραδιά. Να γιορτάζουμε σαν σύνδεσμο στα 30 χρόνια. Μια προσπάθεια που ξεκίνησε από μια ιδέα που υπήρχε σε μια πολύ μικρή ομάδα εταιριών το 1996. Από τότε έχει τρέξει πολύ νερό στο αυλάκι. Σήμερα είμαστε σε μια πολύ πιο όριμη περίοδο. Νομίζω ότι διανύει ο κλάδος μία από τις καλύτερες περιόδους. Και νομίζω ότι αυτό που σπήραμε πριν από 30 χρόνια θα βρει κατάλληλο έδαφος για να ανθίσει στα επόμενα 30 και 100.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision. From scratch to launch. But always find the reasons, true to your heart, to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Outcome. Change the future.
In an age of digital disruption, a business's performance is enabled by the technology that underpins it. But technology alone is never the answer. The truth is that finding the right digital and technological solutions for you needs to start with an understanding of your fundamental ambitions. So Deloitte guides you from strategy through to operations, covering a full breadth of functional and flexible digital solutions, and then works with you to bring those solutions to life and drive value. Whether it's finance, supply chain, or IT operations, let's capitalize on technology to drive your lasting performance.
συγχαρώ το ΣΕΠΕ για τα 30 χρόνια συνεχούς και επιτυχούς λειτουργίας του. Ήταν πολύ σημαντική και είναι πολύ σημαντική η συνεισφορά του όσον αφορά την πρόοδο των επικοινωνιών, της πληροφορικής και γενικότερα η συνεισφορά του στον νέο κόσμο των νέων τεχνολογιών που ανοίγεται.
Nowadays. Well, after this short video on our anniversary, Minister, every time we follow your work, we fully understand that you've taken a leap ahead. Now it's time to discuss all those topics on how the companies explore AI, what they deliver, what they can do in the future. And I welcome Mr. Karkatzouni, Special Secretary on AI and Data Governance. Mr. Stavros Theocharis, Head of Artificial Intelligence of Square Dev, member of the QNR Group. Mr. Konstantinos Kamaros, Deputy President of ATCOM. Mr. Spiros Kollias, Director of Software Development with Byte. Mr. Apostolos Kritikopoulos, Group CTO with Profile. And Mr. Yannis Papidis, Chief Technology and Transformation Officer with Kotsouvolos, a recent member of PPC Group. Good morning. I welcome you on stage this time. You are already aware of the topics that we're going to discuss. Now let us start with you, Mr. Karakatzounis. How technology develops in the public sector, as this secretariat is very young. What are the next steps to come? Good morning, thank you. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. First of all, in the public, there are different parallel steps made. The level of use relies on different things. The maturity of the body of the service, different bodies rely on assistance. Sometimes chatbots are underestimated because we realize the extrovert face of it. Well, actually, we don't need even AI. But oftentimes, when we have an internal assistant, we want AI to help us in terms of procedures. The optical character recognition, which was considered AI in the past, now chatbots somehow are taken for granted. Now we're going beyond hypes in terms of practical solutions, and with different services we consider solutions relevant to the best use of their data in order to put forward forecasts, monitors in urban siting departments, and so on and so forth. Speaks text in terms of justice, migration, asylum. Their practice from theory are very different. Those are not silos, independent silos. They are far more demanding to develop a solution. So Gradually, we investigate AI on cameras and different other methods in a way reversing the reality to understand how the status, where the status stands, and produce solutions. We deliver works, duties that are more infrastructure related, everything built by the state to be sustainable. So those are not sexy tasks. The institutionalizing procedure for the maturity of a service and the proposal submitted, mapping of the existing solutions, identifying gaps. As the minister said earlier, we wish to be fully compliant with the legislation, so we had to observe this part as well. We tried to homogenize solution, somehow to use them under different scenarios and all the above on the basis of data. So to help the services, thanks to AI, to improve the governance of data through the service. It's a lot of work, indeed. I don't know which is the stage you currently are, but anyway, before there is adopting horizontal solutions, indeed, we've taken a leap. We cooperate closely with the committee considering horizontally the public projects. Those are already under the recovery fund. Well, there we identify that there's lots of a margin for improvement. The project that will be designed from now on will take into account all former parameters. I hope you have a success and that we go as fast as you've been doing until now. Over to you to see the practical facet. Give us an example on how you use AI, the generative AI, Mr. Theocharis, either internally in your company or in a project that you have implemented, to have a picture of the outcomes of this exercise. Good morning, first of all. In Square Divine, we are active before the hype, several years. So, by and large, AI has been implemented for years, not very productive, but at a research level and at a very smaller scale. In the past year, it's become fashionable. The public sector, the state, has been pioneering in large projects embedding AI, the commercial world following. We've got some system in the production. The example of the technical digital assistant to have an appointment with a doctor. We've got the back office essentially, which is fully automated, and a cultural heritage project for a client where the chatbot and the assistant guide people through an environment, through monuments, while translating in different languages depending on the user's mother language. We try to create safe solutions with a return on investment, of course, for our clients. And those already in production, we have witnessed that the cost of operation has dropped as there are less employees servicing the needs of a larger scale, while we have reduced the response time. In other words, in medical appointments, the employee may deliver something different instead of being occupied in those tasks delivered by the digital assistant. Very important. Mr. Kamaras, same question for you. Your view, your company, your experiences, a project that you have possibly implemented. Good morning, first of all. Thank you for the invitation. Generative AI touches upon three pillars: the content creation, the delivery, the appearance to the user, and of course distribution to social media and so on and so forth. In terms of content production and content creation, evidently there's lots of time saving. However, we need to underline the human presence at the last stage, human in the loop, as we call it. It is technical in artificial intelligence plus human critique. And in delivering, there again, there's targeting and focus, personalization, which leads to practical cross-sell, upsell solutions or proposals, put it as you wish, and with two large clients, Notos, Attica, Fashion and Beauties. In other words, the conversion rate goes as high as 30%, which is not a small rate. But I stress the importance of exploring AI while keeping the human critique alive to be sure that the outcome shall be the best one at all levels. Well, indeed, it can't be disputed. Again, let us see with you as well measurable results, the fields of implementation for AI. An example, well, we've got several examples that we work internally because we operate at a research level as well. We are speaking about a digital assistance in a specific department, the tender department, public tender department, where we try to help the executives involved in this field to extract infos from previous tenders they were involved, either technical through technical or legal questions, and next step, how we'll close the gap between the technical stuff and the legal department, because oftentimes the legal department needs to contribute first, understand in his own jargon the project, and so a technician needs to explain it somehow. This is one part. The other part involves my department, application development, where many Gen AI tools produce well in terms of software creation. With Gen AI, we can resolve a problem in 30 seconds instead of 8 hours. And the Gentic AI is there as well, where if you have very well defined the requirements of a software, you give it Gentic AI, and there you come up with a whole structure. Of course, this creates a technical debt and so on and so forth. So it's not suitable for executives that are not that have no long experience. Otherwise, you can't keep your code. Mr. Kritikopoulos, over to you. Good morning. Your experience, your example from your organization, either internally or externally. Profile Software is one of the most historic software houses in Greece, one of the biggest currently, with a capitalization over 180 million in the Athens Stock Exchange. We've been operating for 35 years with more than 300 clients in more than 50 countries globally. We have worked with decision support systems 20 years ago, the pioneer of AI, and we have enriched our applications. Machine learning 5-7 years ago. There again, we had fintech and core banking solutions using large volumes of data. And when the revolution LAMs came something like 3.5 years ago, we understood that we had to react immediately. That was one way ahead. We have created a large team of people with more than 20 specialists on AI, and we have enriched all our applications with AI Adaptive, the module relevant to AI, having applications from genetic AI, document agents, and so on and so forth. In Axio, which is the flagship in think technology, we have used AI to have a generative AI for prepare RM. There, a bank employee, when a customer comes in a second, the bank can have his full picture of the basis of previous transactions and interface interaction with the bank. And something more, as we were strictly a software house with hundreds of people dealing with the development of our company, we understood that it has helped greatly to get rid of the technical debt we had, which existed from the past due to obsolete technologies that would require 5-10 years to develop. So we've managed in 2 months' time, thanks to Claude and other AI tools, to overcome this debt and move forward with the technology. Indeed, very interesting. Mr. Paviris, Kotsouvolos, one of the greatest retail companies, and having already implemented digital tools. Could you give us an AI use example? Thank you. There are different examples. However, for us, AI is not a use case. It's a way to reconsider the entire organization. So the example I would like to put forward is not just one thing, but how we rethink to restructure the company entirely by using a different model. What does this mean? We've tried to imagine ourselves in 5 years' time ahead and how a new intelligence could be introduced in the daily activities of a company. Through this way of thinking, we have concluded that AI, not just a tool added to all others already existing, not just an infrastructure, it's an assistant that needs to be embedded in the chart, organization chart of the company, so that all employees are assisted to develop. In other words, we had to invest heavily in our infrastructure. The main one being our data governance, our policies, the way the structures are produced, the way they care for the data. This is the basis infrastructure for the future. Unless it is there, you can't operate. And secondly, AI shouldn't be considered as a tool for improvement, but an actual new employee with particular skills and capacities embedded in the staff while being next to a human person, of course. We don't want it to be just the augmentation of a team, but we wanted it to be something top to bottom. And third, we want it to be used to convince the world that it is not a menace, a threat. It doesn't exist in the company, so that stuff would be reduced. It's the other way around. It would increase productivity. It would bring more creativity and innovation. This is AI for us. Kotsovolos, it's a new company built from scratch from the beginning and operated in a different world, the upcoming world. Thank you.
And now, what about the challenges for the above-mentioned implementation, and what are challenges linked to the future? Mr. Karadjounis, of course, in the museum probably you had a lot of challenges, but what do you see with regard to the future? AI is now part of our lives. We have seen the first steps. But what are the questions related to the future? Well, people tend to understand AI, but challenges are many. The quality of data, because if you don't have quality data, you cannot have good results. The second challenge is ownership. I agree that human in the loop is necessary, but ownership is quite important, and citizens have increased rights of transparency. The way we deal with them is different, and every solution should be substantiated and have this ownership. With regard to the future, my main challenge for me, is automation bias. As we see better results, I worry that when we will have human in the loop, people won't be able to resist to the idea suggested by AI. At some point, if the AI does a better job than us, statistically it will be difficult to spot the mistakes. The second is the use of AI for crimes, and something else is the use of AI at a level of deep fakes. Half of the content this very moment in the internet is produced by AI. Deep fakes do worry us. I think that we have quite opaque limits between reality and non-reality. And we have companies that are AI generated, but I observe that there is no transparency. You see ads that you cannot understand if they are or not, so labeling is quite important. We need to have, how do we assure that there are mechanisms? There is watermarking and cryptographic methods, protocols that we insist as government to be used. Sometimes Europe discusses about things that go without saying. To talk about the content of AI, even if it is just a joke content, should have a label on it. So we need to be sure what is this content, avoiding misunderstandings and problems. Do you have anything else to add? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Theocharis, on your part, what are the challenges you faced until now? or you see for the future? A lot has been said. I will answer to some. For example, data. The quality of data, as said, is quite important. And occasionally we come across the following. We don't have digitization of data. That is a huge challenge. So a lot of organizations run after the hype. For AI, we need to take a step backwards to see the strategy for the data, the AI, and then the needs of the organization. Something else is security in chatbots and digital assistants. What should they do? And even automations where someone has access or not. For example, a database was erased by a digital agent. This is quite important that we need to focus on. Another part is integration of those systems of ERP, which might be very difficult than simply creating an AI agent or assistant. Something which is important but we need to focus on is the lack of talent, of skills. It's easy to build an AI agent, but there are these traps. We need to have a strategy, a plan, and then start writing a code. And last but not least, quite important also, is that priority is important. ROI, for example, in many companies is not high because it targeted in marketing right away. But the goal is to go to automation, to automate back office operations. Not that I don't agree with the rest, but this is the return on investment which is higher. Mr. Kamaras, on your part, do you agree with the comments already made? Are these challenges taken into consideration by your clients? I do agree with my previous colleagues, but what we need to say is that the fundamental for adopting AI is here. The tool is here. We know about the need of audit, the need for labeling, transparency, etc. We know how necessary are these quick wins we talk about. But what we perceive here, and I'm not talking about our clients, and I'm talking about partners abroad, it's not a Greek issue alone. We have an invisible opponent. What is this opponent? Culture, the tacit impediments of adoption, fear, inertia. Inertia is invisible but may have a huge impact. And how do you deal with all this? Training and education to all, not just a silo, I teach you and that's it. And the second is a marketing practice. We haven't appreciated in the past because related to the direct marketing does not bring the bonuses or an ROI which is measurable. Well, that is internal marketing. But in the future it will be quite useful. These two practices together, optimizing internal marketing and education, will allow us to get over this invisible opponent. That is applicable everywhere. Mr. Kollias, your challenge is what do you see? And I will agree with the previous speakers. I will add, with regard to our clients who want to adopt AI technologies, first of all, we need to see the metrics, what they want to achieve, in other words. There was a big hype, admittedly, and in 2024, as the minister said, there was an increase. Now there is a decrease. So I think that everybody took that high, implemented AI. They didn't have metrics to see if this technology is suitable for their business and is performing. I think that we will have trust with all these manuals we used earlier, we mentioned earlier, but I think metrics is quite important, especially when we start adopting AI. Well, this is what you suggest for the future. Mr. Kritikopoulos, what are the challenges for the future, and how do your clients deal with these challenges? I will talk about two issues mentioned by my colleagues. The first is the quality of data and the security of data. In a profile software, we have dealt with them, especially when we have people we work with. We have tried to have the right training of our customers of how to use it. I will focus on what was said earlier. A big problem is the adoption of AI internally. We are a software house. All our employees need to work with AI fast. We had an example of a high-ranked official who bought expensive technology to train the customer, but nobody used it. So we need to train our people in how to use tools and be acquainted to them, and the institutional framework from the EU and the state, the government, and all European countries. On the one hand, we see the United States that is marching towards AI with all LLMs on the planet B, American and China following. The EU is building regulations. We like them, but we need to see how to help AI companies to move forward, to be able to compete in this new era of AI. So simplification of institutional framework, as you said, Mr. Papidis. What are the challenges you have been facing until now? And you talked about employees. Well, I would like to focus on that as well. I will agree with the previous speakers that data are quite important. The second is that from tests, now we are at an era of maturity, so we see what models are valuable. I deeply believe that in order to use the AI solutions, as we said, AI should be useful beyond training, access, etc. The most important thing is to feel value at work and that one can improve themselves. That is where I would like to focus. I agree with culture, but what I believe should happen when a tool becomes very useful, it burns. There is no need to explain, etc. The turning point is when the solutions and the way technology is used are such that give the impression to people that expand their possibilities, productivity, or become better. When we reach this point, then things will change. Are we away from that? So the biggest challenge is to reach the level of quality of those solutions within the organization that is being accepted, that it's better than doing something on my own. If we show that, especially people who want to move forward will adopt it. The rest will be marginalized. So we need to get as many of our employees as we can in this journey. Would you like to add something about jobs? Do you want to comment on that? We have a minute. Please. Mr. Karkadzounis, what about the acceptance? We visited Singapore recently. It is among the 5 countries globally that uses AI, and we saw a motto there saying AI does not replace people, it replaces tasks. Well, we know that AI will create a turbulence in the market, but there are a lot of things that need to be done. We have areas that are not exploited yet. It will transform jobs, it will change the analogies, but there will always be a need for human labor. Of course, some jobs will be easily automated, but okay, things will change. This is a big discussion. It's quite early to say because we have examples of higher demand or Other examples that demand is shrinking. In the long run, never in our history, technological development never decreased the jobs. The sectors change, the profiles of job change, but the technological revolution that leads to growth never killed jobs, always created more and were better paid. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here with us. And now we'll give the floor to Mr. Malas for the next panel.
Section involves three of the most important existing trends. Now, we're back. Defense, space, and cybersecurity, three fields of great interest for most enterprises herein. And personally, I believe that it's extremely important that the Greek military is already there dealing and focusing on how they can exploit digital technologies for defense purposes. We have General Koupis with us. Over to you, General. We'll discuss this topic with you. President of the BOD of SERPE, dear guests, participants in the Digital Forum 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor, a pleasure for me to be here in the Digital Forum, an institution that for 30 years has been following, recording, and shaping the course of the digital technology in our country. This event is extremely important, not only because of the international developments in the field, but because the association celebrates 30 years of dynamic present contribution in the economy and the society. 30 years of productive cooperation and with a strong institutional stand. 30 years where the development of technology has been a decisive factor for the growth of the country and the social progress of our people. Today, with the being in the fourth decade of activity, the point is not what we have achieved, but how we turn experience and strategic targeting in measurable goals for the future. The message of this forum, from vision to impact, reflects precisely this concept. The geopolitical landscape has been a continuous digital transformation and rapid change towards data and different conditions of safety, transcending the typical linear concept in place until today. Today, the states have to deal with a non-linear line of menaces that is influenced by the geopolitical imbalances, hybrid threats, cyber attacks, targeting of critical energy infrastructures, the speed of instrumentalization of the volumes of non-processed data, dependence of technical models, and high complexity, algorithmic difficulty in terms of dealing with such volumes. The safety and security in our century is multi-leveled, multifarious, interconnected across a country, between countries, and immediately connected with the threats and the technology themselves. Modern enterprises are multi-leveled, either they are active on land, in the air, wherever they are active, even in space. This is a multi-domain operational environment where supremacy does not rely on the power of arms, but the speed and accuracy of use of data, which impacts directly its operational capacity. AI, in that spirit, the analysis of large volumes of data, the independent unmanned systems, cybersecurity as part of the cyberspace, the space technologies, and everything relevant to that multiply the capacity of a military. So it is important to understand how data and information are analyzed, helping us to make accurate and safe decisions, shaping a robust stochastic evaluation and a prognosis, a forecast that will support effectively our operations. The machine learning is of critical importance. Advanced algorithms for mining of data that process a real-time enormous volumes of data, multiple sensors, receptors of info, calculating models, classifying targets with high precision, so that a focused analysis is in place even before menaces are expressed, so that suitable decisions are made. Cyberspace is an independent hybrid operations field, and as all infrastructure depend on the interconnected grids and networks, it can paralyze critical infrastructure, operating in a negative way for the economies, while parallel undermining social cohesion and safety feeling without requiring natural mobility. The adoption of zero risk architecture, advanced quantic mapping models, continuous tracing of menaces, false alarm of fake news systems, those are prerequisites for the survival of a country and the safety mechanisms of all its organizations. Space is a prevailing strategic field while being a field of conflict. The telecommunications, in terms of governance, management, navigation, remote surveillance of geographical areas, data collection, and the host of other safety applications, even to forecast the climatic disasters, rely on the existing or in progress satellite space applications. Thus, the continuous monitoring, understanding, and use of the operational capacities of space is of primary importance in terms of safety. Thus, the protection of satellite system from potential menaces and the development of capacities for early information on such threats are critical for defense and financial prosperity purposes. The above technologies are relevant to the technical applications of different levels, and they are of dual use as they serve different needs, creating and highlighting a dynamic capacity of opportunities from all digital enterprises. The military forces of our country are fully aware of this new reality. In our military, we are in a process of systematic transition in order to adjust and enhance our operational capacity at all the above levels: land, sea, air, cyberspace, and manage data independently in its different field. In terms of defense, such transition is our Agenda 2030. It is the strategic plan of our ministry, which involves a mid-term strategic planning for the transformation of our military in the new era, and involves interoperability, the military itself, but primarily the human resources that are involved in the transition itself. It exploits different pillars, different cloud applications that are provided by the system supporting it, and the required stuff. This is an Internet of Capabilities, or a classified private operational network. Integrated C4ISR systems with the development of parallel operational image at real time, both of the national and our allies' forces. Cyberspace operationals at different levels with similar actions and suitable strategies allow assisted and informed decision making, so that we can deal with non-friendly AI of different menaces. Federated level learning for the process of data in the field while respecting human in the loop, thus machine and stochastic applications embedding the human factor. Non-manned independent systems with safety algorithms for operational use, by and large of dual use themselves as well, which will put the emphasis on the interoperability, swarm coordination, independent and autonomous operation of swarm to cover multiple independent operations. Space-resistant info capacities, so as to increase the overall safety, putting the emphasis on the resilience in time and the vulnerability of the mobility or non-mobility of different systems. Advanced sensor technologies and info-focused receptors. However, no strategic capacity can be resilient and effective unless it is supported by an interoperable multiple-level system, strong in terms of safety, domestic ecosystem of digital systems. Innovation develops rapidly. Thus, there is the risk of such innovation by the companies, by startups, research centers, and the academia be obsolete in a very short time period. Thus, immediate exploitation and integration in our systems is required. For this reason, I address a call to all Greek companies, scale-up, start-up. National defense does not consider you as retailers or sellers. You are our strategic partners in relation to the safety of our country. The digital domestic ecosystem in the implementation of 2030 involves turning operational necessity through technological knowledge into a strategic advantage. Such transition from concept to implementation is the real front vision of the impact. At this point, I would like to address the startup companies of our country. The startups that are active in the implementation of malware, in exploiting and managing infos and advanced systems, exploiting satellite and digital counter platforms and all other fields. The defense plan of the Agenda 2030 requires your speed, your flexibility, your capacity to turn and put into practice an operational vision into a practical solution beyond theories, and for this reason we seek for solutions that can cover at least 80% of our requirements. However, they can become mature, they can be immediately tested and embedded so that they produce a competitive edge for us. In this field, the Greek startups have substantially demonstrated that they got the quality, the scientific stuff, the international orientation in terms of interoperability. Turning vision into practice is something highly required both for defense purposes and the innovation world as well. The challenge is not to produce only an idea, but turn it immediately into a reliable, resilient, useful outcome which fulfills the military standards, the specifications of safety, free from many bureaucratic procedures through LCAC, which enhances operational readiness. And this shall be the catalyst for the defense of the country. At the European levels, the discussion on the enhancement of the European defense is in progress. Greece is actively involved with the Agenda 2030 and the innovation system LCAC, together with the different critical initiatives in place. The European ambition requires strong domestic ecosystems able to contribute in all the above, taking into account that the domestic technical adequacy needs to be there, and for us this is an enormous investment. The association, SEPE, in its 30 years after a long period of financial constraint, it has demonstrated that it can operate as a national interlocutor, as a catalyst of cooperations, a body of strategic concept, and above all, a critical factor of digital development for our country. Today, getting into new era, its role becomes even more critical because it needs to produce tangible outcomes that shall be useful both for the defense purposes while ensuring social cohesion. We cannot rely only on words or strategies that are deprived of this cooperation spirit, which is highly required. We need to have a common understanding so that all speak a language which understands speed as a critical factor. This is an endless process of adjustment for safety purposes, in order to defend our sovereignty, in order to ensure the freedom of our country. The power of the digital world in the future shall be the pillar of PPPs in the future, defining thus free of competition, our common cause and progress ahead. Our Agenda 2030 is the strategic answer of our country to the challenges of the 21st century, which recognizes that defense and technology are intrinsically connected and they feed one another. The challenge for the Greek ecosystem of innovation is open, honest, and strategic, so that vision is turned into practice, so that an idea becomes an operational opportunity, and the strategy can be measurable. Only in this way, as a country, as a nation, will take a leap ahead, larger than bureaucracy and inertia, as characteristically has described the Greek situation our famous poet Odysseus Elitis. Thank you.
Well, we thank the General. He gave us a lot of food for thought. But before we proceed with the panel, let's watch a video.
Τα πολλά χρόνια της εμπειρίας από τη συνεργασία με το ΣΕΠΕ υπό όλες τις μορφές μου δίνουν το δικαίωμα να εκφραστώ πολύ θετικά για το έργο και να ευχηθώ τα επόμενα χρόνια να βελτιωθούν, γιατί βελτιωμένο ΣΕΠΕ σημαίνει βελτιωμένες επιχειρήσεις.
The world is changing. Connectivity is expanding, and innovation is reshaping how we live and work. From the enterprise to the home, our digital demands are growing. The world is more connected, more digitized, and with that comes more risk. The networks that we depend upon are under constant attack, and traditional defenses just can't keep up. What's needed is security that anticipates tomorrow. Security that's AI-driven, integrated, and automated, leveraging the convergence of networking and security to reduce complexity and provide protection everywhere, anytime. Because the need to safeguard people, places, and data never stops. Who will lead the way to a secure and connected future? Fortinet. Today, Fortinet is at the forefront, delivering the most advanced and comprehensive cybersecurity platform, empowering innovation, growth, and resilience in a connected world. The convergence of networking and security isn't a future vision, it's here, now. Together, we can fortify your tomorrow.
Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προσθέμενης αξίας από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
The future with AI won't be a straight path. It'll twist, it will turn, it will zig, then zag. The answer isn't to avoid going forward. It's knowing how to navigate your way with certainty and speed, even when the path is complex. Cisco is powering the AI era by empowering you to reimagine data centers and workplaces with unrivaled infrastructure, security, and resilience, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco, making AI work for you.
We are back. Oh, no, another video.
Και ένας κλάδος ο οποίος πραγματικά, τι να πει κανείς, έχουν περάσει ιστορικές μορφές. Και σήμερα έχει τύχει εδώ πέρα να δω που είμαστε, να δω κάποιες φυσιογνωμίες της αγοράς πληροφορικής. Ανθρώπους που στήσανε εταιρείες και επιχειρήσεις και την αγορά σε εποχές που ήταν πολύ διαφορετικά τα πράγματα από ό,τι είναι τώρα.
So, let's go to the panel of this session. So, we will talk about defense, space, and cybersecurity. We have an interesting panel. I would like to ask Mr. Konstantinos Karatzalos, Secretary General of Telecommunications and Post, Mr. Bledges, Head of the National Authority of Cybersecurity, Mr. Georgiakis, CEO of the Greek Center of Defense Innovation, Mr. Vasilopoulos, Net Company C&EUI, Mr. Mavromichalis Akamai, Business Unit Director Adcom, and Dr. Ilias Papastamatheou, Senior Project Manager of EDITE. We have a lot of topics to talk about, so let's start. The General gave us a lot of food for thought. At some point, it linked all three topics. So let's start with the Secretary General. Defense tech, which is a bit different, and space seem to have opportunities for the Greek ecosystem of innovation. What are the challenges and opportunities? The General talked in detail. Initially, the whole dictate that has to do with space technologies and technologies themselves, society, space, are under transformation. There is a big challenge to be able to be in technology, especially for the public sector. We collect the needs of the users. Then we have calls, but that takes 3 years, more or less. And then the need is already obsolete. So we need to accelerate in that for the companies themselves. In Greece, some years ago, the parts that had to do with hardware, we didn't have any production lines for space. In a few months, we will have the opportunity to send parts in SpaceX, etc. And we will have ready things for orbit. The systems and the subsystems we have now. The challenge is to be able to have integrated solution and be able to use the things or what we need to build in a short time and in big numbers. So the big challenge is to go to a productive path with regard to space. Yes, follow technology, invest in a coordinated way and not ad hoc. Until now, we didn't have a road map. That is why we need to change that. We want to have a road map where we want to go, for the companies to know, and all investments cooperatively and among ministries themselves to know where we want to go, what we want to achieve. Now we have a Council of Space Policy in which we have a lot of ministries participating. We try to coordinate our part to have national strategies, to know where we are heading to, where we need to invest, and see if there are opportunities for the Greek ecosystem so as to become more extrovert. Mr. Georgakis, we talked about defense tech, etc. You have started an effort, and you as ELCAC are there to coordinate and be the mediators among players. What are the opportunities, the results of the effort in relation to what the General has said? Because all of you are involved, and this is important to have cooperation. It is a great pleasure to be here again in this panel. I would like to thank the General, and with Mr. Karagelos, we've been working closely. We had a call now for the construction of a satellite built in Greece. A microsatellite should be part of the constellation of other microsatellites. This is a project which has been announced 2 months ago, and it goes well. And this is our first effort, so we tried to add more companies in the ecosystem called defense tech, which is made out of companies that have to do with cybersecurity companies, AI companies. We took the 12 thematic areas used by NATO, Europe, etc., and on these thematic we did something original for Greece. We try to see what we have in our yard, to see how many companies of SEPE can help us. Space, cyber, for example, AI. What substantially what we done. We have 550 companies at labs. That's huge. Yes, it is. But that is positive. Well, some people do exaggerate, but generally speaking, this shows mobility. And this is good. To have 550 in total, 150 labs, 440 companies per se. I'm talking about labs because we go to all research centers and we try what? Since what we are trying to do is deep tech, they have to do with research that is underway globally via companies or universities. We wanted to know what we have in our country. There is a risk. Who has cameras? Who can operate with cameras? So we ask them not only just to write a report, but we ask them to tell us if they have developed projects in these thematic areas. So we are recording, and from 2026 we start implementing things. No, we have already started implementing things. At this very moment, we do two things. We talk with the armed forces about their operational needs. This year's operational needs are much better. So we go to use cases. So we identify the operational needs of the armed forces. So we do cooperate with the armed forces for that, and on the other hand, we see what we have in the market, and we try to bridge these two things to make this matchmaking. Yes, this is something we saw happening in France. In France, when we have a call for drones, for example, so the drone is good, but the camera is not that good. That very moment, you should know who has done the job in your country and try to match these two efforts. This is important, and this is a suggestion, and I say that as a former president of SEPE. So you could say that in the next panel. In AI, I think that all should participate in this national effort and develop the ecosystem of defense industry where businesses play important role. We have universities, research centers, and SMEs to create a new vision to have what we call self-sufficiency. Yes, everything is perfect, but today's friend can be tomorrow's enemy. In this, under these circumstances, you take advantage of today's conditions So we need to be self-sufficient. We need to do that as a country. As a country, we need to have our own level of sufficiency. Then the second level of sufficiency is at European level, and see where we can go from there. Mr. Blechas, cybersecurity and defense. Give me a picture at what degree cybersecurity is linked to national defense and national security, and what are the challenges? Well, it is evident. The cybersecurity was something we saw differently from the systems. Our effort was to be an integrated part, something we are not thinking of, something that is automatically part of defense. Well, the demands are quite high in security from demands in political systems. The limits are not distinct. That's why we see 440 companies participating in this call we heard earlier. So what we can understand from that is that we need to have automation in defense systems, but with fewer mistakes. AI is not something new for defense. But AI now has become a buzzword for everything. I mean, all those missiles have an autonomy with short margins of mistakes. So with more software, we need to have more software to cover these demands of cybersecurity. And now we have AI, which creates additional challenges, especially for businesses that don't have a defense culture. They don't use methodologies used in defense system and which are not always positive. Sometimes they increase the cost, and justifiably they are used as an excuse to say, why do we pay this and that 5 times more? Now we have a problem with AI and the temptation to use it to write code. Well, AI is trained on a database which is not an army. It was a political code with system languages that were not that safe in managing memories. So it repeats systemic mistakes of OpenSSL, which is an old library, but from now and then we have a huge mistake. Of course, we need to be cautious, because that's why I'm telling you that cybersecurity is linked to everything, and we need to pay attention to that, because 9 out of 10 managers, when they have to choose between more code and better code, this very moment they will choose more code, and that is where AI helps in the short term, but in the long run, that worries me a lot. Mr. Vasilopoulos, Mr. Mavromichalis, the question is, what are the challenges for critical infrastructure of the country, including make use of AI? Mr. Vasilopoulos, here, what are the challenges? I don't know if what Mr. Blechas mentioned is something you have seen as well.
Good morning and thank you for the invitation. So let me say the following. We've aged somehow in this field, and it is impressive the convergence that we've been witnessing lately between defense and technology. As we've heard earlier, Mr. Zotzakis is one of us, of course, but it's clearly involved in LCAC, and it is impressive and very promising what we've been witnessing lately. However, the challenges are still significant. First of all, the status of having so many different projects, civil-wise, relevant to digital transformation in place, well demonstrates that we've got lots of system targets awaiting in the defense field as well, where the field is far larger, which means, or rather it is combined with menaces that can on their side and on our side, systems that draw info to attack systems and operations. It's far more complex the way to deal with threats. And our way of needs to be differentiated. In terms of quality, threats are upgraded. We've got low level of threats. We've got IT infrastructure, energy infrastructure. We've got system monitoring such infrastructure, and we got other systems processing the data coming from such infrastructure. In other words, multiple levels that are all targets. And how to put it? There are different threats in theory and in practice coming from the advanced persistent threats, long-lasting threats that erode the system, can understand them, they insist on their persist, they are trying to erode our systems. So those are a very complex menace system. So you mean that there again, AI can do it even more complex and intervene in a way to resolve it on the other side? Indeed. We need to have a single picture in terms of all menaces, and we consider them all together, military and civil threats, and as you correctly described it, we've got AI. Fortunately, it is there because it is an excellent factor, enabling us to process data existing. It allows us to optimize algorithms and go higher in terms of focus and deal with the complexity I explained earlier. Mr. Mavromichalis, again, same question. What have you got in mind? I would agree in terms of complexity because menaces lately, there has been a significant increase, unspeakable for Greece. We are a target, we are still a target as of 2024. Why? Why is it so? What was the case in 2024? I'm not sure, I'm not aware. But indeed, there has been a significant increase as of 2024 up until today in terms of threats to Greece. Akamai has been protecting different administrations globally, retailers as well, the private sector, different services that we visit, and they are all under our umbrella. Greece is definitely a target. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, the threats are far more sophisticated. As Mr. Gletser said, there's no downtime tolerance may exist. And this is not only relevant to defense, it is relevant to any field whatsoever. It is clear in Greece, it is clear in events such the one that occurred in Black Friday. We had to deal with the largest threat ever in Greece, a record threat, 700 megabyte threat, a threat that could paralyze the internet of an entire country. Where did that take place? In the retail, financial customers. We've been supporting different banks globally. That was in Greece? Yes, I'm referring to Greece. 475 million attacks from different countries on Black Friday. And we dealt with it because we've been developing as well. We got AI in our systems. However, AI alone is not enough. Your colleagues are expecting you down there to analyze it. Those are enormous figures, and I'm out of mind. 475 million. Our records got hundreds, thousands. If we are speaking about millions, as a good customer of Mr. Mavromichalis, well, let us not scare the people. Let us, be a bit, how to put it, Greece, compared to other northern European countries, hasn't such attacks as they do. Imagine if we had. And again, I would agree with the technical interpretation of Mr. Gletser. That was a layer 7 attack, but it was an application attack. The second one that we blocked was at an internet level, 700 megabit at an internet level. For an internet-wise person, well, you can understand what this means. Okay. The journalists and the public, to what extent they are educated to understand if something occurring is important or not. This is an issue on top. Well, it's okay to have them on air. 30, 40 years as an expert. Well, figures need to be described as such. So technology is not a challenge. The challenge is not technical. As I said earlier, technically we are upgrading, we've got AI, so that we proactively can block an attack in the public sector. If there is an attack, we can block it in another, because thanks to AI. And again, if there is an attack to a bank, we'll block another attack to a ministry or a retailer. So far, so good. The technical level is not an issue. The organizational level is the biggest challenge in Greece, meaning how we can explore and exploit this new technology in a way to have a single framework to protect both the public, the private, and sector plus the defense field. Let me move to another topic because Mr. Papastamasiou is here for a specific reason. Speaking about next trends, and one of highly discussed lately, it's the quantum communication, speaking about cybersecurity. So could you please explain what is quantum communication and how it gets into the discussion? Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation. Quantum technologies is a new generation of safe communication, nothing to do with complex mathematics. It is relevant to the quantum physics alone. Those rules, those norms make seamless the communication. To block Q-Day, the day when quantum capacity will be there, to break encryption that we currently use. So this is the way we've built this level. And there's a long discussion on store now, encrypt later, meaning store data now, and when the processing capacity will be there, then you'll decrypt them. This is what the other side claims. Anyway, we consider safe currently something which will not be in 2-3 years' time. So we got the quantum telecommunication, in the core of which we have the quantum key distribution due to the quantum physics phenomena. Will not explain them now. Well, they operate as follows. Whenever there is any kind of violation of confidential communication, the attack is debilitated, and this is our only weapon against the emerging quantum communications. So it's one of the most advanced telecommunication, the quantum telecommunication. Currently in Greece, we, in the framework of EuroTCI, we develop our domestic, our national one. The EU, to deal with Q-Day and the emerging menace of quantum computers. In 19, it started the European quantum telecommunication procedure up until 2030. They wanted to have an operational readiness in place, at least for the administration. As of 2023, all member states are developing their national infrastructures. Greece does it so through ELAS 21 under the guidance of the Secretary General with the competent ministry, and we pioneer in Europe. We are building a quantum key distribution network of 650 kilometers in 3 metropolitan centers, Athens, Thessaloniki, and Heraklion, and we connect those centers with 3 observatories that are currently upgraded as optic Earth centers that will have the possibility to exchange keys between Earth and satellites. This project of quantum communications, how important is it at a European level? It is very important. It's a priority of the Union to implement and have those infrastructures from the pilot stage to the operational one. This is very important because in June 25, that is a few months earlier, the EU announced its quantum strategy. We do have a European quantum strategy, And the quantum communication is one of the critical infrastructures that needs to be developed. And it involves defense as well. Indeed, out of the 650 kilometers, we've got there 16 government centers, including the national security centers, police forces, intelligence, military, 6 centers for R&D, and so on and so forth. Mr. Bletsas, this European approach, do you believe that there needs to be a wider run in place? Of course, needless to say so. As menaces do not respect frontiers, we can't do anything unless there is some kind of alliance of working together. Of course it exists. The national authority exists thanks to the EU, otherwise it wouldn't be there. But let us move ahead. Let us see what we can do internally, domestically. The largest problem is speed and public sector procedures. When projects are delivered, they are already obsolete. The Greek public, no, you know that because last year, despite all our efforts, and I'm happy to meet you, last year, despite all our efforts, having the money, having in hand the money, despite that, we were left 12 days without the protection system. Why? Because the bureaucratic procedures couldn't be implemented for something that was totally necessary without anything similar in place. Well, this is our story, the Greek story. Okay, yes, but we need somehow to resolve this problem. The Greek public is a very bad customer and trains its suppliers' customers as well in this bad way. So the real challenge in the real world, to build on what you've been saying, is not relevant to the technologies. It is relevant to the mentality of the public sector, of the private sector possibly as well. Well, and far beyond. It is a matter of organization and cooperation. Well, all bodies should share data, meaning data relevant to intelligence when there is an attack against the public authorities. Such data should be distributed and shared with the private sector. This is our mission somehow, isn't it? Why I say so? Because, and this is why I'm not asking for more money, because unless you change the procedures, you're wasting your money. Okay, this is the first time somebody is not asking for more money. Those are the challenges in the real world, because the technology is there, the stuff is there, and indeed Greece has very well-trained and educated staff, women that are in the cyber sector. We've got in my team as well engineers, women, excellent. It's a matter of cooperation between the different agencies so that we protect the digital world of Greece.
Let me add something. We are surprised occasionally why cyber attack is extraordinary, but it is. When you have 3 areas in defense, air, land, and sea, you have another one, cyber, and now you have space. These are an integrated part. Let me put it another way. What might scare people more? When we have a bomb in Greece someplace, or when banks shut down and they cannot proceed with transactions? So this part is equally important or more important. Everything is linked. There are 5 areas that are integrated. Well, I've known Michalis for 30 years now. So so we sat around the table with Konstantinos and Michalis and do what? This very moment, money is not a problem. I agree with Michalis. It's not that we don't have the money. We have the money. The question is how we manage it and, well, to produce a result. So to close that, I will give you an example. This very moment we will have in IT society a call for cyber blah blah. This then AIP has something else. IPETHA wants to take a step forward and find a solution. So we are getting ready to issue an RFP to call the market businesses to give us solutions. But this should be complementary to the rest. So we're talking about cooperation and organization this very moment, and thank God we had 3 romantic musketeers sat around the table, and we try to solve this problem. If we don't solve it, that will be disastrous for the country. So, bottom line is that we have money, but we need procedures in this framework. So, don't use that as an argument. We need to see the whole context of what we say. Mr. Vasilopoulos, what are the challenges? I hear positive messages. So we have projects ahead, but we say that we have the necessary resources to move forward. What I want to share as a need or an idea is the following. As we heard from the previous speakers, we have infrastructure at technical level, we have the manpower up to a degree. What we haven't seen organized yet is the institutional level. What public sector should do at the level of security. Mr. Blechas rightly said earlier that we want applications to include security, but we haven't optimized the way things should happen. I will use the example of G-Cloud. Only when we had the calls and imposed G-Cloud in all systems, only then the way was paved for an institutional shielding of the journey. That is what is the case with security of interoperability and the rest. We need to set the boundaries at individual level per agency and the collective level. Do we need platforms to check the course of what is happening? Well, let's see what is happening in Europe. We have heard a lot from Denmark. Mr. Karadzalis, I wanted to ask something else about the opportunities of dual use of defense, space, etc. But now we focus on other things. that we can work all together. Well, cybersecurity 2 years ago in the ministry was just a directive. Well, it came from the European level. Yes, it's a question of individual. That is why we want to have national strategies and roadmaps to know where we're heading to. Now we have a different understanding with the general staff and the rest. Well, compared to the past, the Ministry of Defense and the general staff now are on the same page. Yes, we are trying all companies not to see us as a different shop. I will get this from him, that from the other, etc. But what we need to do is to know where we want to go. We have the problems of the public sector. We need a huge transformation. We need to have contracts to see how things evolve, but legislation doesn't give that. We try to have solutions from European agencies like ENISA. This is something what we are doing. We doubled the financing, so there is an opportunity for the Greek ecosystem. The last projects on ESA were on 5G, 4G. So all businesses should see ESA as a point where you can run projects. We try to sit around the table and see. We want to go there. Do we have money for the small PRL? How are we going to finance them? Then, how shall we move forward with growth and development? We want production line in our country for devices for PRF. We want Greek companies to develop that because we want a lot of devices and other IRIS² connectivity everywhere. We want the terminals to be built in the country. So we want production units in defense. We need to see everything as a whole. We are not different shops. We cooperate and we know how to finance things, but we need to have that and have continuity. That is why we want national strategies. And in quantums, yes, it's not only telecommunication, it's commuting coming. Of course, we won't have a quantum computer in Greece. It wants a lot of investments of different scale to build this kind of hardware. To exploit hardware, yes, of course you can. The main for me is that we have opportunities this very moment. There is money to maintain and build what we want to do, but this is the necessary. But in order to have national champions in some opportunities, because transformation of technology creates opportunities from the prime of Europe and the world where we can find a whole. If you allow me, I cannot invest like it is the case in Finland. For me, it is to have a tender. The Finnish spend money on technology and research. Well, since I know, for example, that in Greece we will need a certain things in the future, but in order to do that, we need to have calls and tenders, not to directly finance. we need to have a strategy for the implementation, a strategy for strategy. And I will give you an example. In 2012, we built with SEPE. Back in 2012, we had the ERP, the strategy for ERP, CRM, and all these things that are happening now. And it took 15 years to implement them. It's not a political issue to have a strategy and not be able to implement it. And what's the problem? We don't implement them, not because we don't have the money for that, but there is no continuity and the way of implementation. If we don't change that, we will just have strategies for the sake of strategies. So I would like to thank you all. A round of applause for all our speakers. I think they deserve it. Let's have a break, and we'll be back in around an hour. Thank you very much.
Έχουμε στο ΣΕΠΕ, ο οποίος έχει κάνει επί 30 συναπτά έτη εξαιρετική δουλειά για την εθνική μας οικονομία, να συνεχίσει αυτό το πολύ σημαντικό έργο που επιτελεί, όπως είπαμε, εδώ και 30 χρόνια.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop, say happy birthday, travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch, but always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. Demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Adcom. Change the future.
In an age of digital disruption, a business's performance is enabled by the technology that underpins it. But technology alone is never the answer. The truth is that finding the right digital and technological solutions for you needs to start with an understanding of your fundamental ambitions. So Deloitte guides you from strategy through to operations, covering a full breadth of functional and flexible digital solutions, and then works with you to bring those solutions to life and drive value. Whether it's finance, supply chain, or IT operations, let's capitalize on technology to drive your lasting performance.
The world is changing. Connectivity is expanding, and innovation is reshaping how we live and work. From the enterprise to the home, our digital demands are growing. The world is more connected, more digitized, and with that comes more risk. The networks that we depend upon are under constant attack, and traditional defenses just can't keep up. What's needed is security that anticipates tomorrow. Security that's AI-driven, integrated, and automated, leveraging the convergence of networking and security to reduce complexity and provide protection everywhere, anytime. Because the need to safeguard people, places, and data never stops. Who will lead the way to a secure and connected future? Fortinet. Today, Fortinet is at the forefront, delivering the most advanced and comprehensive cybersecurity platform, empowering innovation, growth, and resilience in a connected world. The convergence of networking and security isn't a future vision, it's here, now. Together, we can fortify your tomorrow.
Στην Ιδένεια Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προσθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Γεννηθήκαμε μέσα στην επανάσταση της τεχνολογίας και 30 χρόνια τώρα μεγαλώνουμε με τη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και της ανθρώπινης ευφυΐας, ενώνοντας το παρόν με το μέλλον. 30 χρόνια θέτουμε τον πύχη υψηλότερα και κινούμαστε σταθερά, δυναμικά μπροστά. 30 χρόνια φέρνουμε την τεχνολογία του αύριο στο σήμερα. Γιατί για εμάς η τεχνολογία δεν είναι στόχος, αλλά ένα εργαλείο γεμάτο δυνατότητες που αλλάζουν τον κόσμο. Είναι το εργαλείο για να ενώνουμε ανθρώπους και επιχειρήσεις με το μέλλον. Είναι η δύναμη που δίνει όθηση στη φαντασία. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει με ταχύτητα, συνεχίζουμε να εξελισσόμαστε διαρκώς και να βλέπουμε μπροστά. Αναπτυσσόμαστε για να είμαστε δίπλα σε κάθε συνεργάτη, για να ορίζουμε το βήμα της αγοράς, με σταθερές και αξιόπιστες λύσεις και με τεχνολογίες εχμής που ξεχωρίζουν. Πίσω από κάθε καινοτομία, οι άνθρωποι μας. Άνθρωποι που σκέφτονται το αύριο και το δημιουργούν σήμερα. Μέσα σε ένα οικοσύστημα γνώσης, αξιοπιστίας και εξέλιξης. Αυτή είναι η Active. Από το 1995 μετατρέπουμε τις προκλήσεις σε ευκαιρίες. Μπαίνουμε στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης πιο έμπειροι, πιο όριμοι. Με την ίδια φλόγα για δημιουργία. Γιατί στην Active ζούμε το σήμερα με τη δύναμη του αύριο. We live in tomorrow.
The future with AI won't be a straight path. It'll twist, it will turn, it will zig, then zag. The answer isn't to avoid going forward. It's knowing how to navigate your way with certainty and speed, even when the path is complex. Cisco is powering the AI era by empowering you to reimagine data centers and workplaces with unrivaled infrastructure, security, and resilience, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco, making AI work for you.
Στην Κοσμοτέ Telecom πιστεύουμε ότι η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Στους επιστήμονες, τους προγραμματιστές, αλλά και στις κουρασμένες μαμάδες.
Βρες μου έναν ανούρισμα.
Στους καλοφαγάδες.
Πρότεινέ μου 3 συνταγές με ό,τι έχει το ψυγείο.
Σε αυτούς που πρέπει να προλάβουν το πλοίο για Κυκλάδες.
Βρες το πιο κοντινό πάρκινγκ στο λιμάνι και δώσ' μου οδηγίες.
Ακόμα και σε αυτούς που θέλουν να ανοίξουν μαγαζί με λουκουμάδες.
Μπορείς να μου φτιάξεις ένα business plan.
Η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Γι' αυτό η Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει το Magenta AI. Ανακάλυψε τη δύναμη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης εύκολα και με ασφάλεια μέσα από το app της Κοσμοτέ Telecom, καθώς και στις νέες συσκευές T-Phone και T-Tablet. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε τον κόσμο σου.
Δύο ηγέτες, δύο πετυχημένες διαδρομές, ένα κοινό όραμα. Η Endersoft και η Soft One. Endersoft One. Με βαθιά γνώση της αγοράς και καινοτόμες λύσεις, δίνουμε στις επιχειρήσεις την όθηση να κινούνται πιο γρήγορα, να λειτουργούν πιο έξυπνα και να αναπτύσσονται χωρίς όρια. Γιατί πίσω από τις επιχειρήσεις υπάρχουν άνθρωποι με ιδέες, φιλοδοξίες και όνειρα. Το μέλλον του business software είναι ήδη εδώ. Cloud, web και τεχνητή νοημοσύνη οδηγούν το δρόμο προς τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη κάθε επιχείρησης. Ενσωματώνουμε την τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος στις λύσεις μας, μεγιστοποιώντας τις δυνατότητες κάθε εργαζόμενου, κάθε επιχείρησης. Η αποστολή μας είναι να αφαιρούμε ό,τι καθυστερεί την πρόοδο, ώστε κάθε επιχείρηση να εστιάζει σε αυτό που έχει πραγματικά αξία, την ανάπτυξή της. Μαζί επαναπροσδιορίζουμε το μέλλον του business software. Endersoft One.
Is there really that sense that AI is not living up to its potential?
The real scale will be unlocked when we look at it holistically through a whole architecture which involves AI assistants, AI agents, a framework to hold it all together.
So going in and teaching this level of AI literacy is a core part of what we do.
And underneath it all, the data that is so key for any AI agent or enterprise.
What am I actually building? What am I actually buying? What are those features and functions? How do you interpret the results of an audit so you know what to do? Thinking through these kinds of things will help bring the level of success that clients are looking for.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας, αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
Θόρυβος παντού. Σαν να μην χωράει άλλη σκέψη. Σταμάτα. Κλείσε τα μάτια. Άφησε τον κόσμο έξω. Μία στιγμή. Μόνο για σένα. Αυτή είναι η δική σου ήσυχη ώρα.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Με τη Nova κερδίζεις παντού. Απόλαυσε exclusive Nova Deals και αμέτρητες προσφορές σε top brands σε περισσότερα από 1000 σημεία. Μπες τώρα στο Παντού App, διάλεξε την προσφορά σου και απόλαυσέ την. Έχεις Nova. Έχεις περισσότερα.
Profile Software is a leading international financial software provider, empowering top-tier banking and investment management organizations with innovative, future-ready technology. With over 30 years of expertise, we operate in more than 50 countries, supporting over 300 clients. Our portfolio spans digital banking, core banking, treasury and risk management, advanced wealth, asset and fund management solutions, as well as large-scale solutions. Built on modern, cloud-native architecture with embedded AI and automation, our platforms enable seamless transformation and exceptional digital experiences. We continue to lead the way with agentic AI, offering greater intelligence, automation, and real-time decision support. Profile Software is consistently acknowledged for innovation, excellence, and reliability by clients and global industry analysts. Profile Software. Empowering digital transformation worldwide. Discover more at profilesw.com.
it! Oh, the line is so long.
Let's find something else. Gemini, this article has too many options. What's a good local dessert when it's so hot?
Bingsu. It's a popular shaved ice dessert in Korea.
We are in the mood for something fruity?
Great. Mango bingsu is a favorite.
Nice. Please find us the nearest place.
Nearly half a century ago, Oracle transformed how the world managed data.
More than a decade ago, we reimagined how business works in the cloud. And now, as AI reshapes how we operate, compete, and innovate, Oracle is once again leading the way. That data, it's now your AI fuel. That cloud, it now trains and runs the world's most powerful AI models. And those models, they power the Gen AI built into your business processes and the AI agents that automate it all. Oracle brings AI to every corner of your business so you can imagine beyond the boundaries of what's possible. Whether it's leveraging AI to increase productivity, make decisions faster, and save money, using AI-powered forecasting to secure and maintain a power grid for millions of customers, training AI models to make the world's most powerful particle accelerator run faster and more efficiently, or harnessing AI vector search to tackle antibiotic resistance. We help you stay ahead because Oracle was built for the era of AI, so we can build the future of AI for you.
Χρόνια ΣΕΠΕ σε έναν εμβληματικό χώρο, στο Φάρο, όπως ακριβώς Φάρος για τις εταιρείες πληροφορικής ήταν και ο ΣΕΠ όλα αυτά τα χρόνια. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που είμαι εδώ με συνεργάτες, με συναδέλφους, γιατί μαζί πάμε την Ελλάδα μπροστά.
Ready to start. Take your seat, please. Until you do so, let me introduce myself. I'm a journalist, Yannis Zoupas, an old one. So, I'm working for Bouschias Media, and I would like to invite, as the tradition dictates, at the end of the year, I would like to invite Deloitte. I invite Sotiris Badzias for the report of Deloitte. Strategy and transaction of Deloitte. He shall discuss Digital Greece 2025, from strategy to implementation, from vision to impact somehow. However, Sotiris will analyze, will break down the outcomes. Good afternoon. I hope you are doing well immediately after lunch. So let us make an effort. This year, as all others, will present a report which this year will be a look backwards. In 19, we've been discussing the challenges at that time back, the reactions, the proposals, and how they developed until 2024, 25, to understand what has changed and which is the direction for 2030. And get this view to consider the developments for the entire Greek economy. So those are the topics, and I'll attempt to show you on the basis of the evaluation what are the findings, where we did well, where we should have accelerated more, the directions, a primary survey results, and then we'll see how they impact on the attitude of the market. Two surveys, the first one in 19, an era before COVID, before AI, before the digital transition, before the geopolitical tensions. We made an update in 24 to understand how all those impact the proposals as of 19 onwards, and we've analyzed all those proposals and evaluated them according to 4 axes. So the 4 pillars: enhancement of human resources and skills; second, promotion of innovation and research; third, acceleration of electronic governance; and fourth, openness and competitiveness. Starting with the first pillar, the human resources and their skills. Indeed, lots of things have taken place. Significant investment in terms of equipment. There has been digitization of the electronic content. There are several actions and activities relevant to the training of trainers so that they get adjusted and can use the new technologies. There are cooperations as the one of SEPE, FAE, in order for those courses to be enhanced and enriched according and in line to the new technologies, and enhance the way graduates are produced. Something missing: necessary internship, which was a choice provided, which could enable a more effective training for 2030. Thus, focus should be on embedding this effort, thanks to the RRF funding, to the daily training, follow the use to ensure that by the end of the course, the performance of the investment shall be significant. Second pillar, talents and how we support them, significant interventions as well, indicatively the creation of the National Digital Skills Academy, the hub, and different other activities. The Rebrand Greece platform was in place, significant openness actions of the Ministry of Labour and the digital nomad visa, several tax incentives, nom-dom for residences, and since 19 until today, they had a limited connection with a specific strategy on attracting talents, because of those incentives, such strategies need to be fully specialized to support those talents. How? In what way? A supportive ecosystem would be useful, supporting careers in the technology field. And on the basis of this survey, we believe that this is something to be delivered immediately. Second pillar, promotion of innovation and research. There again, significant iconic intervention, needless to refer to Pharos, the AI Greek industry, where we have Daedalus, the 7 European digital hubs across Greece, the 13 regional centers that support innovation, the excellency universities for the upgrading of infrastructure and the cooperation with the private sector. However, even so, there's a limited cooperation between the educational community and the field itself. Thus, we believe that some kind of new dynamics is required, and that emphasis until 2030 should be on the infrastructures created until today, so that they focus on applied research, the one that should give us a competitive edge, the edge to be leaders by 2030. Concerning the innovation and startups, there again significant incentives. The Hellenic Innovation Infrastructure Fund, with a fund more than 300 million and investments that could leverage a number of others that could go as high as 20 million in the next years. HBI, with a capital for 38 funds, more than 2 billion. Several other incentives in patent box, tax exemptions, and so on and so forth in research and defense. The national list, the national cadastre is there. We have the startups golden visa. And as mentioned earlier, the Hellenic Defense Innovation was set up with a significant role to refund and invest in national security and defense. However, even there, we estimate that by now, we do not this real hub that would support startups. The Elevate Greece could be such a hub with well-targeted added value services that would enhance startups in terms of guidance, entrepreneurship, networking, and so on and so forth. Electronic governance. Well, there we have a host of things in place. More than 2,200 services in Boudiar, new services for GovDRGR wallet, digital assistance, digitization of the public archives. 1.2 billion pages are currently digitized. Cadastre cooperation with technology, colossal families, and use of the Greek AI by the Greek government. An evaluation and assessment survey was delivered as well, which demonstrated that the entire setup needs to become more momentum-driven in a fully digitized environment, and have an SRM in place that would support the entire concept. The Observatory for E-Governance wasn't established, and we believe that in the spirit of strategy, this should be a priority. It's still a priority, and needs to be connected with the standing mechanism for the evaluation of the value of each activity in place. Fourth pillar, enhancement of openness and competitiveness. There we have significant incentives as well, reduction of tax indicators of contributions for enterprises and investments that by 24 accounted for an increase of more than 80%. However, the reality is more important, and there are different fora that which participate, sporadic intervention. Still, there's no brand in place, a technical brand that would be the protein to help Greece go out and create this competitive edge in fields such as health, culture, sustainability, fields that Greece can support efficiently. In terms of infrastructure, we have the 5G tender, having taken this initiative earlier than other countries, with specific incentives in place, digital readiness, different vouchers, the LFCs, the digital platform, where this procedure, application, submission, so on and so forth, becomes more flexible and effective, and large package for the funding of municipalities for the creation of so-called smart cities. There again, we believe that particularly in terms of smart cities, there was some kind of fragmented actions when implementing the activities, limited mobility, and I believe that by 2030, the main axis forward would be the way to evaluate all such data at the city level and turn them into knowledge that would create added value to support decisions for really smart cities. For each one of those axes, we propose 3 goals for 2030. For human resources, we repropose that at least 1,000 graduates per year need to follow postgraduate studies and intensify the tech visa for 1,000 people annually to attract people from abroad. Indeed, we need a pan-Hellenic program to integrate specific skills, programming skills from the primary school, which is done in Finland, the UK, and Estonia. There again, we need a monitoring mechanism on the basis of the data available. We'll be following, evaluating, and certify such action, enhancing somehow the way the educational community uses technology to check, to benchmark with the European records. Concerning digital nomads, as the discussion is long, we need to be more well-focused and identify 3 areas to create their integrated areas for nomads to be highly attractive and cooperate with digital nomads in the way they work in other countries. Innovation and research. Still, we have the proposal for expenditures on research and development. We are close to 1.5%, and we need to go as high as 3%, accounting by 0.2% on an annual basis. This would boost both the economy and the enterprises. The platform, a platform that could be the day after for Enterprise Greece, could bring about an ecosystem for the enterprises, would allow further networking with entrepreneurs, tools, and mentoring, of course, would provide networking. And as for the European scoreboard, there we need to set a goal and have ourselves in the strong innovators group. Concerning the acceleration of e-governance, a standing claim of the sector is 100% funding of the annual maintenance for the systems produced in the past years. In other words, the conditions show that those needs are considered as permanent. 100% of digitization of all services, elimination of paperwork in the next 5 years, which would lead us to forecasting, to have a predictive governance somehow by applying only one's principle and create a set of data that would alone achieve cooperation between startups and produce added value services and products. And again, as I mentioned earlier, the e-governance observatory, which would record everything, together with the progress achieved in the public field, which, of course, would require a digital transformation of the entire field on the specifications that are in place for the field up until 2030. Last axis, openness and competitiveness. There again, the goals, one platform, a single platform, a platform which would increase visibility, would increase cooperation, would make better use of business opportunities at an international level. This would involve at least 5 missions abroad on the basis of a specific marketing according to the technological profile of Greece. 100% tax alleviations for quantum technology, cybersecurity, and a data platform that will use data from all cities. All data produced should be there in a way to enhance interoperability where we lag far behind. And this would enable a better solution for the cities of the future. Now, let us move and discuss certain things on research. And a survey we delivered together with 200 executives from companies in the past years. There, you can see their role, the fields they are active, a well-balanced sample. So, how you answered concerning the progress of the state in the previous time period and the full axis presented earlier. The one with the best record is the e-governance, and in that this is clear. Axis very high, however, having a significant margin ahead, human resources, skills, and openness and competitiveness. And last but not least, only with 35 positive answers, promotion of innovation, research and development. The three main challenges that you propose, you can see that it's relevant to bureaucracy, lack of human resources, and delays due to the transformation. This was marked higher than 50%. The speed of implementation of e-governance. You were asked whether you believe that it is fast or if it is slow. There we've got contradictory answers. Significant part answered that the speed is relevantly good at 34%, not the one or the other, 30%, which means that there are areas that things did well, better than others, and others that need to be improved. And next, well, all those fields that have the highest need for further transformation. On the top being health, public administration, education, justice, and transportation. The progress of the field from 19 until today, at a very high rate, you've answered 56% plus 12%, a very high degree, following closely. However, when you were asked whether you believe that the future expresses fully your opinion, you've answered 11%. Relevantly optimistic, reserved, and 12% remain neutral. Those rates are a bit different from the previous survey you had a year before, because in the last one, we had some kind of optimism, and now we see that neutrality or a mild pessimism prevail. Thus, we believe that this could be a call for a better, well-focused transition of the field and an economy that wouldn't be as it stands today, as it is today. In any case, to conclude, the sector and its course demonstrate that it goes beyond our expectations. You'll see on top the two green lines. It's the scenario that we have considered as a base scenario last year, and next, the signals, as we called it last year, on the basis of the last findings, we approach the signals. So today it is higher. In any case, and I conclude, the prospects for 2030 is not guaranteed. There are some conditions in place, and as we said earlier, require intensive efforts that needs to be delivered immediately to turn this inertia. There's a mild optimism into an essential action for 2030, as it is right next to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, we followed the trend, and we heard a lot of interesting things from you. And now let's watch a video first, and then we will have our next panel.
τα 30 χρόνια του ΣΕΠΕ θέλω να ευχαριστήσω το Σύνδεσμο για την πολύ στενή συνεργασία που έχουμε όλα αυτά τα χρόνια σε πάρα πολλά επίπεδα. Έχουμε δουλέψει μαζί σε πάρα πολύ σημαντικά έργα για την ελληνική οικονομία, για την αντιμετώπιση της φοροδιαφυγής και θέλω να ευχηθώ αυτή η συνεργασία να συνεχίσει και να ενισχυθεί και εύχομαι στο ΣΕΠΕ πάρα πολλά ακόμα χρόνια δημιουργικότητας και επιτυχίας.
Στην Κοσμοτέ Telecom πιστεύουμε ότι η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Στους επιστήμονες, τους προγραμματιστές, αλλά και στις κουρασμένες μαμάδες.
Βρες μου έναν ανούρισμα.
Στους καλοφαγάδες.
Πρότεινέ μου 3 συνταγές με ό,τι έχει το ψυγείο.
Σε αυτούς που πρέπει να προλάβουν το πλοίο για Κυκλάδες.
Βρες το πιο κοντινό πάρκινγκ στο λιμάνι και δώσ' μου οδηγίες.
Ακόμα και σε αυτούς που θέλουν να ανοίξουν μαγαζί με λουκουμάδες.
Μπορείς να μου φτιάξεις ένα business plan.
Η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Γι' αυτό η Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει το Magenta AI. Ανακάλυψε τη δύναμη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης εύκολα και με ασφάλεια μέσα από το app της Κοσμοτέ Telecom καθώς και στις νέες συσκευές T-Phone και T-Tablet. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε τον κόσμο σου.
2 ηγέτες, 2 πετυχημένες διαδρομές, ένα κοινό όραμα. Η Endersoft και η Soft One. Endersoft One. Με βαθιά γνώση της αγοράς και καινοτόμες λύσεις, δίνουμε στις επιχειρήσεις την όθηση να κινούνται πιο γρήγορα, να λειτουργούν πιο έξυπνα και να αναπτύσσονται χωρίς όρια. Γιατί πίσω από τις επιχειρήσεις υπάρχουν άνθρωποι με ιδέες, φιλοδοξίες και όνειρα. Το μέλλον του business software είναι ήδη εδώ. Cloud, web και τεχνητή νοημοσύνη οδηγούν το δρόμο προς τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη κάθε επιχείρησης. Ενσωματώνουμε την τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος στις λύσεις μας, μεγιστοποιώντας τις δυνατότητες κάθε εργαζόμενου, κάθε επιχείρησης. Η αποστολή μας είναι να αφαιρούμε ό,τι καθυστερεί την πρόοδο, ώστε κάθε επιχείρηση να εστιάζει σε αυτό που έχει πραγματικά αξία, την ανάπτυξή της. Μαζί επαναπροσδιορίζουμε το μέλλον του business software. Endersoft One.
Is there really that sense that AI is not living up to its potential?
The real scale will be unlocked when we look at it holistically through a whole architecture which involves AI assistants, AI agents, a framework to hold it all together.
So going in and teaching this level of AI literacy is a core part of what we do.
And underneath it all, the data that is so key for any AI agent or enterprise.
What am I actually building? What am I actually buying? What are those features and functions? How do you interpret the results of an audit so you know what to do? Thinking through these kinds of things will help bring the level of success that clients are looking for.
The future with AI won't be a straight path. It will twist, it will turn, it will zig, then zag. The answer isn't to avoid going forward. It's knowing how to navigate your way with certainty and speed, even when the path is complex. Cisco is powering the AI era by empowering you to reimagine data centers and workplaces with unrivaled infrastructure, security, and resilience, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco, making AI work for you.
We have two changes. The first change is that the minister won't come because he is in the parliament for a discussion on the budget. The second change, I will tell you later. And now the third session, 30 years of developments in digital technologies. So we will focus on these developments of the past years. And I will have with me Michalis Kassimiotis, CEO, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Greece and Cyprus. Yannis Mertzanis, CEO of Space Hellas. Dimitris Priba, CEO of IBM Greece and Cyprus. Tassos Gikas, head of former SEB president of Helexpo. Adonis Nikos Christodoulou, partner, technology transformation leader in Deloitte. Well, we've seen a lot of things all these past years. We have experienced digital revolutions, the internet, mobile phones. In 2007, we had the first iPhone. Facebook was introduced in 2012. ChatGPT, on the 15th of November, celebrated its third anniversary. And it's not all bed of roses. In the past, we were wondering if dial-up would all work. Now we talk about personal data, deep fakes, cyber attacks, and exploitation of technology. I have with me high-ranked officials of the ecosystem that can contribute to our discussion. So I want them to say a few words about them. And, well, Kassimiotis Michalis, 31 years ago, I entered Hewlett-Packard as staff engineer. I followed three different ways. The latest one is this. I am the CEO of the company for Greece and Cyprus. Good afternoon, Merjani, CEO of Space Hellas. Singular logic and so on. I'm in the field that work with Space Hellas, more than 26 years, experiencing all changes of technology. And let's see what is to come in technology. Dimitris Pribas, the newest CEO. I've worked for 19 years in IBM, though. We have seen a lot of projects in IT all these past 19 years, and I'm here to share my experience with you, Tassos Gikas. I am chairman of Helexpo. Previous hats. I was president of Singular Software for 20 years, and I will use this hat. And of course, I was president of SEPE and Nikos. Well, I started with research in the School of Engineering in Greece. Then I worked for the National Bank as IT expert, and in the past few years I've been with Deloitte. All these beautiful things of the past. Could you tell us a story of these 30 years to see how this industry of digital technologies has evolved? All of us have 125 years of experience combined. Well, too few, I dare say. Well, let's add me as well. I've been with the industry for 53 years. There is a pool of experience and memories all these past years. My first job was tenders back in 1994 and for the following years. And I remember a funny story which makes me compare how things were back then and how they are now. As a company today, we are not of the ones that participates in public tenders. Daedalus was quite specific, serving a specific goal because it has dependency on vendors, but we're not a company that will be in the limelight for this reason. I admit that my experience signing the proposal we submitted after a lot of work, because that hasn't changed. We worked hard to submit a proposal. Everything went well eventually, and I was a bit afraid thinking of how we operated 30 years ago. Having finished one of the tenders we tried to participate back then, the last part was the truck with some loads of paperwork. So the truck would go there, something missing. So we had someone in the office taking the last box of the paperwork and running after the truck to load the box of the paperwork in it. Now we have e-tenders, we have e-signatures. Something that was rather difficult in the past, nowadays is easier. And this is a representative example of how things were and how they are now. Having the background from digital companies, for us, because networking of big enterprises was in our DNA. Remember, in the past, if you wanted to make a deposit or withdraw money, someone had to call the central offices of the bank, be informed, and then be allowed to withdraw money. But so we worked hard in linking the banks amongst them and the branches of the same bank. So do you remember the modem in the past? Now with the coming of IP that started transferring data in packages, initially via telephone networks, and then we had different speeds with gigabits. I believe that the industry of banking evolved radically, reaching with data centers. So from a distance, you can have a full analysis of what is happening in an account with World Wide Web, a user to make all the transaction, and at the same time, many times, to go to the next phase where the branches are more automated with not that many people, and so you can fulfill transactions from far. And eventually, nowadays, you can have a screening to open an account electronically with tools, checking everything, and you can register in a couple of minutes. And banks that may not have branches, and you don't even know where your money is. Space Hellas, especially in the banking part, helped it a lot, and as technologies evolved, we offered more services within the frame of these technologies. I will remember a story. We had all service when I first started, IBMC, and we had some computer rooms bigger than this room. So we had cabling, a lot of cabling and devices. The capacity back then was just a rack and occupying this whole room, but now things have changed all these past years. IT is a utility. You can get it via cloud or via a cable, an IP address, etc. to have. So in the past, we needed a lot of effort to handle things, to build infrastructure. But now infrastructure is here, is getting simpler, offering us more alternatives. Now everything is more interconnected. IT was an expense in the balance sheet of companies. Now it is revenue driver. So with every customer we interact, we always talk about how technology can assist them grow. This is the most advantage of IT in this past 30 years. Instead of being an expense as in the past, now technology helps creating a competitive edge. Tassos. Good afternoon, everyone. I will try to give you 3 snapshots of the previous 30 years. I heard Anna Diamantopoulou in the morning. We were in the same years in the Technical University of Thessaloniki. He said how important are the proposals of SEPE for the parties to formulate their strategy. I believe this is of paramount importance. 1989, Infosystem. I am with Adonis Kyriazis, Andreas Papandreou had said, let's make haste to keep up with the train of IT. So we created an ad with a train and people trying to catch up with the latest developments. The second snapshot, besides Konstantinos Myrianthis, I need to mention Michalis Kariotoglou and Alexis Myriadis, who was the soul of the company. The second half, not 1994, March, Singular is the first company listed in the stock exchange as IT companies. We cannot borrow money, so the stock exchange was the sole option to find money. We meet with our partners. Amalos Dimitris enters and becomes our financial manager. And in March 1994, we are the first IT company listed in the Hellenic Stock Exchange. After that, we have Computer Logic, very important companies, Unisoft, and the rest. And one extra, I was president of SEPE during the memoranda. We experienced capital controls. And something quite important that we experienced, to collect the money back in Stournaras was the Minister of Finance. He is the Minister of Finance, and if you remember, Troika has imposed in the invoices down payment of 20%. Yota Paparidou was vice president in the BOD, and we are enraged. And Yannis Stournaras calls me, Tassos, I managed. There won't be 20% down payment in the invoices. From 3 snapshots from important periods between 2011 to date. I will start getting the relay from Tassos. That reminds me that when I went to the National Bank of Greece 2011 as CIO, the mandate was to decrease the cost, to decrease the OPEX, because we didn't have any CAPEX. So we cut down on investments. The mindset was totally different. On what Dimitris said, in the first years, we used to say that computers were called like that because under the accountants, it was a reality. IT had to do with the financial department. IT was in the basement of the organization. Since we talked about memories, I need to read you something. Making research on SEPE and for the branch, for the industry, is a vice. In 2006, we had the support of SEPE for this, for our report, and I read from the InfoSoc of Yannis Rizopoulos. Do you remember saying for the industry? So we have a lot of data on IT. Based on data, the turnover of all the industry companies will they will increase by 4%, and people and investments need to be done. And I remember that if I didn't put this date, what it was said in here can apply today. All these past 30 years, we had three waves. The first was described by Tassos, early days during the 80s. The second boom was 2000 to 2007-8 because telecommunications invested a lot and the banks invested a lot. Then the sizes were huge. And then we had the fall because of the memoranda, and now we have the new boom. InfoSoc was the newsletter of the information society and survived for 5 years. I was the editor of that all these years for you. Nikos, what is the most important development in Greece or internationally? Abroad, I think that what changed things was the internet that gives you the opportunity to communicate, to vote or interfere with voting. If we didn't have the internet, this very moment we wouldn't be here where we stand. I think that the breakthrough innovation globally was the internet. If you ask me in Greece, because I thought of that, I will say that for me personally, the most impactful event was the digitization of the state. The speed with which it occurred and the acceptance by people. Of course, things have assisted, but generally speaking, that was a pleasant surprise for us. It was quite important. Tassos? And well, we have two different aspects, abroad and Greece. I remember the internet globally. That was an event that changed our lives and it affected society, politics, etc. So internet globally. In 2000, I was singular back then. Michael Dertouzos became president in a rector in the university. So we went to meet him. So we talked to him and we said, since I talked to him about the Greek software, and he said, young man, the most important thing, web will be in the years to come. He was co-founder. So what Dertouzos had told me is this: for Greece, I will say, I won't disagree with Nikos. This is important also, but I will say the breakthrough element for Greece was computation of SMEs, which was put through by SMEs based on the software of computer logic, Singular and Unisoft. That was an event of paramount importance. We said that the state had to follow the computation of the SMEs.
I'll dwell on that. Internet, web, the next big IPI economy, meaning all organizations started opening the landscape so that they interact between themselves. And thus we had the big marketplaces and so on and so forth, and the way we live today, that our bank is on the mobile, we buy things on our mobile, we send money to our kids, all that thanks to IPI. Of course, the foundation of internet, and which was the third big wave. Anyway, this has changed the way we live today. Think of how the situation was several years back. With a bit of delay, but there it came. Yanis, to avoid repeating my friends there, of course, internet, but I would refer to the system integration back in '85 when I was a student in the university and I was working in a company who was working with IBM computers. We would buy software from Singular and printers from InfoQuest. So the problem was that to print Greek, well, you had to remove the chip, cut it. Hercules, the card in there, the graphic card, had to be removed, install a chip, and then run the Greek alphabet, so we would build a patent, actually, otherwise they wouldn't print Greek. Nobody was considering Greece when such devices were built. And a personal experience, because I was abroad in space in '98, and indeed the mobile know-how and the development of mobiles and multimedia are as well something very important as they change the way we work and live. I remember I used to be in the UK and Space Hellas, together with my university where I worked, had a research project where we wanted to test the first 3G terminal, how it works, so that anywhere, anytime with 3G could have voice, data, image, and GPS for applications that would combine all the above. And of course, Space Hellas at that time was responsible for the entire configuration of this test desk. So I do not know whether you can imagine what was that, a mobile terminal at that time back. We were in Monaco because it was the smallest country, and with an antenna you could cover the entire country. And the 3G terminal was a small van. The GPS was this size, the computer that size, and we had the first 3G tests with mobile applications. A driver was handling the van, and we were trying to check where you could have voice through, when you could have a video on, and so on and so forth. This is, well, I agree. Internet was the most decisive, impactful technology, and I've lived that strongly outside Greece. When in 1020 I would travel to Africa a lot. As the internet was expanding, it would help socially. That was the social dimension, which is equally important as the financial business one, helping the businesses to run. So internet by far. In Greece, the GovGR and the interoperability behind it is by far the most important thing in place. And we all enjoy its impact. GovGR and all those services, well, was a breakthrough, is still a breakthrough. Let me add something. I had an interview with a certain Burton Lee, and he would tell me unless they were two Greeks, there wouldn't be internet. And I went mad. Say who? Well, who are they? Bertouzes was, and Yorgos Mitakidis. And I asked why, what did they do? And Mitakidis explained me later. A day they had he was in Brussels, and Bertouzes was a friend of Mitakidis. And they were together in Brussels, and Tim Berners-Lee went there. They had lots of wines, excellent food prepared by Mitakidis' wife, and then he told them his dream about a global net. In the morning, where that was an excellent idea. And the first one gave him the money, the second one invited him to MIT. And this is how that was built. Okay. Last question for today.
To link you with the next panel, what is the most important challenge for the next 30 years? Don't tell me AI, because every AI is everything. Michalis, I won't tell you AI, but how AI? I believe that what brings upside down is how these AI technologies will reach our mobile, creating new experiences. It's a question of dynamics of the networks. A text query in a GDP model consumes 95 The World Wide Web transferred 400 megabytes. Now it's 500,000 megabytes. The more apps we have in our lives, the respective devices and networks be adjusted so all these things can evolve with us. The networks will be the bigger challenge in the future of AI. Yanis, I would say, adding to what Michalis said, I wonder what it means for privacy, integrity of the data, and the availability of these networks and connected points. Well, it is an issue when you think what is happening in a cyber attack, when everything stops and you have stopped having access in basic daily operations. As a company, since we are dealing with that, we need to take a lot of steps, train our customers and users to be able to deal with this. It's very useful. Our appointments, our daily lives, the way we turn on the engine of our cars, all transactions with the rest of the world happens in a way. So if something goes wrong, I don't know if we are ready to deal with that. And you might say, what are we gonna do? Of course, technology evolves. Automation and AI can help, but we need to think the points that we need to have some checks and balances in order to be able to deal with the problems. So what we might miss probably is something that we have experienced. We went with papers in the bank, etc. Our kids, for example, cannot deal with something that doesn't work because they are used to this way of thinking. 2 dimensions AI brought a lot of agents, digital assistants, etc. We will have what happens in 2010. A lot of APIs trying to connect them. That is the challenge of the years, to have a single flow of all these capabilities. The second dimension is how quantum will be, how fast will it be ready. It is disruptive. If it can be commercialized in the 10 next years, the faster it will become commercialized, it will be destructive for the whole economy. I will close by saying the following. I will wear the hat of the Technopolis. After 15 years, I will become what I've always been, a man of our sector of new technologies. We replaced ecosystem with beyond. We brought it to Athens. It should become our big platform of communication. And I think that we did it in Metropolitan to have an expo the way it was. I think my colleagues have talked about technologies, but allow me to say some things about Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki in the past years is evolving in a hub. Something that we used to believe back in the 90s becomes a reality right now. A lot of investments have taken place. The biggest is Deloitte. We haven't talked about it. We actually hosted in Technopolis of Thessaloniki. Technopolis of Thessaloniki. A challenge for the city is this first technological part for high-tech companies that was introduced back in 2009 from IT companies. I'll share with you a snapshot. I was in RT3 and I announced that as SEPE we take the initiative to create Technopolis Thessaloniki's SA. And then we had the planes crashing on the two towers of the United States. That's how it was communicating. So we had some years. It goes well. The challenge for the city. The challenge for the city is a technological park like the ones of big cities in Europe. And the last positive things is that we had the inauguration of the new building of Eketa in Technopolis on the 12th of December, a new era for Technopolis. Now the city of Thessaloniki is evolving into a hub. Nikos Tassos gave me a pass. And I need to say that in the next 10 years, we have always believed that Greece has excellent skills for new technologies, and now this will become a reality. We see that people are now exploited in new technologies. We had the background, and there were some people, amongst which Tassos, that created the basis for that to become a reality. Well, we tried as a Deloitte, but we found some things ready. I open a parenthesis here, and it is an opportunity to say that Tassos, we are proud that we had Tassos as president of DETH and then of Technopolis. To answer your question about the 10 years to come, let me tell you what I feel about Greece. I feel that we have upgraded the industry. We had new scientists in the sector. What we haven't seen yet is what? This energy of the industry to change into increase of productivity and competitiveness of the Greek economy. The stakes for the future is how the sector, the industry, will help, and that is where AI is involved, will help the Greek economy to become competitive, something that is not faced by Greece only as a problem, by the rest of the world. This is what I would like to say that it is at stake for the years to come. Okay, these are the memories, and let's go to the future.
Μόνο 30 παιδιά. Να τα εκατοστήσετε. Πολλά να είναι, καλά να είναι, ρομποτικά να είναι. Δεν ξέρω πώς θα είναι τώρα σε 100 χρόνια, αλλά πάντα θα είναι πολλά και πάντα καλά. Για όλους μας, για το κοινό καλό. Να είστε πάντα γεροί και καλά.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας, αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
Θόρυβος παντού. Σαν να μην χωράει άλλη σκέψη. Σταμάτα. Κλείσε τα μάτια. Άφησε τον κόσμο έξω. Μία στιγμή. Μόνο για σένα. Αυτή είναι η δική σου ήσυχη ώρα.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στην Nova.
Με τη Nova κερδίζεις παντού. Απόλαυσε exclusive Nova Deals και αμέτρητες προσφορές σε top brands σε περισσότερα από 1000 σημεία. Μπες τώρα στο Παντού App, διάλεξε την προσφορά σου και απόλαυσέ την. Έχεις Nova. Έχεις περισσότερα.
Profile Software is a leading international financial software provider, empowering top-tier banking and investment management organizations with innovative, future-ready technology. With over 30 years of expertise, we operate in more than 50 countries, supporting over 300 clients. Our portfolio spans digital banking, core banking, treasury and risk management, advanced wealth, asset and fund management solutions, as well as large-scale solutions. Built on modern, cloud-native architecture with embedded AI and automation, our platforms enable seamless transformation and exceptional digital experiences. We continue to lead the way with agentic AI, offering greater intelligence, automation, and real-time decision support. Profile Software is consistently acknowledged for innovation, excellence, and reliability by clients and global industry analysts. Profile Software. Empowering digital transformation worldwide. Discover more at profilesw.com.
«30 χρόνια πληροφορική στην Ελλάδα, 30 χρόνια επιχειρηματικότητα, 30 χρόνια προόδου, 30 χρόνια αγώνα για μια χώρα ψηφιακή, για μια επιχειρηματικότητα δίπλα στην ανάπτυξη και μέσα στην πρόοδο. 30 χρόνια ΣΕΠΕ, χρόνια πολλά ΣΕΠΕ.
So, welcome. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. Please, everyone, sit down because the panel which is about to start is exceptional. We will learn digital public sector for the next 30 years. We had a variety of the market and the public sector. So I will invite Mr. Anagornostopoulos, Mrs. Zouma, Mr. Yanchis, Thomopoulos, Bregenis, Xenakis, and Samios. Please take your seats as seen on your digital wall, and let's start with the discussion. I think each of you will present yourselves. Mr. Anagornostopoulos, how many years have you been? 6 years. Secretary General of Digital Governance. Mrs. Zouma. I am CEO of IDICA SA. I am 6 years as a CEO of IDICA. Mr. Yanchis, good afternoon, everyone. I am a general manager of works in information society. Mr. Thomopoulos. All of you are 6 years. I'm since 1999 in consulting and a partner, and I'm involved in the public sector all these years. I am younger than Dimos. I'm since 2001 in the last 5 years in Nova. Mr. Xenakis, I am much younger. Since 2005 in IT, in the last years in Byte. My involvement is in this world. Mr. Samios, I represent 01 Solutions Hellas. We started the company 13 or 15 years. I am the team leader. So a round of applause for our speakers to start. A shared question for all of you. What was the most important change that happened in the public sector with regard to the use of digital technologies in the past 30 years? The first message I want to share is allow young people to take the lead. We do have the experience from the past, but we can hope for good governance in the future. We have a lot of young people in the IT. The main difference between the present and the past, the citizens that have to be in communication with the public sector, since they knew what this transaction would mean, they used to say, no, not again, because every day they had to work hard to bring all these documents and every day you will say, not again, I don't want to go to an office of the public sector. But now that has changed to no more. So when citizens have work with the public sector, they take it for granted that will be served quite fast. So no more is considered as something the citizens have conquered themselves. And sometimes they say, even though everything now was easy, except for this, so the citizens now tend to underline the exceptions to best services. In the past, getting tired was the rule. Now it is the exemption. That is why it is mentioned by the citizens. I think that we have abolished the issuance a lot of certificates. We have central infrastructures that can be used in the public sector by everyone. And we have interoperability between services and people with the pressure of the presidency of the governors. When there was a problem, all the involved parties were working hard to give a solution at a level of services and products. Mr. Zoumas. An important event to change the IT world in Greece was in 2019 of the Ministry of Digital Governance, and it's the appointment of Kyriakos Pierakakis. That very moment, the culture of public administration changed in relation to the inclusion of technology in the public sector. Until then, culture was vertical. The ministries, the IT directorates, agencies had an internal dimension and culture, what IT means. It was introversion to build my systems, to have my data, to be able to serve who? The big change was, it's not my systems, but it's our systems of the public sector. We offer services to all customers, to all citizens, and the Ministry of Digital Governance came to link with GovGR everything, because until then, all of us, in order to find a service, search the site of each and every ministry. 5 years or 6 years ago, it's not 30 years ago, 6 years ago, we are citizens looking in 100 sites to learn what we need to do. The culture has changed and we became more extrovert. Services to the citizens, irrespective of who is behind these services, produce interoperabilities. To achieve this independent approach, center of interoperability to achieve independence. So citizens get a service from the public sector, and we, the entities of the public sector, cooperate to offer the service to the citizens. Good afternoon, everyone, to all of you who are here and attend us via the internet. I totally agree with Demosthenis and Vicky. The change of
culture, the appropriate person, the appropriate position as Pierakakis. They exploited a bad situation, coronavirus, and they built strong teams. The Secretariat, the Information Society, and all together build a vision, meaning to build a flexible and digital public sector to serve the citizens. So we change culture and we care for the systems we developed so that they are citizen-centered, which was the most important project. Gov.gr, to say the least, meaning to digitize services, make them available through Gov, and give the possibility to all Greek citizens, thanks to the use of a mobile, of a tablet, to use those services from any place, wherever they may be. This is an issue of democracy, of equal treatment vis-à-vis Greek citizens, because they all have access to the same infos from any location in the country. So gov.gr was the biggest success in the past 30 years. Mr. Thomopoulos, the floor to you. I'm pleased to be 1 year more with you. Let me answer differently. Of course, I agree with all previous speakers, but the big change, according to my opinion, is that Estonia isn't the country of best practices for years. I've got nothing in particular with the specific country, but Estonia, together with other countries, were the best practices, and we had to copy them. All those years, well, all of a sudden, we've been a very good practice in the transition era, and this is the biggest achievement of our country. Technically speaking, the big change that upgraded the digital ecosystem of the country was embedding all bodies building policies and implementing digital transition activities under a single body. And those are the locomotives of growth in our country. We have the experience, the silos, the fragmentation of this field. After having this picture in place, meaning under an entity, the national design was easy, the implementation was very fruitful. So those were the two big changes, and I'm proud for what my country has achieved in the past years. Well, according to my opinion, for the first time, the digital transition in this country was the outcome of a common effort. At the beginning, end of 19, beginning of 20, well, we wouldn't expect, as usual, to have significant things in place. However, the reality belies us. There has been a detailed plan as to how everything was put in place, following a schedule, milestones, accountable people, and persons that have been supported this plan, fully committed. The results were in place quite soon. The top of this effort, projects such as gov.gr, with more than 2,000 services, 2,200 I assume, providing the opportunity to the citizens through a single portal to be served. That was a major conquest. Mr. Xenakis, good afternoon. In the past years, there have been significant steps, a period in which there were delays, particularly during the crisis. However, thanks to the RRF and the political determination of the state, the good cooperation between the public and the private sector, well, we came up with those results. And we need to congratulate Mr. Pierrakakis, the most significant presence, thanks to whom we have achieved the latter. gov.gr, focusing on citizens, eliminating bureaucracy, has been the greatest success. The use of cloud, the health cloud, and lots of applications that we have there. With an excellent system of support. The digitization of millions of our public archives, which allow us to exchange them, navigate, transfer them. But there's still a long way ahead, of course, 4 more years. But it's an endeavor in progress. In all those positive steps, I would put a title, Acceptance of Digitization on the Part of the Public of the State. And if I may, according to my opinion, health is the most important thing in our lives. So this progress is great, is very significant. Everything started with COVID. And this is how we built the vaccination, the COVID vaccines list. We've got the test for prevention purposes and different other lists, all relevant to health. Mr. Samia, good afternoon. Once again here with you representing medium enterprises of the field. It is very difficult to say something on top of everything said. And it is impressive that we all agree on the critical moment for the change. Indeed, the right people, the right moment, and this is how we ended up with a success story. There might have been ideas in the past, but in our case, we had good cases. Good practices that existed in the private sector mainly. Well, now we're present in the public sector as well, having given the priority to short procedures, avoiding longer procedures. A critical decision was made. The public understood that gradually, with a very low cost, could turn vision into impact. There's a long way ahead, of course. And of course, first of all, we need to change the mentality through the public sector.
So we have the representatives of the government services, and let's start with you, Mr. Anagnostopoulos. RRF gave us a push to complete some projects, but now it is at its end. How are we going to proceed with our own resources? Financing is always important with regard to the development of the Greek economy, creation of infrastructure, new services, digital transformation. But financing is the tool. The most important is the course. It was underlined that what we started in 2019 as a strategy, which led to the creation of the Ministry of Digital Governance, allowed us to now have the fruits we all enjoy. The next day has to do with our possibility to operate at the level we have reached, and that needs to have systems that operate in cloud infrastructures. It's important. For that reason, these systems and infrastructures need money and effort, especially in the infrastructures. We talk about millions of euros, and we need to understand that for the time being, all these were for free until now. For this, now we need to underline that we need to have a good use of this infrastructure. And so agencies will be informed about the cost of these investments and the cost per agencies, so as all agencies should know the cost of the systems they create and are responsible for. Another characteristic has to do on how we will deepen digital transformation. It's not that we have only good practices until now. We created good practices, interoperability, with the Center of Interoperability, which was mentioned, is something that we created as a country, and we did it in such a way not only to break the silos from the agencies that had their own systems, and it was an initiative of the minister and the ministry. And it is the minister that signs a decision, says that we impose interoperability, we don't allow it. So this interoperability that we are at 90 to reach 100% among all systems of the public sector, and the main thing is how we will be able to integrate AI in the operation of the public sector. It's not that this is happening and we have to adjust it to our standards. It's something that we need to do it on our own. It's something that we need to promote, and the Greek businesses and the public should know the benefits. Integration of AI in supporting citizens, integrating AI in decision-making, assessment of alternative scenarios, and use of AI to have a more fruitful operation of the state. If we had OPKP and the interoperability, we wouldn't have that kind of scandals. The next step is that of the state that will create infrastructure and services, not proactively to inform the state. The state inform citizens about the benefits or obligations and of an obligation or actions that have to do with digital disasters. So, operate proactively. These actions will take place if we have infrastructure and data so as to be sure for that. And personal number is quite important for that, because we just have a single number for all our profile data. What we need to know is what is happening international. Be up to date. Cybersecurity is a constant struggle, and we need to produce good practices. These good practices allowed us to become known abroad, and we are proud that the good name of the ministry, how much Greece has done in digital transformation, was heard globally. It is a great honor and pleasure that is recognized that because Herakakis now is the president of Eurogroup, and Papastergiou now follows his pace. It is a national success that all of us need to be proud of, irrespective of our political beliefs. Mrs. Juma, RRF money is about to finish. What are you going to do in Ithaca? Money from RRF or any other means are for development. That means that at the same time we have money we save, or we find money from our budget with the program of public investment to stabilize what we have achieved as a development until now. So the course is evolving to improve our experience with regard the continuation of the operation of the state. All these have built until now, and we have reached up to a level, initially, we should be able to operate tomorrow as well.
Over with infrastructure, not in terms of we'll never get back. The developmental part is over. We do have infrastructure, which means that we maintain them, we improve them, and we follow the modern technologies and trends on what we have built. Well, the money is almost over, however. Well, indeed, but this won't impact us because we are speaking about our infrastructure that will remain operable. This is the easy part. GovGR and so on and so forth saved so much money in terms of economy of scale, impacted on the national economy, that in a developmental strategy in the future, there you already have benefits. Are you afraid of cyber attacks of the cloud? That it might, even if it occurs once, well, God bless us. Well, people in this field need not be afraid. This is our job to cooperate, to be as prepared as possible. This is what Demosthenes claimed earlier. We, in the cybersecurity field, we work all together to avoid similar events. It might happen, but how this will happen, well, this is an enormous question. The information society, okay, you've been used RRF money, 2.2 billions. You know the figures. We are proud, we're honored, because all the public sector has been entrusting us with its projects in the digitization process. We are on the forefront from as of 2001. Of course, thanks to RRF, unbelievable things have taken place. The information society, our goal nowadays is to complete at least the biggest part of the RRF project that we are responsible for. So, to have the infrastructure required by the Greek public in order for it to develop and from gov.gr move to the second, third version, whatever, it takes time, and those projects to be completed according to the specifications without any exemptions in terms of the standards. We have in projects more than 250 contracts, 1.7 billions. Not all under RRF, the biggest part, however, being under it. So our care, our concern is full speed to have them completed. Are they in progress under contracts? Indeed, yes. Of course, there are contracts. They are in progress. It couldn't be otherwise. There are others that are not so mature. They are tenders. They are still open. I was referring to those in progress. So we are fully focused until June to complete as much as possible so that the country loses the least funds, and from now on with more projects. What do we have to expect from you? Well, the market is well aware of the projects. The digitization of justice, e-justice being one of the most important ones. Is it in delay? No, it's in progress. The CISEF, iconic, another iconic project. There are more subcontracts. Most of you herein, as contractors, subcontractors, whatever, have been involved. It is a project with several challenges, a very useful one. Currently, in cooperation with the Ministry and the Secretary Special, we are trying to complete it. A project designed in a different era to be implemented in a totally different one. So, the RRF projects need to be delivered, and from that point on, consider how those projects can be maintained. Once built, the maintenance is extremely critical so that they are fully used. And again, before concluding, the training of human resources. All those projects, as they have embedded new technologies, AI, whatever, and many more other things, the public servants that will be operating them must go through a specific training, and the recruitment needs to change, meaning other skills are required. The human factor is very important, even more than infrastructures themselves. Unless you have very well-trained resources, no matter the money you have from RRF, from whatever, well, everything will be wasted. And again, the shift, the change of the public mindset. The public is currently evaluated. There are performance indicators, there are targets. We ask the citizens to rate the services offered. We believe in that because we wish to improve the services provided. So, we don't want the public to be just an administrator. Indeed, right skills and right remunerations, and so on and so forth. Of course, there are many more other things to be discussed. I didn't want to touch them all. I focused on education, training, together with the development of those modern systems.
So now let's reverse the question, because we have the people of the market as well who want to switch things up. We have representatives from the state here. These are my partners right now. In the past, it was the private sector and the public sector sort of in a conflict, but now they are my partners. Okay, so we have a question. Mr. Thomopoulos, Mr. Bregan, and Mr. Xenakis, Mr. Samer. It's going to be simple. You need to claim projects from the state. And maybe you can ask the question afterwards, Mr. Thomopoulos. First of all, the RRF was the fact that it is ending is going to be sort of a relief, because everyone has been pressured, both the operators and of carrying out the national strategy. We've been working really hard to meet all the deadlines. I'm very optimistic that things will go well with the excellent collaboration of the private and public sector is going to go well. And after the end of the RRF, we'll open a new page. Now, as far as the financing frame, I don't think it's the first or it's going to be the last time where the sector is in the midst of finishing up financing framework. We already have other tools operating. Maybe they are smaller in size and are not communicated as broadly. But historically, for the years that I've been involved in the area, the companies that are not dependent on the public sector, and I mean that to a degree of 90%, for example, a company like that would need a sort of regularization, but those who have a balanced mix of private and public sector customers, I think will be able to handle this. So, I think we are underway, but we have forgotten about the NSRF 2127. We have forgotten that right now, during the programming period, we have a special digital transformation program that, let me remind you, there was a 7-year period in a previous NSRF where we didn't have that. Now we do. And let me also add to the discussion that the relevant operators, agencies need to claim that, and we can be sure for the next programming period. We are listening about a high-level design in terms of actions for the Climate Change Fund, the Modernization Fund, the Decarbonization Fund. We're now talking about 2028, 2034, that period. So I believe we are going to turn a new page. I feel that it's not a bad thing, and I think that companies are going to adapt to it. Of course, non-dependency or absolute dependency from the public sector is a concern. And another issue. Maybe you want to ask a question. Maybe you want to ask the question to someone here. Yes, I can ask the question. As a citizen and a professional in the sector, a question for everyone. We always hear about new financing tools of so-and-so billions. But as time passes by, as we as consultants see that after all, in the end, all that billion, a small part of that goes to new initiatives, maybe 30 or 40%. Why? Because the largest part of the budget for those new financing tools historically is spent on non-finished projects of the past. So, considering that we're going to close with the RRF on time and successfully, that's not going to be the case. If you have such an understanding about the new tools that are coming, let's not get to the point to talk about the continuation of a digital transformation in Greece for the next 8 to 10 years and say that we have just 20 or 30% of the budgets that we are actually listening to. Can someone answer? Who's going to answer that question? Well, let me just say that this is not happening. All the actions, initiatives that we have included in the program are truly new. It's not that we don't have infrastructure or cloud technologies that are supported for the systems, but really, I think if you ask everyone here in the market as well, in terms of the RRF, we've placed emphasis completely to new systems, new services. Of course, Mr. Thomopoulos was right to say before that this was the case in the past. This is not what happened now with the RRF. That was the experience of the past and a concern based on the past. Let me add something. Why should we start thinking about new projects as the only goal? What is a new project? Right now, at the point where we are, a new project uses whatever we have and whatever we improve. Really, at the point where we are right now, there is no field, no area of the public sector that is without nothing. So we can start with a new project. Well, it's just that to compare that we are the new generation and everything. I would suggest that we stop talking about these new projects or old projects and start looking at things as projects that improve those that we have built so far. Improve optimization, utilization, integration of new technologies in existing things, in existing databases. So this change, shift of mentality would be useful. Well, to realize where the market stands right now, I'm calling Ms. Zuma tonight to say I don't want any more contracts. No more contracts. We cannot make it. This is, I mean that we have a lot of pressure right now, the companies that are implementing the projects, and of course the public sector as well, that is tendering them and then needs to execute them with us. We're jointly working for them, and we're now reached the point where we say we don't want any more projects. In the past, you were asking for contracts, but this is why I'm mentioning it. It's kind of an oxymoron. But aside from many funny aspects here, after the RRF, the market for our sector sees some concerns. I saw the Deloitte study saying that there is optimism, not reserved optimism. There was another way that they used to describe that. I don't think we're going to experience again this type of period, so much funding and so much demand for ICT projects in the public sector. But what we will see are the foundations that we have created, the digital infrastructure and systems, and this sort of change in the mentality that is not going to stop, and the public sector is going to continue to generate needs, and the private sector is going to continue to provide solutions. I believe that the nature of the service is going to be transformed. We're going to go into a new era of services, not just simple digitization where we digitize files, etc. It's going to be a more personalized citizen service. As Mr. Anagnostopoulos mentioned, we will go into analytics, into using and analyzing this information to produce knowledge. We will have the sense as a concept of prevention, meaning that we will be able to recognize the needs, of a citizen and provide to them the right support, the right service, the right subsidy, perhaps. We have projects underway that are going to facilitate this kind of customized, personified communication between the state and the citizen. Just to help us understand a little bit better, maybe ask Mr. Anagnostopoulos, we talk about personalized information for citizens. Who's going to give that? Is it going to be the machine? No. Obviously, it's going to be a specialized employee. Do we have such employees? Is there adequacy in terms of the personnel in the public sector to help us get there? You want to answer? Why not? Well, first of all, in my view, this can be done by machines as well. Maybe the public servants don't like it, but we have to say that a great degree of automation is going to be the future. That's the new generation of services that I'm talking about. And I think that through AI, a lot of automated services that were commodity and could be carried out by an employee will now be carried out by systems and the available technology. And to conclude, that doesn't mean that we don't need the people there. It is simply that their role is going to be transformed. They will have a more executive role. They will become managers. They will be managing systems and resources and people in a better way so they can also grow and develop. Another question? So maybe to wrap up our discussion? Maybe we could undertake the projects that Mr. Breganis is not interested in taking. Yes, Mr. Xenakis. Other than that, of course, for the entire market, the end of the RRF is going to create a degree of concern. We really looked at it as a big piggy bank that is emptying. But I think that for most of us who have played our cards right, it was a very useful tool. It brought on the digital upgrade of society and our companies as well. So now that we're better organized, in a better position, have more specialized personnel, have people that were brought back from abroad. So we are more confident and we can continue with the projects that are being implemented. As Mr. Tsuma said, nothing starts from zero anymore. We have many projects in service. Now, we'll see how we're going to find the funding for that, the financing. We'll see. There's going to be a continuity for sure. So we can build on those projects, support them, maintain them, see their new operabilities. And in this way, we can have a continuation in this effort. Also, this know-how that we have obtained, it should be used, and it should be used by the private sector. In the past, there were few projects for the public sector, and all the know-how came from the private sector. Now it can be the other way around. We can get important projects in the private sector as well. And also, we need to be abroad. We need to play in the international market. Because we have used all our resources to implement the projects of the RRF with those very pressing deadlines, it's very difficult for us to find availability to undertake any work abroad. Is the company that made my health up here? And we have Mr. Georgiadis as well, who described this. He was talking at the Minister of Councils of Health, at the Council of Ministers of Health. He was showing them the app in Europe. And he's pitching it to them. The German guy asked to learn more about it. He's interested in using that app. Please tell us. Well, given that there's no similar project that be repeated in the Greek market, of course, if the minister is promoting us abroad as well, then we can take it abroad. Another question, or maybe go to Mr. Samios? Well, I have again the difficult task of finding something new to talk about because we have so many great panelists here. Obviously, they have covered more or less everything that there is to say about that. But let me say that the RRF, when it started, we knew that it was going to end at some point. No one believed that it's going to last forever. So I believe that all companies had to, and the public sector as well, had to, from early on, look ahead at the next day. And in fact, there were many times during this period where companies, a company could have started working with new things they were not familiar with, or maybe take on more workload than they could, and that would have put the quality of the result at a risk. So, of course, it was a sprint, but at the same time, there's a long distance running as well, and that was just another round in it. It's just that we had to run it very fast, but the course continues. And what we're trying to do is focus on the areas where we were already familiar with, we had already invested in. We have found the opportunities with those objects to undertake big projects that are going to be a heritage for the next day. And I agree that for the next day, the projects have to be properly evaluated. Tell us about a project that you believe should be implemented as of tomorrow. Just start now, a very important project, just off the top of your head, or a project that should be completed. I would focus on, let's say, we are now working on a project about the interconnection of the systems of insurance and labor. Greece is one of the few countries where those worlds were separate between them. the companies, the businesses declare some things in terms of employment and then redeclare them for insurance and again declare them a third time for taxing purposes. So these silos, these separate things, we're working to eradicate them, but they're still there. So we need to go back and find just a continuous flow of data. Just 30 seconds each with one last question and maybe give your wishes for happy holidays. Let's have set a target for some important priorities for the next programming period. I would say that we need to pay extra attention to cybersecurity. An error there can be catastrophic. Interoperabilities. We have this new project from Society of Information that is underway to marry all applications and technologies together. That's going to take us a step forward. And another important thing, as Mr. Yansis mentioned, training. The way companies invest in continuous education of our employees in order for them to be able to catch up with the new demands and requirements. We need long-term training for the civil servants so they can adapt and use all the useful tools they have in their hands. As I said with my first comments, we've accomplished a lot because we've implemented a 5-year national plan that had a start, middle, and an end. I think that for the next 5 years, we need to also implement a different business plan, but now it's going to set new priorities and the new needs that have been created. This needs to have measurable results as well, KPIs. It needs to have people such as the ladies and gentlemen here to support it. It needs to have milestones. It needs to have schedules. It needs to have companies such as ours that are going to respond to the narrative and the implementation. And I believe that the financing is a secondary issue. Believe me, we are going to find the resources to change maybe the collaboration between the private and the public sector with different, with PPAs, with concessions, with different things. You say that money is not important, and I'm saying maybe you're just, maybe Elon Musk has bought you and you're not interesting. No, not yet. But I think we need not be focusing on financing from the EU because we have now the ability to change that management model. All these actions from the RRF lead to great savings of man-hours in terms of the public sector. That has not concerned anyone, how we need to redistribute the existing resources between different organizations in the public sector so as to achieve an increase in productivity. So we have certain areas where we have already made some measurements and we see savings for man-hours in order to do basic duties reaching 80%. So, of course, that has to be taken one step further, and it's going to be a concern over the next 5 years. What's going to happen with the redistribution of competencies, responsibilities, and existing resources between different public organizations so that we can use our personnel better? That might be a question for the for next discussion. So that, for me, is very important. And one very fast comment, we need to use, maybe some are already aware, innovation contracts for the next period. It's a new tool from the European institutions for the country. We need a modernization of the regulatory framework for tenders so we can have these innovation contracts. The framework exists and poses new rules for the collaboration between the public and the private sector. Excellent. Now, I don't have anything special to say. but we need to continue with this momentum. We are right now at the state of digital maturity, but not exactly where we want to be. We have a lot of way ahead of us. What we have accomplished so far, we did it working together with a collaboration with the private sector, believing in a common vision and goal. So we need to use all that good cooperation spirit that we have cultivated and not allow the fatigue that we all feel for the very pressing timetables and the huge number of projects that we are implementing in the frame of the RRF. Do not allow that to hinder our development and growth. Ms. Tsuma, I want to conclude with something that is very positive and also note that in digital health, Greece is leading the way, and we should be proud of that and talk about it. I will give you an example. My Health app, the national medical record, the company that was our partner to create that application, in an international exhibition, presents this product, and an international exhibition is going to present it with other IT companies. Mr. Papasteriou, the minister, was there at the exhibition, and he said, look at that, My Health app, in an international application of IT companies. On the other hand, the Minister of Health shows it to the other ministers and say, look, we have this digital record. So at the level of public government and the European governments, the Greek Minister of Health shows this digital records, and Idika received the WITSA Award for innovation in digital services for the health, the first prize of WITSA for My Health, this application. NHS came second. We were the first. Mr. Anaglostopoulos, well, I agree with what Nikki said. I'm not going to talk about the prizes and awards. I just want to talk about where we were, where we are, and where we're going. We are in a sector, in a field where the state and the private sector is walking hand in hand. And what's most important is that we were with you in the past, we're with you now, and we will continue to be with you in the future, which means that we have a mutual benefit, not on a personal level, because it's not a personal matter. It has to do with the collaboration between us. If we have better services, better actions, better results, that means that citizens and companies are doing their job in a better way, in a shorter time, which means that they save resources that they can use in other parts of the economy. Similarly, the state can now devote fewer people to complete the tasks that used to be very time-consuming. Just to give you an idea, imagine something that concerns the entire public sector and the banks as well. At the banks, we have 20 million updates of details. In the past, people had to submit all sorts of documents. And then this had to be reviewed by people in order to have the details updated. This is not the case anymore. So over the last 5 years or 4, let's say, 20 million updates of details that happened automatically. That's the benefit for the Greek economy. Everyone is doing the job in a better way. We are all moving forward. And the state was an innovator in the past. It did it with the cloud services, now with AI, and those private companies, those companies need to use that and sell it so that we can all make progress together. So there was a lot of financing that went to the private sector for innovative actions for the country. Use this know-how, create top products, go to international markets. That is going to be to the benefit of the Greek economy again. So just say, if we just talk about how good we are between us, that's something, but it's not enough. We need to be competitive in the international market. For example, in the States, they're doing wonders. So all of us need to go and sell all these good products, and the country will invest in that. Everyone's going to work together so that we can have a benefit for the Greek economy in the next year, starting with the RRF funding. And Merry Christmas.
So we're going to close this panel, to finish this panel. Thank you very much, everyone, that you were here. It was very interesting, I believe, for everyone. Thank you so much. We would like to thank all our people who help us in this effort, from the Secretariat General, from Mrs. Tooney's office. We have managed to do a lot of things together. So Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. For the people who have followed us online and live, we will keep the proceedings of what we have said. In next year, we are going to keep these people in the same panel. We want them together. The organizer says that we cannot guarantee anything from anyone. But anyway, thank you, everyone.
Θέλαμε να ευχηθούμε συγχαρητήρια στη διοίκηση του ΣΕΠΕ για τις άγνωστες προσπάθειες.
Management for the efforts. Many wishes from SEPE on video.
The line is so long.
Let's find something else. Gemini, this article has too many options. What's a good local dessert when it's so hot?
Bingsu. It's a popular shaved ice dessert in Korea.
We're in the mood for something fruity?
Great. Mango bingsu is a favorite.
Nice. Please find us the nearest place.
Συνεργάζομαι πιο στενά βέβαια με άλλους συνδέσμους και είναι ευκαιρία πια να οργανώσουμε μια πιο μεθοδική συνεργασία και με τον ΣΕΠΕ. Θεωρώ ότι ο ρόλος ο δικός σας είναι καταλυτικός για την ανάπτυξη και πιστεύω επίσης ότι μπορεί να βοηθήσετε πάρα πολύ στα θέματα έξυπνης εξειδίκευσης τα οποία χρειάζεται ο τόπος. Ευχαριστώ για άλλη μια φορά για την πρόσκληση.
Ο ΣΕΠΕ προσφέρει στην ελληνική κοινωνία και στον κόσμο της μηντιακής και ψηφιακής πολιτικής μεγάλο επιτελικό έργο. Με την έννοια αυτή δίνω συγχαρητήρια στη διοίκηση του ΣΕΠΕ και στην κυρία Παπαρίδου, η οποία εκλέγεται επί πολλά χρόνια στο ΣΕΠΕ, και τους εύχομαι χρόνια πολλά να συνεχίσουν το επιτελικό τους έργο.
Good afternoon. I'm a journalist in the Euronews channel. We're going now to coordinate a new panel on the technological trends for the new businesses, for the business of the future. Mrs. Stelina Siarapi, Secretary General of Private Investments, Mr. Yannis Mastrogeorgiou, Secretary General at the Presidency of the Government, Mr. Argyris Magriorgos, SECOP's Business Development Management of Greece, Cyprus and Hungary in Forthnet, Ms. Saris Paraskevopoulos, Mobile Experience of Samsung for Greece and Cyprus, and Mr. Ioannis Tassinopoulos from Active, CEO of Active. We have heard a lot of interesting discussions since this morning. So in order to keep people interested, we have to be very innovative in our debate. So we are going to have a more relaxed conversation on businesses and what they can expect or what they should expect in the next years to come. Mrs. Mastrogeorgiou, I'm going to start with you. The conversation is going to start on beyond AI. So which do you see, which is, in your opinion, the technological trend that is going to define the future of businesses? I know you have very specific views on the matter. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Congratulations to SEPE once again for the organization of this valuable conference. Based on your question, I can answer as follows. Beyond AI, we can have more AI in combination with more technologies. In 2022-30, this current decade is the decade of AI, beyond any doubt. And it's going to be very interesting until the end of 2030. We're going to see a lot of developments. Maybe we're going to reach the AGI. We will see how we will do. And nevertheless, in 2030, my opinion is, and also some of my colleagues agree with me. We'll enter the quantum era. After the AI, the accelerator is going to be quantum technologies. At that moment, AI is going to mingle with other technologies, and I think that Greece should already start working on the quantum technologies. We have biotech, neuroscience, and also anything which is related with energy and quantum after 2030 is going to prevail. We do have a national strategy for AI. We have worked with Kostas Daskalakis and other colleagues for that. We need a strategy for quantum after the 2030. But 2030 is just around the corner, and I believe that the Greek businesses still try to integrate AI. Should they start already thinking about the quantum era? Or is it something that regards more specialized companies or high-level policies, maybe? AWS has carried out a study for Greece and showed a wealth of small and medium enterprises, 400,000 more or less, that invest in AI. Of course, invest high or low. Some believe that when they just purchase some apps, they have invested in AI. Some larger companies invest more to integrate AI inside the company. But of course, technology runs in exponential rates, and we are not going from step 1 to step 2, 3, 4, but from 1 to 8, 16 to 32, etc. So this is our business obligation to start thinking what will happen after 2030. We have to be proactive and invest about the future. The growth of technology is huge. We will never become the Silicon Valley of Europe, but we want to be right after the gallops, the leaps of technology. We have managed now to be head-to-head with developments, and I believe that in 10 years we will be even better in preparation terms. We will come back to that. Mrs. Siarapi, beyond AI, do you see some private investments in other technological industries, beyond what Mr. Mastroianni mentioned? First of all, I would like to thank SEPE for the invitation. I would like to convey the greetings of Mr. Theodorikakis, the Minister of Development. He's at the Parliament in the discussion for the budget. And I would like to thank the board of SEPE, and especially Mrs. Paparidou, the president. She is always present in all the questions that we answer, the political questions, and she's always ready to give answers. As regards your question, today we see many major changes taking place. Nobody can stay behind. If someone stays behind, this is going to be destructive, and especially a country. In the private sector, what we try to do is that in October 2024, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Development presented the new productive model. The basic foundations are industry and digital transformation of businesses of any size. We will not have an advantage if we do not focus early on the technological preparedness at the business level. So I have to be on the train of digital transition. In this framework, for the first time, our Secretariat will issue a call for modern technologies in 2026. We're going to help all sizes of companies to focus on AI, to change their equipment, and all the systems that will help them become more productive. At the same time, for the first time, we have smart manufacturing. 150 investment plans are going to be funded by RRF, more than 100 million euros. Also, we have 370 millions in infrastructures. The basic aim of our secretariat is to improve the industrial zones, also their infrastructure, so that the businesses can have the technological infrastructure that will help them become more competitive. At the moment, as my dear friend Yannis Mastrogeorgiou said, we have had excellent discussions from time to time, because I want to hear the market, because I need to know what the market needs. Otherwise, any financial instruments will not be accurate. There is another important factor in this game: training and education. For anything to change, education needs to start from a low level. In my SG, I need to educate on AI all my personnel. I'm going to run a special program to train everyone in my personnel so that they are acquainted with AI and will not be afraid of it. This whole technological transition is here to make our lives better. So AI leads to wellness, to social wellness. We live in an interconnected era, so everyone has to go forward together. What about this project that will start in 2026? This is a project called Modern Technologies under NSRF funds, so that you will have small and medium enterprises mainly, existing enterprises and new ones. For example, we're going to see how AI will help productivity, smart technologies. And of course, we are open in the CEPES proposal so that we can include anything that they believe is necessary for enterprises. The budget will be approximately 100 million. I hope it goes well so that we can have a second cycle. We will start in this first semester of 26. Mr. Makriorgou, apart from AI, which is the technology that will be a challenge for the businesses in the future? Thank you, as Fortinet, for this conference. I'm going to keep the word training for AI, because everything is related to what we call embracing commodities. AI can be just a suite of programs or applications or services, but what is important is that the companies will have a culture to embrace this new technology. Still, digital transformation has not covered all enterprises, so we need to be more accurate in what we want to do. In cybersecurity mainly, where we are experts as Fortinet, I think that it is good to have a simulation, to have risk assessments, governance, even no matter the size of your company, to follow the new developments, the new products, and then we'll reach AI. So what about the fast development that makes technologies obsolete too soon? Of course, that's that's true, that's right. But if you have a cyber attack now, you won't reach the future. You won't reach the tomorrow. So it is important to start automating your company today. It doesn't matter which company you are going to select for your cybersecurity. What is important is that you change the culture in your company. So it's important to start now so as to be strong tomorrow. We have ISO for AI now. So we want to have the proper foundation so that in a couple of years we will be able to use it in the best way. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, what is your view? Beyond AI, what should be the focus of companies today?
Good afternoon from me as well. And a big thank you to SEPA for the invitation this year as well. I believe that the #1 concern for businesses should be the matter of security. And the effort supporting security should be continuous and not just a one-time thing. And to do that in a better way, more correct way, you need to have continuous monitoring of what is happening, sectorization of segmentation of the networks, and continuous training of the personnel. Things are developing very fast. But the second thing businesses need to be concerned about is integrating technology. In the past, technology had sort of X period of time. Something that was new and arrived might have lasted for 2 years, 5 years until it was replaced and made redundant. But now, the speed of quantum computers, of AI, of the regulatory frameworks, everything has changed. And now everything moves faster, meaning that companies now need to have teams not just for managing maybe a cyber attack, as my colleague mentioned. They need to have the infrastructure so that they can continuously address and adapt to the new situation. These are the two most important things in my mind: security, because of cyber attacks, and integrating technology, which in itself is a chapter. As you see the market, what percentage of SMEs do you feel have the resources to accomplish that? The resources, fortunately, because of some European funds or some funds from the government, have been allocated, like the digital tools that were recently implemented, and companies were able to upgrade their equipment mainly. They're at a good level, but nonetheless, the most important thing is knowledge and training. It's not enough to get the quote-unquote hardware. You need to know how to use it and how you can continuously update yourself for any cyber threat. Just to give you an example, the largest number of businesses, whether SMEs or larger ones, more than 80% of their daily tasks are on their mobile phones or on their computers. So potentially, each employee is a Trojan horse for a business that might feel an attack. So when this is spread, this risk, businesses need to prioritize how they can shield themselves against such cases. Do we have these cases in Greece, cyber attacks through mobile phone, for example? A lot of them happens, not just the mobile phone, from computers as well. Just to give you an example, in 2024, on a global scale, there were 600 million attacks a day from malware. Now, in terms of efforts of breaching PIN codes, mainly talking about banking, 3 years ago there were 572 attacks per second, and now we have 7,000 attempts per second through PIN. So the figures are huge, and they will continue to rise. We cannot stop them, but what we can do is shield the organization so that we make things a lot harder for those who want to attack us. Mr. Stassinopoulos, aside from AI, what is the challenge and opportunity for Greek companies? I will start from where Aris stopped, the matter of security, which is the number one. What we say cybersecurity right now, in the future, is going to involve the security, the entire aspect of security for a business. Right now, it concerns a couple of departments in a business, but we will see that cybersecurity is going to affect all the aspects of a business, the production, the legal department, not just the IT department, which until recently was the one that was in control. Right now, a business or even a municipality can collapse and have services or facilities or infrastructure not operating because of a cyber attack. So the matter of security is a big challenge for all companies in the private or public sector. The second thing is attracting or retaining the people who are going to use those AI tools, because that is a problem, a concern for all of us, how we can attract people and retain them and then train them in the use of new tools or AI tools. You know, AI in itself is a lot of things, but it can be nothing if you don't have the right people that are trained in the right way and can use what AI offers. Yes, we will have very fast computers that are going to produce very quick, very fast models, but we will not have the people to work with them, to operate them. Lastly, I believe that green development of services and products is something that will be an ongoing challenge for the future, given that we are going to need to produce services and products with as low a footprint as possible. That, of course, is because of the regulatory framework and because of the consumer consciousness right now. So a lot of businesses are going to need to change how they produce their products. This is going to be an important combination of technology and challenges, the way I see it. You talked about the personnel, and well, you are also growing as a company, so I wanted to ask, when you are looking for people to use those AI tools, should we just look at people with a higher education, or is the pool where you can look for people larger? I think that if we just look at people that have university degrees, we're going to limit the people that we can use very much, and it's unjust. Yes, we do it already. We try to attract people from all stages of education because, you know, skills, whether a person has a higher education degree or not, their skills might not change as much. If someone who doesn't have a degree has the ability to understand new technology, they can be very useful. And this is where you might find great talents as well. Mr. Mastrogeorgiou, You've given us a title with your first comment that we need a national strategy for quantum. Now, tell us a little bit more about that. What can that mean? And do we have the people to develop this kind of strategy? And what could it offer in our country? Well, I've explained very simple terms at the beginning that I have a certainty that especially the quantum technology is going to be the catalyst for the next decade. That does not, of course, mean that we need to only focus there. As Stellina said, and of course, my other fellow panelists, we are at a state where we mainly need to reorganize the innovation, the technology framework, the science, and all of that will tie into higher education. I believe that the greatest good we can do is to convince ourselves that we can really consider the pledge of the minister about the Ministry of Innovation. This is, I believe, what we need in order to be more optimistic about the future, about technology, about the country's development. And this announcement by the Prime Minister, which is still just some good news, but there is a working group dealing with the implementation of this action plan for this new ministry. This might be even more important than quantum that I mentioned before, because this initiative, if it actually takes off and we have this new ministry, that's going to be the Greece of 2040. It's going to be like the Ministry of the Future. That's how I see it. It will have a full understanding of where things are going, how we need to move towards that direction, and it's going to bring together our exceptional researchers, the people that we have, with our exceptional academic personnel, the very healthy and good businesses, companies that really know where this world is going, and it's going to be an excellent opportunity for the country, something we should not allow to escape us. So it's not just a matter of intent, and it needs to be supported by the right financing tools, and it also needs to be oriented towards what is happening in the world, in the rest of the world. We need to also have the right bearing structure for that. Maybe the new ministry with its supervising bodies. But I think it is the first time that the country realizes what it needs to do with the horizon looking at 2040. You know, we hear things, we hear people talking, people in positions of responsibility. This is kind of a conflict for us because in Greece, everything goes following a logic of the 4-year election cycle. My work as Secretary of the Government for Foresight, with the 10+ years ahead of me, this is a very lonely job and sometimes depressing. But because I understand that this is how the country works, just the fact that someone decided to create that, that's a step showing that progress is being made. So, just to summarize everything, we are now in a position where we know what we do not know. We know what we know, and then we allow we allow ourselves to also consider science fiction, which at some point becomes science fact. So we do need to know an overview of what is coming in terms of tech disruptions. Of course, cybersecurity is important. The people that spoke before me mentioned it. But there are other things as well, things that can be turned into our country's national advantage, which are the exceptional human resources that we have both in research and academia and in the business sector. I'm talking as someone who has studied in Greece with excellent professors. I'm very proud of that. And I've had some teachers, some educators, professors that truly helped me broaden my horizons. That's the country's greatest asset, and this is where we need to focus on. You know, the human talent is going to be, and the human capital is going to be our rarest resource in the future. Mr. Sarabia, we're talking about 2040, about quantum technologies, etc. During a recent trip abroad, I was talking with a Greek lady from the Greek diaspora. She said that she will come back to Greece, to Drama, where her family was, if she could find where work there, because internet is very slow there, as she said. So what are the technical infrastructure that we need to create so that we can actually attract human resources and private investments? Infrastructure, a huge topic for everyone, whether me, that I'm the General Secretary of Private Investments, or for Yanis, or for everyone. Without infrastructure, no business can grow. We don't have airports, we don't have trains, we don't have road networks, we don't have ports, critical infrastructure, in order to have the proper supply chain in place. And this introduces another dimension here, the regional convergence. You talked about Drama. Right now, we have a special regime for the development law only for Thrace and Macedonia and Northern Aegean, in order to support that part of Greece, which unfortunately has suffered a lot during the recession. A lot of people have left from there, and a lot of people have come to Athens, to Attica. Quite often, when I attend events or speeches, I hear from young people or older people, businessmen, saying that they don't have a problem in living in rural areas, but that's not easy to do when you have a flight just once every 3 days, when the roads are not properly maintained. And I understand that. They are right to say so. Young people will not move to regional areas if they don't have hospitals, good schools for their children, and proper transportation so they can be in Athens at any time. We are supporting with investments the whole northern Greece through this new development plan, and we have created a specific plan so that important infrastructure is supported and funded. Internet is a reality, especially for our islands. Because I believe that nomads, digital nomads, want to come from abroad and spend 9 months in our Greek islands. But there is a but. And we need a lot of collective effort to overcome it. I think everyone agrees with those conclusions, but what action is being taken to address it? Well, we have made huge progress with the technological advancements, but Greece, because of its geography as well, needs more work. It's not easy to have good internet in Attica, in a small island. You need huge infrastructure projects, not only from the state. I think that we need more investment from the private sector as well. Right now, we are talking about the digital cables and the water cables to enhance telecoms. We have started with that. So infrastructure is the beginning and the end of everything. Mr. Makriorgou, how does this sound to you, this discussion about the infrastructure that is missing but is being now built? Quantum is going to be, indeed, the next big thing. We heard it already. It's going to be the only way for us to be future-proof. We're an American-based company. We are involved in quantum. I'm not hesitant in talking about it, but simply because it's not relevant for right now. We are the first company that has completed a successful proof of concept with quantum technology. Quite simply, we are creating an encrypted channel that's going to be safe even when a quantum computer is there. The encoding that we use is future-proof. So even when a future computer is trying to attack this encrypted channel, it's going to be future-proof, which is not science fiction, because all protocols in critical infrastructure, especially anything related to defense, is already based on this spectrum. And of course, moving forward as technology progresses and when we will have this type of attacks, we need to also have the technology to defend ourselves. I assume that this solution is not available for your customers yet. We have some devices that are quantum ready, not in full production yet. And again, because we also, these are for our private customers. We also have the United States as a customer, and then things are progressing differently. But anyway, in terms of infrastructure and for regional Greece, I've had to work in Alexandroupoli for some time for personal reasons. I also have worked abroad. I lived in Ireland for many years, and I came back to Greece. Of course, we need to improve the infrastructure. Internet has improved, and because that's something that I'm following up with, aside from Starlink, we get from Greek providers as well services with satellite internet. So we could use it outside of Athens. In Alexandroupoli, for example, things are okay right now. You can work there. And a few years ago also, not all the time, but at least you could work. Now, if you move 20 kilometers more to the north, things become difficult. Of course, action is taken, and we do see digital nomads that even with those disadvantages, they try to make it work. But at least from my experience, of course, I haven't worked, for example, in Gavdos, in a remote island. Maybe things cannot work there, but in other areas and parts of Greece, we are rather agile. We not only work in Athens, we visit other parts of Greece, and things are progressing well. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, maybe a comment on what we heard before in terms of the quantum technologies and infrastructure. I liked what we said about digital nomads that can spend up to 9 months in a Greek island, because I know such a case in Serifos from a large multinational. The person had the opportunity to work from home during the COVID or after COVID, and those people could select a country, and that person had moved in Serifos, and they were successful. They did it. They were able to communicate and be okay with the deadlines, and then they learned how to fish. They learned how to do other things as well. So just to conclude with this small parenthesis, Infrastructure is, of course, the beginning and the end. Another important thing is the level of the knowledge of the people. Large companies, and something that we do as well in Samsung. Twice a year, we organized a mandatory training session, about half an hour long, for AI, for the technological advancements. At first, people were not very positive, didn't look at it in a good way, but now they understand the necessity for it and the benefits they have. We have our own AI tool, Gauss, and we as well needed to learn how to work with this very smart colleague, let's call it like that. What is the level of that AI? It's across, irrespective of the employee specialty. Maybe they are doing a simple task, or maybe they are. It can do anything, even for the CEO. Something that we developed internally. It came from the mother company in Korea. Could a Greek business develop a similar solution? I think that you need some resources that may be not so easy to find if you're a green company, unless you want to invest a lot in it. To set up a new AI model requires a big investment. We invest billions in that as a company, not only for the final product solution, the things that we are marketing, but we do it for our growth as well, because we want to stay ahead of the game. We want to be there for the post-quantum period. So you are also working that direction. Clearly, yes. And it's something that you would also advise other businesses to do, other companies to do. Not all businesses can invest in that right now. They have to have a certain budget. They have to be of a certain size. But of course, everyone needs to be always updated continuously with what is happening. The world needs to know how to use these tools and be ready at any time for the next thing. As I said before, integrating technology and being able to adapt to change is part of our work in itself. It's not just about designing the next day. It's about being able to self-manage, to manage your teams so they can adapt quickly to those changes. Mr. Stassinopoulos, what is your view about that? And then just a short round of comments from everyone. I think now that I've heard about infrastructure, I was thinking back 10 or 15 years when a former prime minister announced free internet for the whole of Greece, which never happened. And it's still not the case. Also, go even further back when with the Mr. Papastegriou, we were part of a panel talking about digital nomads and infrastructure. We were saying the same things, more or less. Mr. Papastegriou was not the minister then. Sometimes we talk about the wrong things. We talk about infrastructure and just consider the speed of our internet. Stelina mentioned before that infrastructure is about roads, electricity. In order to have digital nomads with us for 9 months, let me remind you that we have many islands in Greece right now that are not connected to the grid, to the national grid, to the mainland. Also, there are cases where if you have a lot of rain, you can have a blackout in a city, or when we have, during the summer, for example, big tourist periods, a lot of people coming to an island, the grid cannot support it. And again, you have a blackout. So there are many different infrastructures, technical things that we need to look at as a country in order to say that, yes, we can host those digital nomads, because when it comes to the environment or the weather, we are ideal as a country to attract people. So we need to pay more attention to the infrastructure. Hopefully, over the next years, we're going to see an RRF for infrastructure. I think that's going to make a big difference. Also, something that Stelina mentioned, private companies need to invest in infrastructure. We've seen this happening lately, because in the past, we didn't even have the regulatory framework for that. It wasn't possible for private companies to take on public projects and create and build infrastructure for our citizens. But now it is. Thank you very much. Mr. Mastrogeorgiou, just a short round of questions now. From the topics that we discussed so far, you mentioned the role of AI in the design for the labor market. I think we have maybe 10 minutes, so I'm going to be very brief. 2 minutes for each one of you. AI, we know what it is. We talked about what it is. And we know its potential. For us to be able to understand the full potential of AI, we need lifelong education, continuous upskilling and reskilling. You've heard these things before, but it's good to repeat them because they are not self-evident. I think that the priority of the country is or should be lifelong learning. This is my view. And I think that everyone has heard the term AI, but not so many understand what is its potential and how it can help them grow and develop their own skills and talents. I'm telling you that because of my own experience. I've studied archaeology and history, nothing to do with AI. I've covered a lot of ground, yes, alone. I studied a lot, but that is also a message for students that are coming out, getting degrees that are not really technical. Of course, and I'm not here to pretend to be a life coach, but I think that anyone right now who wants to study should add AI to the mix. If you want to be a doctor, yes, good for you, but add AI in it as well. If you want to be an engineer, if you want to be whatever, always add AI in your mix. You mean find ways where you can use AI in. I mean that people should study what they want because what they like, but they also need to consider the AI dimension. That's going to be part of their lives. And this is going to become a part of the labor market as well.
Ms. Siarapi, you mentioned some specific things in your first round, but how can we provide more focused ways out, solutions? Until the end of this year, we are drafting the development law, and we are including data centers. It is important because we really believe in technology and AI. The whole industry for the first time will be able to change its infrastructure with advanced technologies, able to increase its productivity, including all the necessary information details so that they will have a competitive advantage. Another tool that we run will happen is strategic investments. We spoke about infrastructures. Every strategic investment, whenever it is included, should take also one major infrastructure in the area, for example, road, irrigation, watering system, something for the society, or to have other infrastructures which are important for electricity, for example, or for energy, or for water. This is important because we need the private sector so that we can help the companies. We believe that this is very important because if we have a major investment, we need to have a benefit for the society. An infrastructure project is always a win-win situation, both for the society and the company. And who is going to decide what kind of projects will take place? Both the government and the companies. We have a major data center now taking place in Sparta. So they will also repair the road network around it. This is a good example because I want to show you that we need to find this model, the viable model, in this era of interdependence that will be very holistic. All stakeholders agree on education in order to be able to change habits is a major challenge, no matter where you work. What is important is that the procedures that have been fixed for years, for decades, it's difficult to change them, but it is also very important. So education needs to start from the lower levels, the commentators, the trainers, to the first. Every time that I have a SEPE in my office, I learned so much about the market, about what happens in Europe, and I have to implement these new ideas. So for me, cooperation among all of us is the best thing to do. We need to be together to advance. Mr. Makriorgou, you have experience from other countries also. What do you believe about Greek companies? Where should they focus? As I said before, I'm not going to speak about products or technologies because they are more or less the same. But I will speak about the lack of governance and the way we deal with some new regulations. IS2, for example, or DORA. So I would say that we need to test, to carry out some tests, but also we need to enter into more details. In Greece, we have had a national law, the IS2, the European directive. It is actually going to be in the same architecture as GDPR. But of course, we're going to see how it will be implemented. But the point is that we're not afraid enough. Why is that? Are there many cyber attacks? Of course, there are many cyber attacks. And they are increasing day after day. We have many examples. Of course, I cannot disclose any details here. But why aren't we afraid so much? It is a matter of culture. We all believe that it won't happen to me. Mr. Paraskevopoulos, what about mobile? Regarding the businesses, should the companies focus around mobiles, or should they change technology? I will be very brief. We have remote work now. We have different types of work. People work with tablets, with mobile devices, mobile phones, in various companies, in various industries. And the company systems provide access to such devices. Of course, we need to adjust the systems so that we can work in a mobile environment. And so this is important. Via the smartphone or the tablet or another mobile device, it is a must for the companies to include them in their design, so most do so. There are many solutions, and we can shield the operation framework, and it is important to speak about it in another discussion when we'll have more time. Mr. Stassinopoulos, digitization, data management, and exploitation are important. Are Greek companies ready? And is it useful for them to do so? But of course it is useful for digitization. The data created now, generated now for the Greek companies should have be accessible easily and fast. So access helps the companies to utilize material, to utilize information that wouldn't be accessible otherwise. Of course, all knowledge and data that have been digitized already regard especially private entities, public entities, public state entities. So these have to be disclosed and open access. So the state has to see how to provide access to its digital data to the customers, and the customers are the private sector, actually. So how easy is it to have these types of tools, from concentrating data to providing such open access products or conclusions? It's not a simple exercise, but it's not a difficult one either. We have done much more difficult things. I believe that it is easy if you have the proper people and the proper technology. Thank you, everyone, very much. Thank you, everyone in the audience. We are going to continue on the upper floor. We have a very important panel, how taxation, tax management is going to change with new technologies. Welcome again. We are now continuing with the next panel for this very successful conference. This special session is very much focused on particular matters, and we're very much happy that we have the stakeholders of this new area. We are speaking about the future, about how we can respond to the challenges of the future. These are very important things for our businesses. I'm Mr. Rodopoulos, Secretary Special of SEPE and Trainee Data Officer. So the keynote speech before the panel will be by Mr. George Pitsilis, Governor of the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, IAPR. Winston Churchill had said that we should never leave a crisis without taking advantage of it. I believe that the digital transformation of and the taxation transformation of our country is exactly one such example for many, many years, but very successful after COVID. So please, Mr. Pitsilis.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here in the Digital Economy Forum, a conference that is a milestone for the digital transformation in Greece. And it's the future for technology that shape the Greek market. So indeed, we did take advantage of this crisis because we didn't have any other option. And we managed to success during these hard times. When it comes to this digital transformation of the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, it is a reality. Our digital platform that serves many services for citizens, like digital revenue platforms and taxation processes. All these processes has changed the way citizens and enterprises react with the state in terms of taxation. It is a safer procedure that we follow now. There is transparent processes and easier to access to them. It's safe, and we had create a safer and more transparent taxation environment in order to promote our enterprises in Greece. What is more, we have my 1521 service. It's a digital platform, a portal. When it comes to digital transformation of we have collect all the data, the useful data that we need, and I have to say that we managed to solve a big issue when it comes to digitalization, because in September, people were waiting 40 minutes almost in order to be served through the phone, and this has changed. We have managed to answer more than 90% of the calls that we receive. There are also some chatbots, and we are, or maybe in the future, some avatar or an AI helper, and we try to find the digital tools to success to that. All this digital transformation, let's say, it has helped not only the citizens' life, but also us. we managed to amplify, to simplify our processes, and we managed to take advantage of these human resources because we need to take advantage of them in other sectors. So let's move on. We are going forward, like what's happening in Europe and in other developing world. What we say, tax administration 3.0. So through the interconnection of the processes and the procedures, we can connect with the help of our digital tools. We have the opportunity to enhance our procedures. In other words, we are moving more forward to a next era when it comes to taxation. So all the services are based on the taxpayer's needs and not only to the legislative obligation that we have to apply. So we focus on our strategic plan, and we decide through data. We are data-driven. So all these procedures makes us think about that it's not the digital transformation when it comes to the service, but all the service when it comes to people, the way we are functioning. So we need to manage our data better. We have huge database, so in we have to manage over 5 trillion euros, so you can understand the huge amount of data that we have to proceed. So taking advantage of this data with the assistance of the digital tools, it's the core of our transformation and the goal for the next years. So I want to add also that from the 1st of January, we have the support for the agriculture people. So we want to change all this situation, and we are called to face them and to find the solution for that. So we want to manage our data and to find all the useful information from them. That means that we need to modernize our digital infrastructure when it comes to the audits, to any market procedures, any database. So taking advantage of our tools, we will improve our procedures, our management, our strategic enterprise plan, and all this should be working on cutting-edge digital tools. We have also cooperated with universities and different institutions in order to make this procedure transparent and to save all the safe data. We want to respect all the rights for the taxpayers and for the GDPR rights. We try to do all this, to take actions for that. We design many procedures for people working in audits. And we try to integrate and to cooperate with other institutions in order to deal with financial crime. When it comes to the new MIS, regarding the fuels, we have many data and we can retrieve many information regarding this sector, and we can deal with criminal, financial crime. We can also, through the digital tools, cross-examine different data that we need to proceed. And this year, we managed to wrote down many useful data and useful information. Our goal is taking the next step, the analysis and the prediction of the phenomenon that may follow, and these are our biggest tool. So the power of information is very useful to analyze and then to act. We try to reassure the resilience and the future of our organization, and we try to build an organization that can be adapted and be developed. A very important role will be our institution over the next few years, AI. We are discussing over this topic. It is our next step for the digital transformation. It's not just a trend. It will be a catalyst for the way we work in ADE. We try to implement AI tools in our institution when it comes to prediction of the financial crime. We try to implement AI tools in different platforms. In strategic plan, new taxes. In new AI will be added AI tools, chatbots, LM, and all these tools could give us useful information if they are properly instructed. And before, we discussed with Mr. Kollias about AI systems, and when it comes to answering questions regarding taxation administration, and how AI can cooperate with institution and public sector in order to have a great result. When it comes to cybersecure, GDPR rights, and other topics, AI should be guided and not take people substituted from the AI. Thank you very much. So I need also to add that our most valuable resources are people, not only tools. We need to invest to people in order to educate them on these tools. So we need to be more resilient when it comes to the future challenges, and we try to invest to our lifelong learning of our employees when it comes to AI tools. To sum up, this transformation in this new era, it's not just an ambitious, it's a reality. We are working every day in order to success our goals, not only to be more hardworking, but to be more human. It's not only the procedures, it's the relationship based on trust. And we want to simplify all the procedures to protect the rules and we want to deal with the reality. We want to be an organization ready for the future and prepared for the future. We want to be cooperate with the digital environment and to enhance the competitiveness in Greek market. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think that Mr. Pitsilis did not leave any space for questions because he have covered all the topics related to taxation administration. So I believe that you have shed light to many of the details of your systems. Now let me call to the panel Mr. Konstantinos Cholias, President of the Economic Chamber of Greece. An important factor for this chamber is an important factor in the Greek ecosystem, and it has helped a lot in the development of our country and the transformation of state procedures. So I would like to thank him publicly for the proposal related to policy papers. Greece in the next day, at least regarding the supply chain, since he trusted me in that. Mr. Kostas Gerardos, President of CELPE, which is the Hellenic Retail Business Association. It's a historic organization which has contributed a lot to the GDP of the country. Mr. Dimitris Christoforakis, President of the Pan-Hellenic Federation of Tax Professionals. And then Mr. Adonis Kozamanidis, CEO and Chairman of the Entersoft One company, and Mr. Yannis Michos, Founder, Chairman, and Managing Director of EpsilonNet Group of Companies. So at the moment, I would like first to say that I'm thanking you very much for being here. And I'm going to start with Mr. Cholias, Mr. Gerardos, and Mr. Christoforakis. So please tell us, which is your opinion, your view, related to productivity and efficiency of the measures that have been taken until today? Yes, Mr. Cholias, please. To begin with, let me thank you for the invitation to be in this so significant panel. There was a photo taken. The interpreters did not hear the joke. The speaker continues. I am among these interesting panelists, important panelists. The governor already mentioned several of the transformations that we go through every day in our daily work. What is important is that the citizens are serviced in a better way than by the state, and that the administration is better serving them in a faster way and in a cheaper way also, because always we have the citizen in mind in all our adaptations. We want to fight against tax evasion and any criminal procedure related to taxes. So let me focus on the question. When I took office in my organization, the agenda included as a high priority the connection of the cashier desks to the Independent Authority of Public Revenue. So we didn't want to have any cash transactions. So our proposal would be to reach a point where we subtract expenses from income. So this would be the absolute driver for the citizen to ask for a receipt or an invoice for any type of product or service that they receive. So we managed to implement the first steps of this procedure. Now we do have the interconnection with the POS and the cashier desks with the IRP. As I remember, the vice president of the government yesterday mentioned the VAT revenues for the state, which are very important. He spoke about the gray and the black economy also. So it's important that we have managed to decrease the percentages of the unregistered revenues, tax revenues. So I believe that any approach, any effort that is being made is important. From time to time, we submit our proposals, and I believe that everything is very positive, and I would like to congratulate all those who work for this successful performance. I believe that we're going to continue on the same note to record problems and challenges and to provide solutions in order to ban tax evasion, to fight against tax evasion, which is a monster that threatens our economy. Thank you, Mr. Kollias. Now the floor to Mr. Gerardos, who is going to answer the same question. So, before I answer about measures, I should say that we are speaking about an ecosystem. So we have the businesses that produce value within the ecosystem of the economy, and then the IRP is the organization that gets the revenue through taxes. So the question is whether we do our job well, efficiently, to bring revenues from taxes. Second question would be, which is the administrative burden on the businesses so that we can get these revenues? And thirdly, how can we assist these businesses so that they could do better and bring more higher revenues to the state? I believe that the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, IAPR, has done a lot of excellent steps forward as regards the first chapter of the three I mentioned. As regards the retail area, which holds 11% of the GDP, has a productivity of 1%. So this means that it's a very volatile, too volatile actually, sector. It offers jobs to all other industries, real estate, banking, media, everything. So these systems add up administrative burden on the other procedures of a company. So we should see this and resolve that. Also, we should see how we could assist the Greek companies so as to do better and give us more revenues. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Mr. Christoforakis, I would say that maybe it would be nice to proceed in a more relaxed manner. And let me, before my question, let me say that it is a matter that it is not only a matter of helping the companies. We want to help the companies to become better organized, more sustainable, and leave a better footprint in their industry and for the Greek economy. This is a cross-sectoral architecture that gives a major burden on the whole economy ecosystem of the country. So we should provide the foundations for the entrepreneurship so that they can be better structured and organized, because we see that in all European countries they have managed to go towards this direction. So, Mr. Christoforakis, you, as the president of the Federation of Tax Professionals, what is your opinion?
First of all, I would thank you for being here and for the participation in this panel. When it comes to tax professionals, we are people who, in cooperation with the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, we make reality this digital transformation in Greece. So over a period of time that it's a surprise. What happened during this digital transformation took place over the last 5 years, and it was a great surprise when, from the very beginning of this procedure, from the very beginning of the COVID pandemic. So the three factors that assisted this digital transformation through the Independent Authority for Public Revenue. All these professionals helped for this reality. We do have another perspective regarding this digital transformation. And let me comment that there were different factors that add costs for the enterprises. However, we are now experiencing a digital transformations. Of course, I want to pose some questions and have some thought regarding that. So I want to think about how the digital and the economic geography of our country, and how, like small islands, can be digitally transformed. Not only the touristic destinations, but the small villages, let's say. So we are facing some problems when it comes to answer these questions. People are not familiar with all the digital tools, and we have already faced some difficulties when it comes to the agricultural sectors. We have discussed about that. And when we use AI tools properly, we need also to take a look in the legislative framework. In other words, who can interact and intervene in the AI tools and the relationship with between AI and people. So we need to clarify what we can do with the AI tools. So I think the past 5 years were very successful in the terms of digital transformations. And it was a necessity for that, as we are a European Union and we are a part in a very in a market, a very competitive market. So we need to think about all the administrative burdens and all the difficulties that we have to face. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Christoforakis. So if I have a different name, I won't be in this panel, just saying, commenting the Greek reality. So let's go back to the market. in the different enterprises that support digital transformation, to those businesses that are cooperate with Independent Authority for Public Revenue. Sometimes disagree, sometimes agree, but they are come the same conclusion for the digital transformation of Greece. So we are all a part of this transformation, and it's our country of the future. And I want to go back to our past and ask the fellow speakers, is there any should we have done something different when it comes to digital transformation and the function of the tax administration and the obligation of the business towards the state? So, Mr. Godzamanis.
Good afternoon. These are difficult questions because it's easy to talk after events, but I'd say that the success of the FIT answers in itself. It would have been difficult to do things differently. We might find some individual cases, but the general idea that in a short time, and that was a big test for all the ICT companies, 1 million tax IDs were interconnected online. That's a huge, unique. Let me remind you that, if I'm not mistaken, the last such intervention by the state was at the start of the 90s with the Code of Taxes and Financial Details. That's where we computerized approximately 250,000 businesses. And now we are talking about full digitization. That was a huge feat. We had to mobilize not just our own forces, but our partner companies that that are not under our control. Therefore, aside from the effort by the Independent Authority for Public Revenue, the market had to mobilize in that direction and work hard to accomplish that. However, we need to realize that, and I'm saying that to just perhaps talk about the future as well. We need to realize that this constant pressure has caused fatigue to the companies. We talked about a number of interventions that started from MyData, the electronic shipping documents from the agricultural sector, but at the same time we have similar actions from the Ministry of Labor with a digital card. All that has made the companies feel a degree of fatigue, and to a degree they are sort of tired of doing all that. We need to look at how we can help those businesses now that they are more or less paying their taxes as they should. We need to see how we can help them so we can all take a step further and we can give them information to boost their competitiveness. That requires a new dialogue in relation with SEPA, of course, so that businesses can also apply some of the things that the Independent Authority for Public Revenue mentioned, which are correct. And I'm talking about AI, about data processing, so on and so forth. That is something that we really need to start looking at. But I don't want to appear critical. I feel these are all positive things. The fact that 1 million businesses and natural persons connected online is a huge and very positive project. And as far as I know, it's not been implemented anywhere in Europe in this manner. And that is a cause for congratulations for everyone. I'm going to remember that because it is a question that I wanted to ask to the governor, but maybe we can hear Mr. Michos first. Tell us about how he sees things. Hello. I will try to bring together the previous question and this question on how we are doing and how we can improve things. Truth be told, recently, and that is in any case not only positive, but just a driving force for the next day. both for the Greek economy and the businesses and the entire technology ecosystem in Greece. We are facing a huge change, which can only be interpreted as positive, both because of the tax authority being able to limit tax evasion, black economy, and boost healthy competition, but at the same time, businesses enhance, even if they were not able today to use all these advantages that maybe with AI, with data processing, they can take advantage of. But even with just the basic approach that most businesses right now are moving towards digitization of their whole structure, that in itself makes them more competitive. Meaning that recently we see an expansion of businesses, rather an increase in the number of businesses that are using modern technologies, computers, to organize their activities. Therefore, competitiveness, the more that we see this digitization, especially with SMEs, which do want to have the technology and the tools to be competitive. Therefore, the total benefits for the economy and for entrepreneurship and for society in general, it's the fact that businesses are adapting, they are progressing towards their digital transformation journey. So this is not just about taxation. Of course, the state is using this to speed things up, but at the same time, there's another side that these systems help businesses to become more competitive. And we can show examples and many tools that practically help businesses in this regard. Automatic connections with the e-commerce, things that a few years back appeared very difficult, things that are making their campaigns more automatic. All these functionalities that in the end add value to a business. The second thing that is important for me, and I think we need to dig a little bit into that, as Mr. Rodopoulos said, the next question, all of that also entails a degree of innovation. All those measures, again, the praising, the initiatives by the administration, all that makes us kind of groundbreaking on a European level, which means that Greece can, in a way, this can be used by Greece as an outreach leverage. So in our experience, we are ahead of the game, and we have interesting things to talk about our practices and the way that the systems were called to resolve the problem of all those interconnections and the digital transformation in general. The third thing that makes me feel proud as a part of this ecosystem, because all of us in this ecosystem are working and trying to create value. So it's the fact that at a country level, I believe that we are able, with a lot of hard work and maybe with all the problems of our daily life, the setbacks, the pressure, but we have been able to create systems of exceptional technology, which means that the software industry in Greece can actually grow further. We have the technological integrity, and we also are able to offer all these things in the market at very competitive prices, especially in relation to Europe. Similar systems in all market categories in Europe, in the European markets, from European companies are, if not 5 or 7 or 10 times more expensive, definitely more expensive, which means that we have been able in Greece with our strategy to control costs with investments, with a very high level of technical knowledge from our resources and our IT engineers. We are now able to create value. And I think that is an investment both for the market, the ICT market, and for our next cycles of growth. Now, if we could have done better or not, well, it's obvious that we can always do better. That's what our experience tells us. But I think that, as we have proven a lot of times with facing pressing deadlines and pressure in general, that we can work together. On this one side, the administration of the independent authority of government, the businesses, the other organizations, all of us have proven that we can work together. And if we invest a little bit more in this type of collaboration, so we can design the potential that we can actually explore, I believe that any future tax measures are going to go down much more smoothly. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Governor, I think that we've heard quite a few things here. And what we need to discuss, and perhaps you are the most appropriate person to answer, what is our position as Greece in the European reality? Where do we stand in our digital transformation journey? Are we a model? It's not bad to become a model for everyone. Hatzidakis, our composer, copied classical music and created beautiful, beautiful music. Secondly, the effectiveness of those measures, has it reached the level that you would like and were expecting? And thirdly, the future. Aside from AI systems that you mentioned before, which are going to lead to cost savings and actually reduction in red tape. All these things. Rather, what do we need to do? What should be our next steps? Or what are your expectations from the next steps? Well, before I answer about whether or not we're a model and others are copying us, let me give you a couple of figures so that we can all understand what we have accomplished, what we have done. And I would say what we have done together, all of us. Businesses, the accountants, the ICT companies, us. What I'm going to talk about is something that we accomplished together. The 29%, more than 29% was the VAT gap that we had in 2017, meaning the money that we were losing because of VAT that we were not collecting, 29% or more, which means that for every 10 euro of FPI we should have been collected, we lost 3. That gap was reduced to 11.4 for 2023, and the estimate for 24 is at stands at 9%. And because these percentages might not mean much, 6 billion was the gap in 2017. The forecast for 2024 is 2.1 billion. That is a 3.9 reduction in that of 3.9 billion of reduction. That is what was accomplished through this interconnection, the digital shipping documents, the digitization in general. So we all did that together. We have shielded healthy enterprise, healthy business. The country needed to make a choice, whether it's going to be a pariah, a financial pariah, or if it's going to go into a more stable economy with good prospects to come out of the recession and to actually be a model. And it has chosen to do the latter, and we did that, all of us together. It was one of the main reasons why the country obtained an investment grade, addressing tax evasion. So this is of huge importance, and I believe that all of us, and I'm now talking to the business executives mainly, it is a duty to ensure that fact. We should not allow any bypasses or cutting corners or anything like that. We should not allow that in our systems. That is one thing, yes. We are a model in the sense that wherever we talk about what we have accomplished, people are surprised and are asking, how did you do that? How did you reach that point? And we tell them that we did it gradually and we did it with a lot of discussion and consultation with the market, a lot of explanation. And yes, conflict is part of the game as well, but in the end of the day, this entire process led us to a composition, to bringing everyone together. I now tell people not to be afraid of discussing, even of arguing with the market, because if you have a clear idea, you are going to resolve the technicalities. And this is actually what happened in this case. In 10 years, we won't be talking about e-invoicing. We will be talking simply about invoicing. That's going to be the whole thing. VIDA, the VAT in the digital age, is electronic invoicing. So from a certain point, we are ahead of the time in our game. We're in a pole position. All the countries in the European South have more or less similar systems. Ours is one of the most integrated ones, similar to those countries in Latin America that are more advanced and have corresponding systems to monitor transactions. At the European level, we are at the cutting edge. That's what I'd say. And this is how everyone understands how this whole small financial miracle of Greece took place. It wasn't just about dealing with tax evasion. Of course, we had growth. Everything played its part in order for those better results to come. You have received an award, in fact. Yes, that is true. We have. But the biggest award are those figures that I have presented that give us a margin and flexibility for tax policies, for reducing taxes, for different tax distribution. There's an international discussion, and I don't think anyone would disagree. In the end of the day, a state's tax policy is as good as its tax administration. If the tax administration offers tools, then tax policy is going to use them. And on this note, let me say that what Mr. Kollias mentioned about the VAT, from the VAT to the state, it is a thought that we are examining. It's very difficult on a technical level. It's not as simple as it sounds, because it takes away from the cash flow of the businesses if you just have to give the VAT immediately. But it is something that we're looking into. It will be part of our next project. The administrative burden, yes, of course, we have that. It's money and time. Time is something that once systems become mature, we get used to it. We see in other countries these transactions are just cashless. No one uses cash anymore. And if you want to pay something in cash, people look at you funny. It's a matter of internal education, because with the right implementation, you get the automation that you need. Now, in terms of money, yes, of course, maybe as a joke or just to be provocative, I say that cheaper accounting is just a notebook and a pen, just €1.50. But that's very a long distance from what we want. We talked about the computerization in the 90s, and I would assume that up to that point, the accountants worked with their large books and writing things down, etc. I think that's a far cry from where we are now. How were things in the 90s? How was accounting in the 90s or the 80s? During the 80s, I don't know. I was very young. But in the 90s, Most accounting firms and those that use computers had two parallel systems, a computerized one and one with those huge books and huge files. That was the case before in the 1980s. I remember how things were. I seem to be the oldest one here. Anyway, you had large books, everything was handwritten, and computers was just starting to appear with the IBM PC in 1980. 370,000 drachmas. That's how much it costed. 370,000 with a floppy disk of 360 kilobytes. That's what we used. So we now have mobile phones, smartphones, internet, organized functioning and digitization of all procedures, and I believe that that should be the goal for everyone. So to conclude, to answer your first question and the other sub-questions you posed, are there some tangible, rather there are tangible results that we can see. There's a lot more to be done. It's a question of social justice as well. We cannot stop this reform midway. I hear about all the problems with the agricultural sector. Yes, it's true, but we cannot just continue to concern ourselves with retail. There are others that should be part of this process. I hear the problems, I hear the difficulties, but I believe they should be trained in using a smartphone. Perhaps shortly they will be required to use that when we want to simplify the tax returns, and perhaps we're going to need a solution that needs smartphones. All of us need to adapt to that, everyone. It is a matter of choice. If you want to be part of the advanced countries or if you want to be part of those countries that are just lagging behind and just trying to keep up. I think that we have already made the choice of being in the leading pack, and that's what we need to support. And just to conclude, I agree with what Mr. Michos said, and it is on my mind for years now. All those things that have been created in Greece are an opportunity, and you can export it if you want. You have the experience as businesses in data management, in invoicing systems, in interconnection systems. Sooner or later, other countries are going to follow and adopt similar solutions. So I think it is your opportunity to be more, have more of an outward look. Mr. Governor, now we have the means, because we actually have the in here. We have the head of the Eurogroup. So the head of the Eurogroup can push things towards that direction and open the doors for exports. So I may be joking here, but it's true that the momentum is in our favor as a country.
Mr. Kollias. What do you expect in the future, from the future, in order to finish the taxation administration in an environment that is more flexible and more efficient? Before answering to this question, I would like to comment something regarding accounting in 90s. Yes, I am young, but when the Economic Chamber of Greece in 1992 stated some legislative framework regarding the taxation, it was a great change. And this moment, the taxation was just a hard copy and big books writing down things. There are a great change, and I want to talk about the future. What I want to say is that we need to find more extra tools to two directions. The first one in order to deal with tax evasion, and the second one in order to interconnect systems. And in this way, we will save money, time from freelance, from businesses, from citizens. So when it comes to the first, the tax evasion, it is a matter of mindset change. When it comes to the VAT, when you have to pay the VAT in state, I understand that it's difficult in cash flow, but this mentality should be changed. We need to take into consideration some technical things, but I think that we will find solutions regarding these technical issues in order to solve the problem, because I think it's a source that could increase the VAT in general. So what is important is the interconnection. Just as a simple example, and that many people deal with it in the daily life, it's not possible to repeat any procedures, because there's not any interconnection with different systems. It's something ridiculous. It's a very tiring procedure. And some years before, we tried many things in order to change the situation, but we can save money and time if we interconnect the systems, and they can connect each other in order to not repeat procedures. And I think this is the future for taxation administration, and I think we are moving forward to this direction. Thank you. We are under pressure, time pressure, so we have some time, some 15 minutes to discuss a little bit more. So, Mr. Christoforakis, I would like to answer to the same question. So the interconnection of the different systems in the public sector is the next step forward, and this will save money and time for the tax professionals and for businesses. It's a great opportunity to save time and money, and I understand that the fact that each platform is designed through a different software, but all these platforms should be interconnected at the end of the day for our sake. And I want to repeat that both taxation administration, economic chamber, businesses, all of us should take in consideration how we use these platforms in order to procedures to be clear. I think there are many businesses that are not familiar with this idea, but I think that it's a great number of businesses that are not familiar with these procedures. And it is a clear case of tax evasion if we don't know who is signing very important taxation documents. And moving forward, when it comes to take infrastructure, there is an effort to interconnect all the systems, and all the systems should be interconnected every time there is a new software or a new procedure. So, Mr. Gerardos, you were a former member of the director of boards in our organization. You have an important role. You know both digital transformation and the retail market. So, in short, can you please describe what you are expecting from the next day? What are you expecting for a new modern Greece in order to have more flexibility and effectiveness? I think there are three things. First of all, it's the decrease of the administration burden. The second one is to find businesses that are not following the rules. And the third one is how you reward people who do what they need to do. So we were in Brussels with the President Metsola. We have discussed with Mr. Zvestova. She's policy officer in the market, and she described us the idea of the European market. So a great market in Europe. There are 30 million people working in the retail sector. It's the first one. So the main problem that is retail in Europe has, it's the supply burden. So there is a difficulty when it comes to the function of the business, and as a result, there is a decrease in the effectiveness of the business and an increase in the cost of this product or service for the citizen. So they try to decrease this difficulty, in about 25 to 30%. They try to decrease this burden. So they try to simplify the procedures. And when it comes to the third part, we try to reward our big clients, people who cooperate with us. So I think that businesses who follow the rules should be awarded in terms of taxation. And I think there is a gap when it comes to some businesses that are not yet examined. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that democracy, it's the same for everyone. So if some is responsible when it comes to taxes, should be faced by the state in the same way with someone else.
And yes, it's a matter of a qualitative reward. That's what I understand. And this is a reality because you are talking about those who are not paying, but you are not rewarding those who are paying. So it's a policy issue, yes. And to conclude with the people here in SEPE, And in a discussion we had in the morning, our breakfast with Mrs. Diamantopoulou and the president of the opposition, Greece. Today we're talking about Greek software, Greek production. We need exports. What do we expect, Mr. Kozamanidis, from the state, from the tax administration, so that we can get some assistance and be able to realize our dreams and take one step further? What is it that we're asking, what we want, and what can we accomplish? I think we would be ungrateful if we don't mention the fact that we have been favored by the reforms. And in fact, being part of those of this conference for many years now, it's the first time that I see this forum full in a discussion about taxes, which means that something has changed. And what we would like is to see this good cooperation that we have right now to continue, so that we can actually look at the next steps and the next day. What is going to be My Data 2, which we have the time. Well, I'm going to explain what I mean. I think that some things happened, or rather a lot of things happened too fast. Everyone was under a lot of pressure to meet the deadlines. I think now, with a more clear head, we can have an optimization and simplification phase, which is not just about the digitization. It might also be about taxation, the accounting aspect, to see if we can actually simplify things. And we also need to focus on some other reforms, we as businesses, as companies, where the Independent Authority for Public Revenue took the next step. An important reform in that regard is the mandatory nature of e-invoicing, because that was the first step that is not just about businesses. It's in relation to them and the state, the tax authorities, but it is also about businesses working between them. So we need to give them some time to actually assimilate all those tools, and then look at how we can improve them so that all the companies can be helped in dealing with the administration burden that they are facing. This is what we are asking for. And our representative from northern Greece here, Mr. Michos. Mr. Michos, what are you asking? 4 things I can talk about in brief. One is what we mentioned before, and I think everyone agrees, better collaboration to actually draw up a common implementation plan for the next steps between the administrative authorities, the SEPE, the businesses in the market. Second, what Mr. Mitsilis mentioned, all this wealth of information, when this is actually, when this is turned into statistics and data, that can help businesses realize that this whole huge exercise, aside from the necessity when it comes to the taxes and tax evasion, it had another benefit, that this wealth of information can teach companies and essentially train them, help them realize that that investment will have a positive impact, the fact that they can use this information and plan their strategy, compare themselves with other businesses on a European level, and so on and so forth. Thirdly, what we talked about, an outward approach, and how we can help ourselves or help experts from a government level, and how we can use all this added value that we have created in order to leverage it and continue our growth. And fourthly, there's an effort that needs to be made on a more central level, a better coordination with the academic community, because right now we know that the next steps will require more executives, more engineers, more analysts, more of everything in all sectors of the technology, more specialized people. So we need some assistance so all of that can be more coordinated. The government, the universities, the market, the ICT businesses. We need to plan the future of our scientists. Thank you very much for your comments. We don't have more time, but I don't know if you realize that let me answer that with universities, we are in contact with the deans so they can change their curricula and create more, have students graduate more ready to be part of the market. And let me note that a few years ago, when an independent authority or someone from the government came to discuss with us, we had huge packs of paper and in front of them and asking this, asking that, asking simplification. Now, if you have actually seen, we are doing much better. The climate is much, much nicer because essentially we are changing Greece together. We have changed Greece, even if we don't realize it yet. And we, of course, need to work more. We should not be resting on our laurels. We need to continue, keep up with the momentum, and do even greater. Thank you very much, everyone.
Χρόνια ΣΕΠΕ. 30 χρόνια σε μια μεγάλη οικογένεια των ανθρώπων που ασχολούνται με την πληροφορική και ονειρεύτηκαν πριν πολλά χρόνια να γίνουν νέες τεχνολογίες, μια μεγάλη βιομηχανία για την Ελλάδα, για τα νέα παιδιά. Ο ΣΕΠΕ με την δυναμική του και με τις δράσεις του καταφέρνει καθημερινά να αναδείξει τις ψηφιακές τεχνολογίες σε έναν κλάδο που μπορεί να βοηθήσει την Ελλάδα, μια περιοχή γεμάτη φρεσκάδα, έρευνα και νέες πρωτοβουλίες σε έναν τομέα που μπορεί να γίνει ο νέος τουρισμός, η νέα ναυτιλία και ο νέος πολιτισμός.
How do you change the future? Start with a simple, better way of doing things. From a single tap to how millions of people shop. Say happy birthday. Travel and share every day. Stay focused on your vision from scratch to launch. But always find the reasons true to your heart to innovate for all of us. From that thing at the office to every multi-awarded idea. demand excellence, and excellence is in the details. From the first drafts to over 3,000 digital projects and counting. But most of all, commit to constant change. From a new fun way to order to the most crazy, maybe, idea. Who knows? And when we succeed, start again. So, how do you change the future? You build a better one every day by making every experience from something you click to something meaningful. Adcom. Change the future.
In an age of digital disruption, a business's performance is enabled by the technology that underpins it. But technology alone is never the answer. The truth is that finding the right digital and technological solutions for you needs to start with an understanding of your fundamental ambitions. So Deloitte guides you from strategy through to operations, covering a full breadth of functional and flexible digital solutions, and then works with you to bring those solutions to life and drive value. Whether it's finance, supply chain, or IT operations, let's capitalize on technology to drive your lasting performance.
The world is changing. Connectivity is expanding, and innovation is reshaping how we live and work. From the enterprise to the home, our digital demands are growing. The world is more connected, more digitized, and with that comes more risk. The networks that we depend upon are under constant attack, and traditional defenses just can't keep up. What's needed is security that anticipates tomorrow. Security that's AI-driven, integrated, and automated, leveraging the convergence of networking and security to reduce complexity and provide protection everywhere, anytime. Because the need to safeguard people, places, and data never stops. Who will lead the way to a secure and connected future? Fortinet. Today, Fortinet is at the forefront, delivering the most advanced and comprehensive cybersecurity platform, empowering innovation, growth, and resilience in a connected world. The convergence of networking and security isn't a future vision, it's here, now. Together, we can fortify your tomorrow.
Στην Ιδρύνα Solutions για πάνω από 10 χρόνια εκτελούμε σύνθετα έργα και αναπτύσσουμε πληροφοριακά συστήματα υψηλής πολυπλοκότητας, συμβάλλοντας έτσι στην ανάπτυξη του ιδιωτικού τομέα και στο μετασχηματισμό της δημόσιας διοίκησης. Το σύγχρονο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, σε συνδυασμό με τα έμπειρα στελέχη μας και την υψηλή τεχνογνωσία, μας επιτρέπει να παρέχουμε γρήγορη, αξιόπιστη και προσωποποιημένη εξυπηρέτηση. Έτσι χτίζουμε διαχρονικά σταθερές σχέσεις εμπιστοσύνης με τους πελάτες μας. Είμαστε εδώ για να παρέχουμε καινοτόμες εφαρμογές και λύσεις προστιθέμενης αξίας. Από τους ανθρώπους μας και τους συνεργάτες μας.
Γεννηθήκαμε μέσα στην επανάσταση της τεχνολογίας και 30 χρόνια τώρα μεγαλώνουμε με τη δύναμη της καινοτομίας και της ανθρώπινης ευφυΐας, ενώνοντας το παρόν με το μέλλον. 30 χρόνια θέτουμε τον πύχη υψηλότερα και κινούμαστε σταθερά, δυναμικά μπροστά. 30 χρόνια φέρνουμε την τεχνολογία του αύριο στο σήμερα. Γιατί για εμάς η τεχνολογία δεν είναι στόχος, αλλά ένα εργαλείο γεμάτο δυνατότητες που αλλάζουν τον κόσμο. Είναι το εργαλείο για να ενώνουμε ανθρώπους και επιχειρήσεις με το μέλλον. Είναι η δύναμη που δίνει όθηση στη φαντασία. Σε έναν κόσμο που αλλάζει με ταχύτητα, συνεχίζουμε να εξελισσόμαστε διαρκώς και να βλέπουμε μπροστά. Αναπτυσσόμαστε για να είμαστε δίπλα σε κάθε συνεργάτη, για να ορίζουμε το βήμα της αγοράς, με σταθερές και αξιόπιστες λύσεις και με τεχνολογίες εχμής που ξεχωρίζουν. Πίσω από κάθε καινοτομία, οι άνθρωποι μας. Άνθρωποι που σκέφτονται το αύριο και το δημιουργούν σήμερα. Μέσα σε ένα οικοσύστημα γνώσης, αξιοπιστίας και εξέλιξης. Αυτή είναι η Active. Από το 1995 μετατρέπουμε τις προκλήσεις σε ευκαιρίες. Μπαίνουμε στην εποχή της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης πιο έμπειροι, πιο όριμοι. Με την ίδια φλόγα για δημιουργία. Γιατί στην Active ζούμε το σήμερα με τη δύναμη του αύριο. We live in tomorrow.
The future with AI won't be a straight path. It will twist, it will turn, it will zig, then zag. The answer isn't to avoid going forward. It's knowing how to navigate your way with certainty and speed, even when the path is complex. Cisco is powering the AI era by empowering you to reimagine data centers and workplaces with unrivaled infrastructure, security, and resilience, clearing your path to wide open possibility. Cisco, making AI work for you.
Στην Κοσμοτέ Telecom πιστεύουμε ότι η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Στους επιστήμονες, τους προγραμματιστές, αλλά και στις κουρασμένες μαμάδες.
Βρες μου έναν ανούρισμα.
Στους καλοφαγάδες.
Πρότεινέ μου 3 συνταγές με ό,τι έχει το ψυγείο.
Σε αυτούς που πρέπει να προλάβουν το πλοίο για Κυκλάδες.
Βρες το πιο κοντινό πάρκινγκ στο λιμάνι και δώσ' μου οδηγίες.
Ακόμα και σε αυτούς που θέλουν να ανοίξουν μαγαζί με λουκουμάδες.
Μπορείς να μου φτιάξεις ένα business plan.
Η δύναμη του AI πρέπει να ανήκει σε όλους. Γι' αυτό η Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει το Magenta AI. Ανακάλυψε τη δύναμη της τεχνητής νοημοσύνης εύκολα και με ασφάλεια μέσα από το app της Κοσμοτέ Telecom, καθώς και στις νέες συσκευές T-Phone και T-Tablet. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε τον κόσμο σου.
2 ηγέτες, 2 πετυχημένες διαδρομές, ένα κοινό όραμα. Η Endersoft και η Soft One. Endersoft One. Με βαθιά γνώση της αγοράς και καινοτόμες λύσεις, δίνουμε στις επιχειρήσεις την όθηση να κινούνται πιο γρήγορα, να λειτουργούν πιο έξυπνα και να αναπτύσσονται χωρίς όρια. Γιατί πίσω από τις επιχειρήσεις υπάρχουν άνθρωποι με ιδέες, φιλοδοξίες και όνειρα. Το μέλλον του business software είναι ήδη εδώ. Cloud, web και τεχνητή νοημοσύνη οδηγούν το δρόμο προς τη βιώσιμη ανάπτυξη κάθε επιχείρησης. Ενσωματώνουμε την τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος στις λύσεις μας, μεγιστοποιώντας τις δυνατότητες κάθε εργαζόμενου, κάθε επιχείρησης. Η αποστολή μας είναι να αφαιρούμε ό,τι καθυστερεί την πρόοδο, ώστε κάθε επιχείρηση να εστιάζει σε αυτό που έχει πραγματικά αξία, την ανάπτυξή της. Μαζί επαναπροσδιορίζουμε το μέλλον του business software. Endersoft One.
Is there really that sense that AI is not living up to its potential?
The real scale will be unlocked when we look at it holistically through a whole architecture which involves AI assistants, AI agents, a framework to hold it all together.
So going in and teaching this level of AI literacy is a core part of what we do.
And underneath it all, the data that is so key for any AI agent or enterprise.
What am I actually building? What am I actually buying? What are those features and functions? How do you interpret the results of an audit so you know what to do? Thinking through these kinds of things will help bring the level of success that clients are looking for.
Αξίζει πολύ περισσότερα και πιστεύω ότι οι διοικήσεις του ΣΕΠΕ, οι παλιές και οι καινούργιες, μαζί με τους επιχειρηματίες και τους συνεργάτες και τους εργαζόμενους, θα κάνουν ό,τι καλύτερο για να πάει ο κλάδος μπροστά για το καλό της χώρας. Χρόνια πολλά, ΣΕΠΕ.
Η Intracom Telecom είναι διεθνώς γνωστή ως εταιρεία που παράγει τεχνολογία υψηλού επίπεδου με δυνατότητα να αναπτύσσει ιδέες σε τελικά προϊόντα και λύσεις και να τα προσφέρει στην αγορά. Διαθέτοντας εμπειρία άνω των 40 ετών στη διεθνή αγορά, η Intracom Telecom σχεδιάζει και αναπτύσσει ραδιοσυστήματα υψηλής χωρητικότητας, αμιγώς εξωτερικής χρήσης, τα οποία και εξάγει παγκοσμίως. Επιπλέον, προσφέρει ένα πλήρες χαρτοφυλάκιο λύσεων τηλεπικοινωνιακού λογισμικού, υπηρεσιών ICT και λύσεων για έξυπνες πόλεις. Ο σχεδιασμός του προϊόντος γίνεται εξ ολοκλήρου στο Κέντρο Έρευνας και Ανάπτυξης της Intracom Telecom στην Παιανία. Η εταιρεία επενδύει ετησίως σε προγράμματα έρευνας και ανάπτυξης, δημιουργώντας καινοτόμα προϊόντα και ανταγωνιστικές λύσεις.
Θόρυβος παντού. Σαν να μην χωράει άλλη σκέψη. Σταμάτα. Κλείσε τα μάτια. Άφησε τον κόσμο έξω. Μία στιγμή. Μόνο για σένα. Αυτή είναι η δική σου ήσυχη ώρα.
Όταν τίποτα δεν σε σταματά, προχωράς μπροστά. Πιο δυνατά. Κάνεις περισσότερα. Και σπάς τα όρια. Το δίκτυο Nova 5G φτιάχτηκε για σένα. Για ταχύτητα και απεριόριστες δυνατότητες. Απεριόριστα data. Ταχύτητες 5G. Πάρε το Unlimited All τώρα. Από μόνο 28 ευρώ το μήνα. Μόνο στη Nova.
Με τη Nova κερδίζεις παντού. Απόλαυσε exclusive Nova Deals και αμέτρητες προσφορές σε top brands σε περισσότερα από 1000 σημεία. Μπες τώρα στο Παντού App, διάλεξε την προσφορά σου και απόλαυσέ την. Έχεις Nova. Έχεις περισσότερα.
Profile Software is a leading international financial software provider, empowering top-tier banking and investment management organizations with innovative, future-ready technology. With over 30 years of expertise, we operate in more than 50 countries, supporting over 300 clients. Our portfolio spans digital banking, core banking, treasury and risk management, advanced wealth, asset and fund management solutions, as well as large-scale solutions. Built on modern, cloud-native architecture with embedded AI and automation, our platforms enable seamless transformation and exceptional digital experiences. We continue to lead the way with agentic AI, offering greater intelligence, automation, and real-time decision support. Profile Software is consistently acknowledged for innovation, excellence, and reliability by clients and global industry analysts. Profile Software, empowering digital transformation worldwide. Discover more at profilesw.com.
it. Oh, the line is so long.
Let's find something else. Gemini, this article has too many options. What's a good local dessert when it's so hot?
Bingsu. It's a popular shaved ice dessert in Korea.
We're in the mood for something fruity?
Great. Mango bingsu is a favorite.
Nice. Please find us the nearest place.
Just let me cool. I just want to cool. Hey, hey.
Nearly half a century ago, Oracle transformed how the world managed data. More than a decade ago, we reimagined how business works in the cloud. And now, as AI reshapes how we operate, compete, and innovate, Oracle is once again leading the way. That data, it's now your AI fuel. That cloud, it now trains and runs the world's most powerful AI models. And those models, they power the Gen AI built into your business processes and the AI agents that automate it all. Oracle brings AI to every corner of your business so you can imagine beyond the boundaries of what's possible. Whether it's leveraging AI to increase productivity, make decisions faster, and save money, using AI-powered forecasting to secure and maintain a power grid for millions of customers, training AI models to make the world's most powerful particle accelerator run faster and more efficiently, or harnessing AI vector search to tackle antibiotic resistance. We help you stay ahead because Oracle was built for the era of AI, so we can build the future of AI for you.
Παρακολουθώ το ΣΕΠΕ από τα πρώτα του βήματα. Είναι το παιδί το οποίο μεγάλωσε και μεγάλωσε καλά. Τι μπορούμε να ευχηθούμε αυτό το παιδί να συνεχίζει να μεγαλώνει, να οριμάζει, γιατί αποτελεί πραγματικά μία από τις καλύτερες επιλογές και παρακαταθήκες της ελληνικής οικονομίας.
Please take your seats in order to start. Mr. Minister of Economy and Finance of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Eurogroup President, Mr. Ministers, representatives of the state, of different parties, ladies and gentlemen, today the Digital Economy Forum finds us in a really specific time for two reasons. It's a great honor to have along with us the new Eurogroup President, one of the most institutional role in the Eurozone. The Greek Minister of Economy and Finance of the Hellenic Republic, who elected among the other ministers for the next 2 years. And it's a historic time, not only for Greece, but also for European Union in a period that economic and financial crises need to be faced with cooperation and flexibility. The other important reason is the 30th anniversary of SEPA, 30 years full of cooperation, of hard work. This was a vision of a small group, became a great organization which plays an essential role in the Greek market. Please let me thank you for being here in our forum and for your support, your stable support in the work of our institution. You support the members, businesses, an institutional organization that shapes over the 30 years the digital ecosystem of Greece, not only the financial ecosystem. I want to thank all our sponsors. Thanks to them, we can design and we can organize this forum, which enhance the public dialogue and the discussion. Through these 30 years, we have changed as a country, as a society, and we have changed as professionals, as individuals. Through these years, this vision transformed in a strategy. The vision became actions in order to enhance the development of our country. And what we see now is that we have progress, and this progress makes us to continue our work. Over this year, we have managed to succeed many things when it comes to digital transformation. Greece is one of the European countries that has one of the great progresses when it comes to digital transformation. And this is a fact based on the cooperation of the state, businesses, and organization, and is the result of hard work of businesses. The hard work of businesses that SEPA is a great representative. And please allow me to state that figure is not the biggest thing the important achievement, the most important achievement is that technology is part of our daily life. Technology will be with us in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, what I have understand from the previous discussions, interesting discussion, is that we have achieved more, but we can and we should achieve even more. Technology should not red tape the procedures of the public. We need to cooperate, and what we have seen from today's discussions is that we need to do many things over the next decade. And we need to have a strategy and a plan to achieve that. Not temporary solutions, but a strategy. CEPE has proved that we cannot work only based on the European funds, but we need to have a national strategy. By doing this, we have a long-term progress, not a short-term. Digital technology is not just a solution, it's the main core of the economy in the worldwide. It's the fundamental for everything. And we have understood that from the Deloitte survey regarding the digital transformation. This survey has proved the progress since 2029 and the footprint of this progress. So in 2030, the technology sector will contribute in a great amount in the GDP of the country, and we will reach 28 million euros as a country. The progress and the prosperity in a modern country, it is influenced from the digital economy, the digital technology, the maturity of the business and the citizens. So if we want to multiply this momentum of the Greek business industry, we need to find long-term solutions and strategy in main issues like specific digital tools, like the decreased digital skills. We need to invest in AI, and we also need to take into consideration the digital tools in the private sector. We need to face all these issues and to deal with them, because if we don't take part in this digital transformation, the SMEs that are almost the 90% of the market in the European Union, if we cannot deal with these issues, the digital transformation will not be efficient. So we need to invest in the innovation. We need to take actions when it comes to taxation administration. We need to deal with problems, financial and taxation problems that small medium enterprises are facing. And this has an impact on how European Union, European countries face us as a country. We need your support. We need to hear us. And as you did with other problems, so we need your assistance when it comes to the copyright. State is an important stakeholder for these actions. SEPE, in cooperation with universities, and we have along with them academic representatives, SEPE has proposed many ideas when it comes to the training of the students, other strategic plans. So this investment to the human resources is one of the most important solutions when it comes to these issues. And so over 30 years, SEPE, it's the institutional interlocutor with the state. We are one of the member of the strategic stakeholder of the state. We try to, we have many employees, high-trained employees. We are recognized all over the world. We have received many awards as a country in comparison to other countries that are far more digital, transformed, and progressed than Greece. All these figures show that one should invest to Greece and to create many centers and the hubs to help the digital transformation. We need the support of the state. We need to receive invest, and at the same time, we need to enhance and to promote the digital transformation. Only 4% of our national export is related with the digital transformation. So we need to attract more invest, and we can
enhancing the growth of digital companies means more growth for the country and more prosperity, because technology is not there for technology, it's there to serve people, to create equal opportunities, to reduce the obstacles and enhance social cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, we had the pleasure of listening to very interesting things, problems, concerns, solutions, but in the end, the questions are two. Do we want to implement everything that we have been discussing? Can we do it? For SEPE, the answer is clear. It is yes. We want to and we can do it. And let me add something. We don't have another choice, because digital transformation is an existential one way for businesses, for the national economy, for our society. With collaboration, with a strategy, with continuity, with confidence in our strength, in our powers, we can shape the future that we want, and we are entitled to a future where Greece leads developments, is not lagging behind. We've given many examples to that end. Thank you for your participation, for your trust, for your collaboration. Thank you for supporting SEPE in this 30-year course, and thank you for continuing to believe that Greece can turn a vision into a result. Ladies and gentlemen, our Minister Mr. Kyriakos Pierrakakis brings with him a unique combined experience from promoting the digital transformation and reshaping the public governance to managing the fiscal policy on a national and European level. Mr. Minister, Mr. President of the Eurogroup, dear Kyriakos, you are the person who has fought for the digital industry, who has believed and highlighted its key role. It is a great honor, not simply for us, but for the country. The success is your success. It is with great pleasure and honor that I ask you to welcome the President of Eurogroup and representative of the Minister, Mr. Kyriakos Pierrakakis. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear Yota. Thank you for the kind words and this warm welcome. Let me say that it's self-evident being here with you in SEPA. I feel almost among family, given everything that has already happened with all the people that I know, partners from the minister and partners from the private sector, because all this huge change that happened in our country, I would say that it was orchestrated to a great extent together, with all of us together, in a difficult time. So I have many memories from this time, and I will start with them. And also on a more personal note, since we are among friends. Ms. President Yota, you talked about the 30-year journey of SEPE. So I was just starting high school, 12 years old, when you older guys there at the table started with this journey of IT in Greece. And I remember buying the first magazines, IT magazines. Some of you were interviewed talking about your vision about how IT can become part of the state and of the business world. I remember Pixel, PC Master, Computer for All, these magazines. On all of that, in the mind of a young boy that loved IT and wanted to study it, were very important for the world and for the country. It was an open door to the world of computers and gaming, of course, but on the other side, a window to how this country could become if it integrated progress in its core. So after many years and after I've started on this journey, I remember taking the floor in 2019 at the Parliament and say that we're going to set a goal in 4 years at least. When it comes to digital services, we're going to be above the average in the DESI. And I remember many people here saying that you shouldn't have set the bar so high with an index that it's going to be very difficult for us to meet. But the truth is, I believed in a saying about the optimism of will, saying that if you believe something really and work for it, with everything you do in your businesses, if you do reverse engineering and just read the field properly, then you can actually create a plan and reach that goal. And the truth is that we had the raw materials, we had the hardware, we didn't have the software. The software was the ministry, was a proper legislative structure, even for the Minister of Governance being able to have full control and central control when it comes to data storage, being able to assemble all the digital services of the state together. All those things that are now self-evident, things that we prepared. We did our legwork in 2018 and started implementing them in 2019. Ms. Paparidou mentioned the financing aspect that I think affects you a lot, what happens after the RRF. But the truth is that it's interesting to see before the RRF, the period, because I remember creating the digital book. We did our gap analysis for the public sector. We wanted to find the projects that we need to accomplish in the state in order to meet the necessary things. structural things. And when we did our budgeting at the end of 2019, we realized that we have approximately 20-25% of the money that we needed through the National Investment Plan, through the NSRF of the time. Then we had COVID. Then we had the RRF. Things changed a lot in our design. And the financing abilities of the RRF allowed us to move away from the necessary and move into the desirable and actually proceed with a lot of projects of the new phase. But what was interesting, this convergence with the DESI, with the indicator, meeting the average, we accomplished that by expanding previous projects or with smaller projects, because during the first 3 years, essentially we tendered projects that are now being executed, which means that we are above average right now, but once all these projects that the companies here in this room are implementing, once all these are delivered, then we will realize that Greece will have gone from approximately the average, perhaps in the top 10 or maybe top 5 of the European countries that are able to integrate the digital aspect in their services. Of course, as Ms. Paparidou said, this is not the only aspect of digital policy. As you know, there are other things. Wireless communications, we are among the leaders. With landlines, there are some problems. And of course, we have the constant problems of integrating digital media in the private sector, given the number of SMEs in our country, which makes things even harder. And of course, the challenges of the human resources, being able to integrate basic digital skills or more complex ones for all people. This is the map, the roadmap ahead of us. But on the other side, having accomplished this huge feat within such little time should tell us something about the abilities, the capacity that we have in this room. Once the plan is there, the willingness is there, and maybe the stars align as well. All that happened together, we accomplished it, and it was something that we experienced, especially during the last weeks, during my candidacy for the presidency of the Eurogroup, talking to different European capitals, when especially in German media, I read about this change in country, how it was accepted. Even if you read The Economist, it says the same thing, how much more interesting this message is. The country that did not start right from the beginning in the right way, but a country, like was Estonia, but a country that was lagging behind and then was able, by taking the right steps, to be able to reach the average and then even rise above that. And that perhaps as a lesson is even more interesting for someone who wants to be inspired, because in reality, these are not just matters where you can tell others what to do, because each country is different, but you can inspire them. In this context, and considering what we said before, what Ms. Paparidou said before about whether or not digital aspect is a core for a country's growth model or an addendum, in our case, it's definitely the first. And it's a lesson that I learned after the 4 years of being a minister of digital governance, especially during the pandemic. The lesson was that when you design policies, as ministers or general secretaries or heads of organizations, we normally have a legal person, someone from legal, an economist in the room with us. But I think in 2025, unless you have people who understand technology in the room, then you are designing policies that are not right. And I think everyone in this room understands that. This is a lesson that still has not been assimilated on a global level to the degree that it should. And just look at the difference between countries that have large private sectors, big businesses that are really at the technical limit. Consider the US, for example. And how, correspondingly, the technology lessons and technology applications from those businesses have not been assimilated by the corresponding state organizations. Washington is a different case than Silicon Valley, and that is the case for many countries that have huge companies there, where similarly the political systems and the state systems have not integrated the quality of those applications, digital applications, in their daily operation. That was a lesson for us as well, something that led us to be part of those discussions, because in the end of the day, and that is the second thing that I learned, digital policy is not all about digital, because it's not all about technology. What it has at its core, it's management. It's all about how you manage businesses, how you manage states, and therefore you can become innovative, but not in a way that places technology at the center. Because, for example, asking the question as a politician with the terms, tell me what is the good thing I can do with AI in my ministry, I would say that's a completely wrong question to ask. The right question is, tell me what is the need that I have to serve or resolve, and then the technical specialist will come and say that this need can be better served with a simple SMS, for example, e-prescription, or this need can be needs algorithms of machine learning. But it's not technology that's going to give the direction for the answer. It has to come from the need of society, of the people. And this reasoning is what led us to believe that we need to redesign the state. Even the word redesign is a mistake, because the state had not really been designed. It was just how it came about. And in most countries, that is the case. It's the sum of decisions by ministers, by mayors, by administrators, in a way that shows that there's no central architect with a citizen-centered logic designing services. And therefore, that led states like our own, countries like Greece, to create a heavy bureaucratic system, to have an open question as to whether we're reducing or increasing red tape. And of course, one of the great innovations of the last years, along with government e.gr, is the Mythos platform, which measures the state. It says from the birth of a child until its death, for all the events in a life, what are the steps that measure the interaction with the state. If you have a very heavy bureaucratic state, then you take 15 steps. If the state is really digitized, such as Estonia, then it's a one-step process, and it's a digital one. So this is a very interesting discussion on a European level, because when we started the public dialogue about the new commerce rules and the new bilateral relationships within Greece, within Europe and US, about tariffs, essentially, Mario Draghi wrote an article based on his report and the numbers of the IMF, saying that the member states of the European Union are facing obstacles of equal tariffs. It's as if we have posed a 110% tariff between Italy, or a similar number when it comes to processing. These were the numbers given. And the article said that we need to remove those obstacles in order to create an actually single market. To have a single market may appear nice, but it has a certain impact. The first practical impact is that our market is fragmented in 27 states, and therefore when we ask for funding, we don't have economies of scale in the way that we would have liked. We don't have the same abilities as we would have if the economy was a single one. I wrote an article recently at The Economist trying to explain the counterfactual. You know that when we did the 5G tender, it was a tender where we got 25% of the revenue and created the Festos Fund, which was in the logic of investing in 5G applications in Greece. It was considered by many companies as a huge innovation. But the reverse conclusion or the reverse reasoning is, imagine if we had one total tender from which we would have drawn revenues enough that would allow us to create one pan-European fund that then, along with the European Investment Bank, could have leveraged this amount and therefore invest in total in the 5G value. And I'm mentioning that because the European strategy is fundamentally a strategy of creating European champions. It is your sponsor at the Athens Exchange, which is now part of the Euronext, which is very important. This is why we supported it from the start, because now we will have access, listed companies will have access in a large pool of cash flow, of liquidity. The German Chancellor said that we need to have one European stock exchange to create one source of investment. Having cross-border champions or cross-border mergers and acquisitions, especially in your industry, not just the banking sector, which is very actively recently, or the stock exchanges, as we saw with Euronext, but in technology as well. That's going to be a catalyst for creating economies of scale and abilities to compete at a global level. Consider how many opportunities we are losing. That's the opportunity cost. Precisely because we have not been able to remove all those obstacles that are there, because we are still thinking at a smaller scale than we should be. This, for us, should be the strategy for the next period in relation to the question that I asked before, what is to happen after the RRF, because Greece right now has a growth rate larger than the European average. It's 2.4%, where the European average is 1.2, 1.3. So we have improved the convergence with the European average, but we need to work more and we need more time to accomplish that. Our growth strategy is not to be based solely on funds that will come from European tools. The new NSRF will be there. We will have the largest plan of public investment in our history, but at the same time, we need to move into a logic, and we have done so in a degree. We need to think that money is not made, it is born, and growth is born through innovation, through synergies, through working across borders, through thinking outside our national borders. It is possible to accomplish that, and it is possible for you, the companies being here, to accomplish that. And I think that you can realize that over the next month, considering our fiscal health, considering the fact that our debt is being reduced all the time, let me just say that Greece's debt after COVID stood at 210%. We will be less than 140% next year, and if all goes well, less than 120 in 2029. And that is our debt towards a generation, not to pass the bill to them. But this is the foundation on which we build. So we need to take advantage of all the hard work that we have done, because the digital transformation of the state reduces red tape, improves competitiveness, improves everything. Now we need to move on to the next stage where we would have removed as many obstacles as possible, and at the same time, the businesses in the sector will be the protagonists in the new phase of the Greek economy. At this point, I need to say that the challenge generally is very big, because, well, I mentioned the Draghi report, there's the Letta report, all these things that we're talking about in Europe, but in reality, the challenges are emerging and continuous. The first one is that technology is accelerating all the time. Technology cycles are now much, much shorter than the 15 years of the past. Things change in a matter of months. Also, the demographic problem is changing also because life expectancy is increasing. That affects the careers of people. It affects the way companies operate. This change is exponential, and unfortunately, the political systems are behaving not just linear, because linear, they are behaving sublinearly. So our job is to be able to metabolize this change and not just react, but be proactive, be able, again, as we accomplished within 4 years, to reach the European average in some things, not just converge, but even lead the way. And I assure you that because our path so far. Our growth has been so important because we have gone through a lot as a country, and it speaks to the strength of our society. Now we are in a cycle when we can do right. We have the people, we have the ideas, and above all, we have trust and believing in ourselves. Thank you very much.
So let's sum today's forum with something nice. In 2025 is the 10th time that we participate in which alliance. It's the World Innovation Technology and Service Alliance. It's global awards, and we are participating as SEPE. We have participated a lot of years. We are awarded for 44 times, and it's one of the biggest number of awards in comparison to other countries that are more digitalized than Greece. And this is very important because you can see the comparison to other countries. We have now reached 44 awards, and we want to invite to the floor Mr. Kalafatis, the Minister for Innovation, in order to give the awards. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to congratulate Mr. Kyriakos, a friend of mine, who makes us all proud. And at the same time, he depicts the hard work of the last years from a government who trusts and support entrepreneurship, the government who believes that we can follow the future. And yes, it's true that the future, it is full of challenges, and new technologies play an essential role even more. From my portfolio, when it comes to innovation and startups, I can see really clearly that your sector can be the tabula rasa for the Greece over the next few years. Of course, new technologies, maybe AI, which is the most famous, may shape in the next years a different future. And we need to take also consideration demographic changes and all the changes that we have experienced. We need to take some actions according to them. We as a government, we want to take action when it comes to R&D. We focus on R&D because it will help us to invest in the future. We need to know that more than 370 million euros are invested to our centers, and that happened in a very short period. At the same time, we can invest to this new reality. AI is a new technology, is a new era. Through specific cooperations like Google, OpenAI, enhance the the status in the future. And to sum up, we want to show you our interest and our idea when it comes to the preparation of a new ministry regarding R&D, universities, and we are trying really hard to accomplish that. So I want to congratulate all of you that over the last 30 years, you built the fundaments for the future, and you have helped us to follow the future and to follow the path of the future. Thank you for your invitation.
Now, let me take off all the other hats and just wear my technical ID guy hat and say that, do you know what the best technology is? The one that's going to solve your specific problem. In each case, it can be cybersecurity, it can be IT, it can be whatever. It depends on the problem. It's like the minister says before. We're not interested in which technical path we're going to follow. We want to solve the specific problem. And here we are going to have the people who receive, who we will be awarding, because that's what they have accomplished. Now, let's start by calling to the podium Mr. Stasinos, the president of the Technical Chambers of Greece, for his award. This is the Digital Opportunity and Inclusion Awards for the Single Digital Map. Good afternoon. Thank you. Just a couple of words. First of all, thank you to SEPA. I'm very happy to be here because there's this gift, this award. I received it from a friend, the minister, Mr. Kalafatis, someone I've been working with for many years. A few words on its history. In 2018, we had an idea at the Technical Chamber how instead of going to 15 or 20 different authorities to see if a plot is buildable or not, we're going to collect all the data, make it digital, and then when we go to the urban planning office, to the municipality, the archaeological service, we could, inside a single digital map, be able to get this information. So we did an event at the old parliament. The main guest was the leader of the opposition at the time, the Prime Minister today, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, who believed in this idea, adopted this idea, and then with the first legislation that the government of Mitsotakis passed, this law about the growth of the country, brought on by the Ministry of Development along with the Ministry of Digital Policy, they adopted this single digital map, Mr. Georgiadis and Mr. Pierakakis, those two ministers. So this is how we were able to make this progress. It was the first tender for the digital project that was implemented, and I will tell you the result. All of you might have some property and try to issue a building permit. All of you might have gone through different problems, and I, as the president of the Chamber of Greece, could not resolve all the problems. Now, with the new digital map, wherever you are in the world, You can click on your plot, get all the data, and then go to the e-licensing system by the technical chambers, the next application, and issue a building permit. You can do that from any part of the world. Now, I want to thank the people I worked with at the technical chambers. I will just name Mr. Nikos Panagiotopoulos, the general director, and all the directors, all the personnel, the contractors, the contracting companies. And a big thank you to SEPE for their assistance. They are doing great work, and hopefully they will continue like that. Both SEPE and our friend, the Minister of Finance now, and the President of Eurogroup, so that we can continue on this path of growth and development, and Greece can become one of the most modern countries in the world. Thank you. Single digital map, worldwide award. The second award. Let's call Haris Pilarinos from Hatbox. Award in cybersecurity. A top online platform for the continuous education and growth and use of talent in utilizing talent in cybersecurity.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this award and for your support from SEPE. Being an entrepreneur in Greece, I have realized that Greece has great talent, and many times it is a pity that we see people from Greece be awarded in other countries, and I think there are the right conditions to these people to come back and to do great things in Greece. Thank you very much.